Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 27th, 2022. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce the pledge students this morning, or pledge group?
Thank you, Cesar. Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties, so we don't have video, but we do have audio. We have with us the Cub Scouts from the Bear and Wolf Den chapter here in El Paso with Ms. Cristina Gonzalez. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for helping us arrange this. We're very happy to have you all here with us. So hopefully they can hear me and we can hear them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're honored to be here.
Please
Thank
rise
you.
for the pledge.
The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. We heard you loud and clear, and just hearing the children's voice always makes everyone happy. So thank you for being with us, and hopefully maybe later we'll get to see you on video. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You.
Thank you. Bye.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Pam Ferroni.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners,
Good morning.
and all who are joining us today. On October 3rd, 1971, the Creator of the universe reached down and touched the life of a very lost 21-year-old girl who was on her way, fast on her way, to becoming an alcoholic, who thought that life was just about one big party and who had no other goal or purpose. 50 years later, I can say that He is faithful and His word is true. I am here today not because I don't have anything else to do. I am here today because I don't have anything more important to do. So thank you for this opportunity. I invite this court to join me as I pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for a new day in which to live and work. We humble ourselves before you, Father, and acknowledge that we need you. As we open our hearts to you, we are filled with gratitude for all you have given us and for all you do for us. Forgive us for taking your blessings for granted. Search us, O God, and know our hearts. Try us and know our thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in us, and lead us in the way everlasting. Father, the book of Hosea makes it clear to us that you will save the nation that turns from idolatry back to you. We pray for our nation, Lord. We cry out for the people to turn their hearts toward you. Draw us with gentle cords, with bands of love, and take the yoke, the heavy burden from our necks. Betroth us to you forever. Have mercy on those who haven't obtained mercy, and say to those who are not your people, you are my people, and they shall say, you are my God. Thank you for those who serve on this court, our county judge and commissioners, and the dedicated leaders and employees of each department who faithfully make the wheels of El Paso County go around. We ask you to meet our unspoken needs, to mend broken hearts, to heal those who are sick, and provide resources and help for those in need. You have placed each one who sits on this court into their position. Help them to be faithful representatives. Give them ears to hear and open the eyes of their understanding that they might continually discern between good, better, best, and the tyranny of the urgent. Father, please help us to weigh how everything we do today will affect future generations long after we are no longer here. Our leaders are often pulled like they are wishbones, and discerning the best course of action is critical. Leave them with no doubt, Lord, as to which road to take as they deliberate every matter. We call for your blessings of peace and safety over El Paso County. It is clear in the book of Deuteronomy that you offered the people special blessings for their obedience. Let us always remember that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. We come to you today in the name of your only begotten Son, the one who purchased our salvation by his lifeblood that was shed on the cross, Jesus, the Son of the living God. Amen, and so be it.
Amen. Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni. Always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Audrey Lopez. Judge, do you have any opening remarks for us this morning?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, Caesar. Well, on behalf of myself and our commissioners, our very dedicated and hardworking commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. As you can see, I feel it's like for Easter Sunday, we have more people than usual. But so we thank you for being here. We thank you for this commitment on government. I think today we have some very incredible topics that we're going to discuss, and we're also very, very fortunate that we have some amazing resolutions. We have such great resolutions that I'm becoming more, thank God it's Monday than thank God it's Friday, because I get excited about what's going to happen on Monday and who we're going to recognize. So I want to thank all of you for being here. appreciate that everybody stay here is after their resolution so that we can honor everybody equally. So once again, welcome to Commissioners Court. Very excited about today and the things that we'll be covering, and we hope that you always stay tuned and help us to get that information out to the rest of the community. Welcome. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AT. We do have 2 corrections to read in. For item number 4O, we have a correction for the county attorney's office. Item 4O should read, approve and authorize the acceptance of a donation from Exit East and Sunrise Realty to create an over-the-top media advertisement to promote the Veteran of the Year program and Veteran of the Year nomination opportunity, an El Paso County initiative pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032, opinion number 231. We also have a correction for item number 4R. Item 4R should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the second amendment to the subrecipient agreement with the Greater El Paso Chamber of Commerce to establish a small business support and coaching program from September 1st, 2020 through December 30th, 2020 in the amount of $49,998.44. Funds are available in SG COVID-19 operating expenses. Contract number 2022-0380. Are there any other items that members of the Court of the Public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners, yes, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, Judge, I would like to pull item R.
Item R, perfect.
I also wanted to see R and W.
Okay, R and W, Caesar.
Okay, items 4R and 4W for Commissioners Stout and Holguin. Any others?
Now, I move to approve without those 2 items. We'll address them later.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Caesar, what item is Judge Alvarez?
That would be item number 23, sir. Would you like to take that
We
now?
will be taking that one before we start the resolutions. That way we can get that item. We have everyone here in the audience today, so we'll start with that item. Thank you, Caesar.
Yes, sir. Item number 23 from Human Resources. Accept the resignation of County Court at Law Number 3, Judge Javier Alvarez, effective September 30th, 2022, and appoint candidate Melissa Baiza to fill a pending judicial vacancy in County Court at Law Number 3 from October 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022.
Judge, Commissioners, I wanted just to quickly go over the
Sure.
process for today. So first of all, thank you, Judge Samaniego. You had been asking us about this, getting this item done. The court did discuss it previously in executive session, and now it's coming forward for your consideration for final action. Today, we're going to have Judge Alvarez introduce the item, and Ms. Baeza, she'll be able to say a few words, and other members of the judiciary. And then we'll have HR come up to give the court information on what it will need to do if it would like to take action today.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Just want to let everyone know that this will not be Judge Alvarez's last day, and so we'd like to recognize him, obviously, at another time for his unbelievable tenure as a judge. So today, that's what we're doing, and also how gracious he has been by doing this. He'll be able to mentor and help Ms. Baeza through the process before the date that will be established today. So once again, Judge Alvarez, quite an honor to have you, and like I said, this is not his last day, and we will be recognizing him later for his great work. So once again, Judge Alvarez, go ahead.
County Judge, County Commissioners, again, you know who I am, Judge Javier Alvarez, County Court Law Number 3. Last week, I sent you my letter of resignation effective September the 30th, and I'm hoping that today you will appoint, as of October the 1st, this great lawyer here who won the position of Judge of County Court Law Number 3, beginning the new term, but since I'm leaving early, I'm hoping that you will appoint her to County Court Law Number 3 as of October the 1st. And so I want to introduce Melissa Baeza, and she's an insurance defense lawyer. She'll do a great job, a wonderful job, and I'm hoping that you will appoint her.
Thank you. Ms. Baeza, you want to comment?
Thank you, County Judge, Commissioners. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm amazed still at the fact that, my little dream quickly became my husband's dream, my parents' dream, my family's, my friends, my colleagues, and my law partners at Scott Hulse. It has been a humbling experience, and it would be icing on the cake to start sooner than expected. I'm ready to get to work. I will work to uphold the values set by Judge Alvarez of integrity, fairness, efficiency, and thoughtfulness. And I'm so thankful to Judge Morales and so many other judges of our county courts and our district courts for the warm welcome and for offering to help already. I will take them up on it, and in the past few weeks I've already met with Judge Alvarez several times and have observed the last week of a trial in a med-mal case and other substantive hearings, and will continue to do so until the transition. I've already transitioned others in my law firm into my lawsuits and matters, and I'm working to transition out of the law firm and onto the bench. And so I respectfully ask for your vote to appoint me as Judge of County Court Number 3 to fill the vacancy in light of Judge Alvarez's retirement. Thank you.
Well, I had the opportunity to several times, but the last one in my office, and very impressed with your enthusiasm and very confident because of the mentor that you have. So also, I'd like to have Judge Morales say a few comments.
Yes, thank you, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners. I would support your approval of Ms. Baeza as the next as County Court Judge of as County Court at Law Judge for County Court at Law Number 3. It's sad to see Judge Alvarez go. He's been a great jurist. He's been doing this for so long. In the 3 years that I've been Judge of County Court at Law Number 7, he's provided a lot of guidance and a lot of help and a lot of support. And I know he's done that not only for me, but for all the other judges that are here in the courthouse. And while it's sad to see him go, I'm happy for him to be moving on to the next stage of his life. With respect to his replacement, very impressive. I'm not going to go into all the details, but I'll just say a couple of quick things which will kind of let you know who you're appointing to this bench, if you in fact do so, which I hope you will. She's done cancer research. She's taught. She's done a criminal defense clinic. She's worked with migrants. She graduated cum laude. I mean, I could go on, but I think that just kind of gives you an idea of the broad spectrum of her experience. She's been doing trial work, as Judge Alvarez said, and just asking that you will appoint her effective October 1st to replace the great Judge Alvarez when he retires on September 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the positive things, look at how good he looks after so many years. So
Absolutely.
you don't have to worry about how you'll come out of this situation after 20-plus years. So thank you very much. Let me have HR come up and give us the details and the motion that we need to hear.
Judge Michelle Cochran with Human
Michelle.
Resources for the record. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. The purpose of today's agenda item is to discuss and take action to fill the pending judicial vacancy in County Court at Law Number 3. We are requesting that the court approve the acceptance of the resignation of County Court Judge Javier Alvarez, effective September 30th, 2022. To clarify, Judge Alvarez's term ends on December 30th, 2022, and is to be filled by the uncontested candidate, Ms. Melissa Baeza, on January 1st, 2023. Therefore, this item also requests the court's approval to appoint Ms. Baeza to fill the remainder of the unexpired term ending December 31st, 2022. Further, approval of this agenda item will allow the HR department to work with Judge Alvarez to out-process effective September 30th and in-process Ms. Baeza effective October 1st. Do you have any questions at this time on this item?
Well, I'm very honored to make that motion.
Second?
Give me 1 minute, Judge. May I read the motion into the record
Okay.
for you to make the motion on?
I thought that was the.
I'm sorry, that was the background, Judge.
I said, well, that is a very detailed motion, but I'll take it. Thank you.
I
Go ahead.
apologize. We ask for the motion to accept the resignation of Javier Alvarez, Judge County Court at Law Number 3, with the last day of his term concluding on September 30th, 2022. Furthermore, accept Melissa Baeza as Judge of County Court at Law Number 3, effective October 1st, 2022, to fulfill the unexpired term, which ends on December 31st, 2022.
Okay, I will make that motion. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
I'm going to vote aye, but I just have one question. Are you going to make sure that you go to lunch with these guys every day and keep them in line? Okay.
Part of
Aye.
the process.
Commissioner Robinson.
I don't know if I should say aye, but I will say aye.
Judge
Congratulations,
Samaniego.
Judge.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Look forward to another opportunity to recognize this incredible judge. Thank you. Go ahead.
Would you like to go back to the regular order, sir?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay. Item number 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the work of Stephen D. Mills.
Commissioner Stout?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. I have the honor of reading this resolution. These ones are always difficult ones to do. I wanted to make sure that we recognize Stephen Mills for all the work that he did for our community. He and his wife, Julia. I met Mr. Mills when I worked for Senator Rodriguez back in 2012, and he came in and was talking about wanting to start this veterans nonprofit, and very passionate, very strong leader, and even though there were obstacles, he did it. And I've met very few people who are such great advocates for the veterans community. And I did want to read something that was submitted to my office by another good friend of mine in the veteran community, is David Nevares. He is the former chair of the City of El Paso's Veterans Advisory Committee, and he's unable to be here today, but I think that his words were so moving and really just more meaningful than anything that I could share or say. So this is what he sent. It says, Stephen Mills and I crossed paths in mid-2011, 2012. I had recently had a rather extensive surgery on my leg, and as a result of my time in the U.S. Marine Corps, I became the recipient of a 30-millimeter plate with 6 screws, had to resign from my employment with the City of El Paso as a recovery time would be a bit over a year. As I was waiting for my VA benefit claim, there were close to 1 million claims waiting to be settled at the time. I was in a rather tense situation, nickels, dimes, and pennies away from becoming homeless. My wife took a second job, and we were, like most in this situation, barely getting by. I heard about Veterans Nonprofit, swallowed my pride, and became a client. Stephen Mills and myself met and became mutual friends. Both of us shared our storied careers while serving our country. An Army tanker and a Marine, both trying to outdo one another, while those around us would be godsmacked at our tails, 80% true, with some added for entertainment. Once my situation settled, I approached Stephen with the idea of a fundraiser, a barbecue. After an hour or so, he said he had 100 pounds of brisket ready when I was. The day of this event, brisket plates were being sent to William Beaumont, VAMC of El Paso, some federal, county, city, and radio personalities locations, not just in ones or twos, but in 10s and 20s. After this event, Stephen asked why I suggested a fundraiser. I simply stated he was there when no other veteran organization was and decided to play it forward. The idea of Veterans Nonprofit began in a small shed on the property of a church. Stephen just wanted to serve 30 veteran families. That quickly grew to upwards of 450 veteran families monthly. Additionally, Veterans Nonprofit also became a clothing, closet, pet food pantry, and provided a free haircut for veterans. Stephen Mills took this idea and became a staple in El Paso. He demonstrated the true act of selfless veterans portrayed through Veterans Nonprofit. Stephen Mills left a tremendous void that will be daunting to even begin to fill. He will definitely be missed by this old Marine. I will no longer be able to wave to him as I drive by Veterans Nonprofit. Stephen, wherever you are, I will not let your memory fade. So those are some very moving words, I feel, from Mr. Nevarez, and so I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from his wife and friends who are here. Whereas Stephen D. Mills helped found the Veterans Nonprofit, an organization that provides services to low-income veterans in the El Paso area with the level of compassion and dignity that all beings are entitled to. And whereas it got its start when Mr. Mills, whose job it was to work with homeless veterans to provide job training and job placement under a Department of Labor grant, approached his non-denominational church, asking them to form a committee to help fill gaps in services that he kept encountering. The church saw the need for the services he was describing, and the Veterans Committee was formed in 2014. And whereas the need was so much, and as the work progressed, it was decided, with the blessings of the religious community, that it was time for the group to form its own nonprofit with 501c3 status. On March 18, 2015, the group received its nonprofit status from the state of Texas. And whereas among the services provided are food pantry and clothing closet for veterans and their families, and a pet food pantry for their service animals and pets, the agency also has a partnership with 2 barber schools who provide veterans with free haircuts, and are a participating agency working with Sun Metro to provide veterans with a free 90-day bus pass and discounted prices. And whereas the agency works hard to build and maintain a network with other organizations, including the County Veterans Advisory Board, which serve the same demographic to maximize opportunities for veterans. And whereas Stephen D. Mills was born on May 5, 1959, and entered into rest on May 26, 2022, at the age of 63. He is survived by his wife, Julia G. Mills, son Sebastian Perez, Ernesto Perez, daughter Sheila Mills Scherter, son-in-law Jay Scherter, and grandsons Jacob Gorman and Trevor Gorman. And he will be dearly missed by all those who knew and loved him. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that El Paso County recognizes the service and dedication of Stephen D. Mills and extends its deepest sympathies to his family and friends. Signed this 27th day of June 2022, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
I'd just like to say thank you to all of you. I'm sorry.
We're going to vote on it real quickly,
sorry.
and then we can.
Thank you, Ms. Mills.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to say thank you to all of you. He loved his work, and I'm sorry that he's gone because he did so much for the veterans, and I'd just like to thank you all for recognizing him. Thank you.
No, thank you for giving us the opportunity to recognize him. Alexis, you want to?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Good
morning.
Just to make everyone aware, we do have Mr. Ben Williams on the line as well, attending. It was important for the Veterans Advisory Board to be here, one, because of the impact that Mr. Mills has had on the veteran community. And as the resolution stated, he's been integral in actually supporting the causes of the Veterans Advisory Board as well. So we wanted to, thank Mr. Mills himself, but also thank the support and the love of his wife that allowed him to do the work here in the community as well. So thank you. Oh, and I
Thank
would
you.
also like to introduce Ms. Ann Singer, who is a board member of the Veterans Nonprofit.
Thank you.
Good morning. I started out in the church on the Veterans Committee. I was an officer of the church back then, and I served on the Veterans Committee, and we started with just a few people. You know, we were handing out food, we were getting donations, we were just stepping along inch by inch, and we grew, and we kept growing. And finally, Steve got it in his head that we needed a bigger facility. We needed bigger. And I thought he'd lost his mind. Julie says Steve and I are like brother and sister. We fought like cats and dogs. And I was saying, are you crazy? Or how are we going to do this? Well, he wasn't crazy. He did do it. He was able to garner the support and help from a number of talented people who worked with him, and he kept it all together. And I thank you very much for recognizing his efforts today.
Thank you very much.
I do want to share that the Veterans Advisory Board is organizing a donation drive and memorial for Mr. Stephen Mills. That will be on July 8th at the Veterans Nonprofit, which is at 4317 Dyer Street. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We are looking for donations of personal care items, hair care items, and toiletries at that time. But I'd like to introduce Mr. Ismael Lopez to speak about another upcoming event we have happening on July 8th as well.
Okay, Mr. Lopez.
Morning, everybody. Not to take away from this, but thank you all for acknowledging Mr. Steve's hard work. And he will be sorely missed. He was a staple in this community. I had a pleasure to work with him on a few occasions, and the man had a great sense of humor, and he was very passionate about what he did. July 8th, we're going to have another event. It would be a virtual event where we're doing a candlelight vigil for those that have been lost in the war in Ukraine. And will be more posted through social media. But essentially, anyone can join in by lighting a candle at night in their home on July 8th.
Thank you.
And also, we'll be dedicating the star on that day.
Thank you.
Mr. Thaxton, Mr. Williams.
David Thaxton. I serve on the Veterans Advisory Board, and I just want to thank you for this resolution. Please come out and support the efforts on July 8th. And just to make sure everybody aware of the existence of the Veterans Advisory Board and what we do to try and make veterans a priority in this community. And we thank the Commissioners Court for your support. One thing that we do every year is recognizing our Veteran of the Year. The current Veteran of the Year is Chief Warrant Officer David Garcia. We are in the process of accepting nominations for Veteran of the Year for the coming year, and the nominations, our deadline is September 30th. So if you know of a veteran, if you're a veteran organization in El Paso, please go to the website and download the application and nominate somebody for our recognition as our Veteran of the Year this year. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'd like to remind, sometimes we forget veterans, women veterans are so important in our community. And we're looking for much more nominations as well from the women veterans of our community. Mr. Ben Williams, go ahead.
Commissioners and Judge, thank you for just recognizing Mr. Mills. He's an incredible man and done so much for the veteran community. And that's pretty much all I want to say. Just thank you so much, and thank you, Mrs. Mills.
And thank you for your participation. It's been great to have you. We'll have an item here as well. So, you know, I want to thank Commissioner Stout. Sometimes, you know, we fail to recognize some of these incredible individuals, and so I'm really glad that we were able to do so. We're looking forward to, we're right at the verge of becoming, you know, the Veterans Capital of the U.S. We're really excited about doing that, but these are the things that we need to justify, and that's how we defend our title as Veteran Capital of the U.S., is when we do these things that maybe others might not do. I mean, this is a very important person that we could have sort of forgotten about. When we do that, it hurts all veterans, and then it sort of discourages people to do everything that he attempted to do. And of course, Ms. Mills as well, you know that, and we know very well that he is who he is because, you know, what your support and your patience and everything that has to happen to allow him to do what he did. And so we're very honored and privileged to have had him in the community. So once again, Commissioner Stout, thank you for that resolution, and back to you.
Thank you all for sharing with us and for helping recognize Mr. Mills' work, and he will be sorely missed. And we'd like to take a picture as we give you the resolution, Mrs. Mills. Is that okay?
Go ahead, Cesar.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution celebrating Parks and Recreation Month.
Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. It's my honor to read this resolution today. We all know what an important part of our communities our parks are. And I am so excited because of all of the tremendous work that our Parks Department, I want to personally thank them for everything that they do to improve our county parks every single day. We are seeing so many improvements to our parks in Precinct 3, and in the near future, we'll be seeing the creation of several new parks in Precinct 3. So I just want to make sure you all know how appreciated you are. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the County of El Paso. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Park and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas the county recognizes the benefits of parks and recreation resources. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the month of July 2022 is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the County of El Paso, Texas, signed this 27th day of June 2022.
Second.
Veronica.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Dow?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
See, I became as anxious as you are about getting things started. I said, come on.
Yay, that's all I wanted to yell out.
She's a little extroverted, okay, so, you know, she'll figure out how to get us motivated. Go ahead, Veronica.
Yes. No, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy, Administration. Thank you so much for your continued support. This July, we are bringing attention to how important it is to rise up and support our field, because every day park and recreation professionals rise up for their communities in service of equity, climate readiness, and overall health and well-being. We rise up for inclusion. We rise up for resilience. We rise up for physical health. We rise up for mental health and well-being. We rise up for access to play. We rise up for our community. We rise up every day for parks and recreation. And right now we are working on 3 new skate parks, on the design of an off-highway vehicle park. It'll be the first in the region for us. It'll be a destination place at San Felipe Park. We're super excited about that. We have 3 all-abilities playgrounds under construction. 2 of them are under construction. 1 of them is almost completed, the one at Gallegos Park in Canutillo. We're super excited about that. And you're about to hear a lot of other activities that we have going on. So those are some of the bigger projects that we have going on. But we have, you will now hear from some of our parks and recreation professionals that are with us. Tessa Jimenez, our special events coordinator, and Mike Smith, our golf pro.
Thank you. Tessa.
Good
I
morning,
don't know if you
Judge,
knew, but
Commissioners.
Tessa's quadruplet, I think, or because it's amazing the things that I see her do, and I mean she's everywhere at every time. So I don't know how she does that, but Tessa, thank you for everything.
I got to
you do.
keep up with
Veronica. Yeah.
Judge, before you get off of the subject of Tessa, I was out at Estrella Park a couple of weeks ago for movies at the park, and that day it must have been like 180 degrees out there, but you and your team were working hard, and what a beautiful park, number one, that is a totally padded park area for the youngsters, and I think I got tempted to play in there too because it's padded on the ground. So, and the park can be beautiful, but it takes all our county family to keep them that way, and the remarks that I was getting from a lot of the attendees there, they were just so excited to be there, plenty of shade and a big area to walk, and I know that that's one of the areas that we're going to be installing a new skate park. So again, Tessa, great job, and I really appreciated you working there because I know it was so hot out there, but you set it up and it was a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Tessa.
So to add to that, we do have a calendar full of events that will be on our park webpage, epcountyparks.com, because we're going to go through a list of a lot of activities. So check that out, and it'll give you locations and times of all the events that are taking place for July. Our biggest being, of course, 4th of July is our big kickoff for the month. We will have our VIP area again this year, which is in the back of the golf course, which gives you the best view of the fireworks. Tickets are on sale at the Pro Shop for kids and adults, and we will have a live band there as well. Classico will be providing the meal as well as adult beverages, the only place you can consume those on the park. So if you're interested in that, please stop by the Pro Shop and purchase your tickets. We will have 10 food trucks out in the park area, as well as a live remote from a radio station in our new festival area, which is the old Western Playland footprint. It's all grassed now, so we'll have the food trucks in there and people can picnic in that area. And then the fireworks will go off at about 9:20 that evening. And again, it's Monday. There are a lot of other firework events that are going on the weekend, but ours is actually on the 4th of July. Also, there will be a $5 fee to get into the park that day, so just remember to bring your cash for that. At the sports park, we will still be having our summer t-ball and baseball throughout the month of July. Parks throughout the county will host events as well. We did try to do our movie night this Saturday, but we got rained out and lightninged out and wind out. Anything happened. It wasn't 180, but it was everything else. So July 9th, we will make up that movie Sing 2 at Resinger Park. We will also be having 2 Water Wednesdays. We'll do a splashdown on the 13th and the 27th. And that's when the fire department comes out and hoses down all the kids at the park. And that'll be at Resinger Park, and we'll also do one at Gallegos Park. Young Heroes Camp will be taking place at Escalante Park, and that is a 3-day camp that's geared towards veterans' children. We'll have the information on our website for anybody that wants to sign up for that. Our 3rd annual Barefoot in the Park overnight campout will take place on July 22nd. Again, you can find information on our website and sign up for that, but that is a day that you can set up a tent and come picnic overnight, camp out overnight at Escalante Park. We do a lot of fun activities that night too. We'd have a movie night, we do a midnight swim, we have a fishing tournament, and it's just a really fun time to have a staycation where you're in town but you're still camping out. And lastly, we'll have our back to school supply giveaway on the 23rd. That's brought to you by MOB, one of our county partners. They'll be giving away school supplies, backpacks, and they'll also be doing a uniform exchange swap. So again, check our website for all the information and times, and I hope to see everybody out there this summer and as we support this great month of Parks and Rec.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we've learned a lot about the pandemic, but one of the things that we said we had to do was outdoors, being active, being healthy, and Parks and Recreation took it to heart. I mean, Veronica and her team took it to heart that if anything, we had another, you know, any challenges from COVID in the future, the outdoors is going to be our safety net, an opportunity to continue to stay healthy. And so there was a huge commitment that the master plan would include everything possible to get people outdoors and make it a culture, because it wasn't a culture until pandemic hit, and then we started trying to figure out what to do. So our goal is that Parks and Recreation takes the lead and makes it a culture of health and being outdoors, and nothing better, obviously, for health than being outdoors. So Tessa, thank you very much. And I guess Mike.
And one place that I grew up every summer was at Escalante Park on the golf course. So Mike has a lot of great programs for beginners, adults, and also children for golf.
Absolutely. Mike, welcome.
Welcome. I want to appreciate your support for the golf course, Commissioner and Judge. Just want to speak a few things that we're doing at the golf course to reach out to the community, and we've been doing these for quite a while. We initiated a adult junior scramble on Thursday nights, so we're going to get, you know, it doesn't have to be your parent, it could be a grandparent, and on the Delta 9 at 6 p.m. And then I'm doing the EPCC classes on Thursday nights as well. I do that about 3 or 4 times throughout the year. They're non-credit courses for adults and juniors. And then we're having the Friday Night Lights, which is a great deal for, it's from 7 to 10 p.m. on Friday nights throughout the whole summer, June, July, and August. And we stay open till 10 p.m. And we got food and drinks out there and music on the driving range. And it's $10 per person to hit all the range balls they'd like to hit. So we had about 20 people out there hitting at one time on Friday night, which is a nice thing to have. We also started a ladies learning league on Friday nights at 6 p.m. And we had 14 ladies that signed up for that. We're currently doing that right now, and that's been a really good thing. We did it last year as well. So, and then we also, you know, the one thing that we do down there at the golf course that a lot of other golf courses don't do is we offer group classes for juniors and adults, and the junior lessons are $12 and the adults are $20, so people can learn how to play golf at not a very expensive, you know, pocketbook crash. So it's a great deal there at Escalante. And then the first tee is super because they're offering all kinds of summer classes, and they do it 6 days a week down there. So that's all good for the kiddos to do, you know. And the golf course, and just overall, is the rounds have increased, you know, tremendously, especially after COVID. There was a super increase in golf everywhere. It was up like 30-40%, because that was one of the only things you could do outside. And one of the nice things that we've done at Escalante, trying to get the golf course in super shape, is that because it's in really good shape, people have stayed there and then flocked to Escalante to play golf because the golf course is in good shape. So I want to thank you for your support there. And then just, we always offer, there's a county rate for any of the county employees to play golf. So, you know, I've seen Commissioner Stout there playing golf, and you as well, Judge. So when I offer any of the county employees to come down every single day at Escalante, you can play golf for $20 with a cart, which is a super rate. So, and that's when, you know, it's hot at 3 o'clock in the summer, but people will see the price, and then that's why we offer it then. But just want to thank you for your support, and we'll keep up trying to keep that Escalante golf course in good shape and open for the community.
Mike, you've been a great asset for the golf course. It's something that's so important, and it sort of waned a little bit a couple of years ago, and I think that just the condition and these activities are amazing. I mean, I like businesses to do good, but beware Top Golf, because you've got some great things happening on a lot cheaper there on Fridays. And so, Mike, we thank you. These are extremely important things, especially the what you're doing for the young and, you know, young girls, young boys, and start them at a young age, and that they can enjoy on an incredible golf course. So thank you for that. Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to thank you all again, Veronica, Tessa, Mike, and of course we can't forget Ben. He's not here right now, but we definitely can't forget him, and all of the Parks and Recreation staff. You all do an incredible job. Your commitment to our community is awesome. So thank you all. Thank you for everything you do. Please know that you are greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
If we could take a photo, Judge?
Absolutely.
Guard, so. And yes, you can bring your RV to the camp out.
Caesar.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Sun City Stealth Women's Football Alliance for their 2021-2022 All-American selectees in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, I'm really excited, and you can come up, all of you can come up as I read the resolution. You know, I'm very excited because they came to my office to talk a little bit about what they were doing, and it ended up on me being excited about a resolution. Then I got to meet some of you, unbelievable women, at the Hispanic Chamber Business Women's Symposium. And so I'm really excited, just their enthusiasm, how they are, what they do for our community, and you'll see that they'll put us on the map because of their efforts and their success. So I'll read the resolution into the record. Whereas Sun City Stealth is the first El Paso's all-women tackle football team that has been breaking barriers in women's professional tackle football, while at the same time serving the community of El Paso. And where Sun City Stealth's first mission has been to set the standard for the Women's Football Alliance, WFA, and to open its doors to female athletes across the region and the nation. Women's tackle football teams and leagues have been in existence for over 4 decades and is the most promising growth in the sport, both in the number of teams and in the level of competition. And where Sun City Stealth has focused their efforts on marketing El Paso as a destination for growth and development for tourism and travel, and putting El Paso on the map in a national level with their athletic ability and recognition. And whereas Sun City Stealth inaugural 2021 Stealth Mode season produced 10 WFA All-American selectees from a selection pool of over 2,000 players nationwide. And whereas the community of El Paso, Texas, the WFA, and the Sun City Stealth recognizes the 2021 WFA third-team All-American selection as Brandy Ford, Cynthia Russell, Stephanie Aragon. Coming in second-team All-American selectees are Janet Mendoza, Brittany Brooks, Kath Johnson, Rita Blanco, Jasmine Quesada, and placing first-team All-American selectees are Jenny Nunez and Kim Kimmel. And who was a Sun City Stealth Sophomore 2022 Make It Happen season also produced 3 WFA All-American selectees, coming in third team as the All-American selection. Victoria Suarez, first team All-American selectees is Silver Estorga and Stephanie Aragon. Now therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognizes the Sun City Stealth women's tackle football team for their accomplishments and dedication in representing El Paso County. Signed this 27th day of June 2022.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Robert, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. We greatly appreciate the acknowledgement and the recognition to the resolution. I want to present the court the National Tryouts shirt, Sun City Stealth, from our oncoming 2022 season that recently passed. This shirt here is very special that we presented to you guys. This will be the last circulation. This will be the last shirt in circulation of this type, so it goes to you guys. There will be no other shirts like this.
Thank you.
In addition, I want to recognize that there's only a small sample of the players here, but here in El Paso, you have 38 women that took on a national level sport, in addition with 4 international players from Chihuahua. They are bringing the El Paso professional football to a level of never been or done here on a national level through the WFA. I bring myself, my partner, Derek Smith, that we brought these women together, and we're now going to succeed with your support, into greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, I mean, there's so many dimensions. One of them obviously is getting women's sports, getting more young ladies motivated about sports. I think they're trying to, I told them I had, daughter-in-laws and daughters, they're trying to recruit them as I was speaking. So they're very excited about that. But I think El Paso really, we have such amazing things that happen in El Paso. And this is one of them, things that we're first, things that other cities are not doing, and this makes us very special. And once again, we need so much to be put on the map. El Paso needs to be put on the map. We have to offset all these other things, these stereotypes, all these things about El Paso. But when you do that and you represent us, and I know you represent us extremely well, that makes us proud, and then other people get to know us. You know, they get to know a little bit about us. I've always said, to know us is to love us, and so that when they get to know each one of you, and you're going to be great advocates and ambassadors for us. So I don't know if you want to say a few words as well. I don't want to leave you out of the.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate it. These women, they put a lot of effort into our seasons and our program. They do a lot of community stuff out there, as you were talking about, being the influences for the kids. We've done things like kids camps, different things like that to be involved with the community. They take time from their daily lives, from their kids, their families, everything else to put in all the hard work that we do to make this program the way it is. So like I said, I do appreciate you guys recognizing us, and hopefully moving forward, we make you guys proud.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2000, and we've got a few All-Americans here. I mean, how proud is that? So let's give them an applause. So thank you.
Can we have them introduce themselves?
Yeah. Oh, yes, okay, that'd be perfect.
So we know who.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead. If you could start introducing yourselves.
I'm Christina Christian.
You want to say like your name, what position you play, and if you were, one of the winners of one of the recognitions that the judge mentioned?
Good morning. My name is Brittany Brooks. I play offensive line, defensive line sometimes. Thank you for.
Yeah, and if you, as Commissioner said, if you, one of the titles, please mention that. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Rita Blanco. I play center for the Stealth. I was a second team selection All-American last year. I'm also a juvenile probation officer for the County of El Paso, so I'm very honored to be
I
here
saw your
before
badge.
you.
You're better. Thank you. That's a double recognition. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Russell. I play left tackle, and I was third team selection.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name's Kaveen Johnson. I play tight end, linebacker, and most of the time on the D line.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Aragon. I play wide receiver and quarterback. And last season I made third team All-American. This season I made first team All-American.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. I'm Cynthia Cervantes. I play linebacker.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Kimmel. I play running back, receiver, linebacker, kicker, punter.
Wow.
I made first team selection
Thank
last
you.
year. I was injured this season, though.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jennifer Nunez. I made first team All-American last year, and I play right tackle, defensive end, and sometimes linebacker.
Thank you. We get everybody? Well, thank you. We'll be down to take a picture. I'll see you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, Caesar. Caesar, you want to go ahead and do the consent agenda items, please?
The two items from consent, sir? Okay. Okay, item number 4R from the consent agenda, with a correction pulled by Commissioner Holguin and Commissioner Stout, with a correction from Economic Development Department. The item is to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the second amendment to the subrecipient agreement with the Greater El Paso Chamber of Commerce to establish a small business support and coaching program from September 1st, 2020 through December 30th, 2020, in the amount of $49,998.44. Funds are available in SG COVID-19 operating expenses. Contract number 2022-0380.
And Judge, I spoke to Betsy about this item this morning, and I believe she and Michael are still trying to get some answers to some of the questions that I had. And so I was actually just going to ask that the item be postponed for a week to give them time to get those answers. I'm not sure if Commissioner Stout would be okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine. I had a couple of questions about, some reporting on how the money was used and how many businesses were affected or helped with the money. And I think there was one more question, but if we're going to postpone, I'll send those questions to you, Betsy. And
Yes, sir, and I'll be sure to reach out to follow up to make sure we have those.
okay, so I'll move to postpone.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 4W, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Bluegill Boat and Grill Services Concessions Agreement with Borderplex Adventures LLC to provide novelty services, food, beverage, and related concession services at Ascarate Park for a 3-year term, beginning on June 27, 2022. Contract number 2022-0369.
Veronica, I just pulled the item because I wanted to highlight it for the community so that they know that this is coming. You know, that facility has been closed down for so long, and I just want people to understand what's gonna go on there, and so we can get more people there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you very much. Again, the Bluegill, this is a new vendor that we're going to get there. And so we're going to be starting to rent the kayaks again, the canoes for the public. We're going to have some food and beverage there. We hope to work with this vendor so that we can provide fishing rods, have a fishing rod loan program with some of the fishing rods that the Ascarate Fishing Club just got donated from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department at a tune of $360, and so we hope to have a loaner program out of there, and also hopefully a place where people can come and get their license to fish there on site. So a lot of opportunities with this new vendor to provide services there at the lake.
Yeah, that's going to be exceptional. I think people have been waiting for that, especially the fishing. You know, it's amazing. I was there last week, and just so many fishermen excited. Got to see some fish that big. Nobody believed me that I would tell them, is it Escarate? They go, yes, it is Escarate. There was bass and catfish. And so the fishermen have been very important to us from a long time ago. But the other activities, just the water activities, are going to be amazing. So thank you for pulling it out and letting us know that we do have this opportunity coming up. So getting that, to the public is really important. So
yes, and he's hoping to also have the canoes that have or the boats that have the lights, so we can use them, the canoes or the boats out there in the evenings as well.
Excellent.
After dark. And again, for people who don't know, our Ascarate Fishing Club is the largest, the fishing club that provides the most fishing lessons, fish derbies to to the community than any other fish club in Texas. That's our Escarate Fishing Club. And we had a contractor come in from Austin as we work on our lake dredging project. And he came out here, he said, I've never seen so many fishermen at a lake in all of Texas that I've been on a weekday than I've seen at Escarate Park.
That's excellent.
The fishermen here love their lake. And thanks to this Corps, we're going to make it the best lake in Texas. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And come out and you'll be surprised. A lot of people have not been back thinking it's the oldest Escarate. It is not. It's amazing. Everything from the trails to the lake to everything else. Of course, the golf course has been amazing. So give it a shot and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Veronica.
I'll move to approve. Thank you, Veronica.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Veronica. Okay, Caesar. We're on track.
Item number 6 is public comment. We have 2 speakers in regular public comment this morning, Judge. First off, we have Mr. Pierre Andre Usarraga.
Welcome.
Good morning, Your Honor,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Dear Democrats and dear Republicans, good morning. My name is Pierre Andre Usarraga. I'm the founder, chairman, and 2024 presidential hopeful of the American Political Party. I'm standing here on this June 27, 2022 to convince you, those naysayers, those who are saying I'm crazy, I don't have what it takes to be president, those who don't believe in Americanization. I want you all to think about me and my message come next week. When I mention this list, I want you to think about our economy, our health care, national security, all of the issues that we're facing today, gun violence. I'm not going to talk to you about cannabis today because I want to show the county and the state of Texas and beyond, I want to show the United States that I can back up what I say. Number 1, Acura. Number 2, Audi. Number 3, BMW. 4, Bugatti. 5, Chrysler. 6, Dodge, Ferrari, Fiat, Honda, Hyundai, Infiniti, Jaguar, Jeep, Kawasaki, Kia. Lamborghini, Land Rover, Lexus. Maseratis, McLarens, Mercedes-Benz. Mini Coopers, Mitsubishis, Mopars, Nissans. Porsches, Rolls-Royce, Saabs, Subaru, Teslas, Toyotas, Volkswagens, and Volvos. That's 33 foreign vehicles that Democrats and Republicans allow on American roads. Let's talk about the number of American companies, American cars out on the road. Cadillac, Chevrolet, Buick, Ford, GMC, Harley Davidson, Hummer, and Lincoln. That's 8. That's proof of national security attacks. Americans, you work. Let's talk about you all. You're supposed to be looking out for the interests of the United States. Why do we have foreign vehicles, 33 out on the roads? It's because we're divided, ladies and gentlemen. It's not your fault, Mr. Samaniego, Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Holguín, Commissioner Leon. Not you all individually, but the parties that you all represent. The outdated Constitution. That Constitution, ladies and gentlemen, was written before Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, before the cell phone, before automobiles, before the microphone. before the camera, before television. That's how old the Constitution is. And to all the constitutional students out there, to the attorneys, the judges, the politicians, it's the outdated Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. You're working hard for the interests of our nation, but we're sending our dollars across the waters. We work for foreign nations, whether we like it or not. That's why Putin is kicking our ass, quite frankly. He hooked up with China just recently, so he's supplying them with all their oil. You know, it's the Bidens, it's the Trumps, it's the Obamas, the Bushes, the Clintons, the Carters. They're the victims of this outdated Constitution. And so next week on Monday, when we're with our families and we're celebrating that red, white, and blue and gold, I want you to think about me as your next president, because I know I can do it, but I just need the Democrats and the Republicans to step up your game. Because, hey, I'm here doing what I can with my change. I could use a little bit more change so that I can say, hey, now we're using our change. Start streamlining our dollars. I feel my grandfathers were veterans. And when I say this, I think about them, because why go to war to defend this nation if this is what we're doing to ourselves? I say that with all the honor I can possibly share with you, sir, and all veterans. I'm not here just to out of a high. No, I'm asking for a job. I guarantee you I'll bust my ass day in and day out for everybody. So that's all I have for your 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Always welcome.
And God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Freddy Clayel Avalos.
Welcome, Mr. Avalos.
Good morning, County Judge Samaniego, Commissioners. I don't have a speech prepared, but I wanted to ask you a very earnest question and inform the public about something in case they might not know. And I'm here to speak about the certificates of obligation. As public servants, you may know that these were designed by Nelson Rockefeller in the 1960s to fund his infrastructure plans for the state of New York while he was governor, to make himself look good to run for president, which he never did because he never won the nomination. He placed the state of New York in a position from which they've never been able to recover economically. Those certificates forced landlords to pass on that debt to tenants. And we might be doing the same thing. And although I am not opposed to improving our medical facilities, I ask you to please make sure that you perform your due diligence and make sure that there's ample time to understand the ramifications of what this is going to do for the economy of El Paso. As a realtor, as a property manager, as a member of both the El Paso Apartment Association and the Realtor Association, I can tell you that this is ultimately going to make our citizens who are interested in purchasing a home suffer. It's ultimately going to make our renters spend money on rent instead of gas, food, milk, something on their kids. Again, I understand the value and the importance of investing in our medical facilities. As somebody who is a public official and who has issued debt before, I will kindly remind everyone here that certificates of obligation are supposed to be done in emergencies primarily, not for the pleasure of any entity. And an emergency for me constituted when El Paso High was falling apart and the banisters were literally reported by an architectural firm to be at risk for the student's life if they were ever to fall down on a student during class times. I was forced to issue debt, and I proudly did so because it meant protecting the life of our students. So as you're planning and as you're performing your fiduciary responsibility, I will remind you that you have the moral obligation to make sure that this is warranted, because it will impact El Pasoans for a very long time. And I want to thank the reps of UMC for being here. I understand that they're performing their job, and I thank them for that. And again, I'm not opposed to it. I don't think anybody's opposed to medical improvement, we just want to make sure that all our bases are covered. And I thank you guys for your endless and tiresome work. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raul. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Next, we have our County Administrator, Ms. Keller, would like to make a comment.
Betsy, we don't have connection to, are we missing, are we going to be missing
There's-
any?
So, Judge, that's what we want to announce, that there is a phone number for the public to call in. On YouTube, we have put the phone number up. Our team has put it up so that the public can see. Our regular phone number is having some technical difficulties. So we've put a slide up on YouTube for the public. The number is 915-209-2207 to call in for public comment. Again, it's 915.
Betsy, I'm sorry, Betsy, this is Miguel. The phone number is actually up on the screen. It's the correct one.
Okay, we have another number, 915-541-6799. So the public can call in for public comment. So we already have some callers signed up for other items, to speak on other items, but want to make sure the public has access to comment to the court.
Thank you for that, Betsy. Appreciate that. Caesar?
Thank you, sir. This concludes our regular public comment section. Would you like to continue in the regular order, sir?
Yes, please.
Item number 7A, presentations. Receive a presentation regarding the El Paso County Epic Shining Stars Award, naming the 4 shining stars for the fourth quarter of fiscal year 22.
Betsy?
Miguel, can you pull up the slideshow, please? Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me about 7 or 8 minutes for this presentation. This program supports your strategic goal to value the El Paso County family, and we deeply appreciate your commitment to this goal. It is a pleasure to present our epic shining stars for this quarter. The county values are epic: excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity. This award is designed to honor those employees who exhibit the county's epic values in an exemplary way to make a difference in the lives of our residents, fellow county employees, and ultimately the County of El Paso. Next slide, please. In addition to today's presentation, the honorees will receive a framed commemorative certificate, a professional-grade digital self-portrait, a flag that was flown over the El Paso County Courthouse, and some county swag. They'll have their picture displayed on the 3rd floor of the courthouse lobby as part of the exhibit that displays our mission that these individuals illuminate in the work they do for our community and our organization. Here you see our honorees from this past quarter, which includes Melina Banuelos, Erica Rosales Negaglioni, Mike Smith, who you heard from this morning, and Vanessa Ruiz with our elections office. This quarter, we're proud to recognize 4 employees that represent a wide array of services that the county provides to the community. Next slide, please. Leticia Vasquez, support technician with ITD. Leticia has spent over 8 years serving the county. She demonstrates excellence in her work ethic and is always willing to assist or take on any task without complaint. Her remarkable professionalism promotes her collaborative manner with the team and department, and her no-nonsense mentality exemplifies her character. She's always punctual, especially when meeting with those she's trying to assist, and does so in an upfront manner with a high degree of integrity. Her creative approach is second to none. When she promoted a couple years ago at the beginning of the pandemic, she was working remotely and was not afforded the traditional training opportunities, but her epic character did not let this stop her success. Her supervisor, Rudy Macias, shared that she motivates him to be a better leader. The county is proud to recognize her as an epic shining star. Next slide, please. Julio Cesar Martin del Campo, our Veterans Assistance Office. He's our Veterans Case Manager. He shows excellence by treating every case as if it were a member of his own family. He often goes the extra mile to assist veterans by thoroughly discussing their issues with them and recommending other local agencies that may be able to assist in the veterans' lives. Throughout the pandemic, Julio continued to deliver excellent service by meeting either virtually or in person with clients when the need arose. Carl Dwyer shared that Julio's work is impeccable, and he often receives exemplary comments from the Texas Veterans Commission on the accuracy and thoroughness of his clients' cases. These are some of the many reasons Julio Cesar is an epic shining star. Next slide, please. Victor Perez, Financial Operations Director in the County Auditor's Office. Victor's been with the county for over 32 years. His integrity and professionalism has enabled him to build effective relationships and implement creative solutions in the areas such as capital projects, payroll, and accounts payable. He's also a great resource for the judiciary and can always be depended on to find solutions. His role as liaison during the external financial audits and regular financial reporting responsibilities contributed greatly to the county continuing to achieve the GFOA Excellence in Financial Reporting certificates. Mr. Edward Dion noted that his epic performance is demonstrated daily in his interactions with everyone, internal customers, external customers, and staff at all levels. I can say with confidence that we all seek out Victor for his expertise and because he's such a pleasure to work with. It's a true honor to recognize Victor as an epic shining star this quarter. Next slide, please. Stephanie Silva, Administrative Assistant, Domestic Relations Office. Stephanie is a bright, epic, shining star. Her colleague Gwendolyn McClure shared that Stephanie is always coming up with creative ways to enhance cohesiveness amongst the team members. Stephanie's been making a difference with our county family for over 14 years. She's a dedicated, responsible, and creative employee who continuously demonstrates excellent customer service skills. Ms. Silva maintains positive communications with all that she interacts with. She received positive feedback from the public in the past year that states, Ms. Silva went out of her way to help me get a status on my case as well as get a hold of my own attorney's office, who was not responsive to me. On top of that, she also assisted me with the steps so that we could get my case moving along. I don't know what I would have done without Ms. Silva's assistance, as this system is not easy for someone who doesn't know it or understand it. This comment from the public about Stephanie exemplifies what the Epic Shining Star is all about. We're honored to recognize her. Next slide, please. The work done as public servants is important and impactful and often without much recognition or appreciation. Commissioners Court, we appreciate the significant support and leadership you've shown through your goal of valuing the El Paso County family and encouraging us to recognize and take care of our employees. It makes us an employer of choice. Please join me in a round of applause for this quarter's Epic Shining Stars, some who are online and some who may be in the audience with us today.
Well, congratulations to all of you. Betsy and HR, we thank you. We talk about the county family, and it's these recognitions that really proves, I mean, there's no secret that the commissioners and myself are so proud of our county employees and to highlight and each one of them and what they do, and we get touch points with them. And I've always said, we have a lot of work to do as Commissioners Court, but we can't do most of it or none of it if we don't have these individuals behind us. So we're very proud of our county employees, and this gives us an opportunity to give you a sample of some of the great people that we have here in the county. So Betsy, thank you very much. HR, thank you for this recognition of 4 superstars.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Item number 7B, recognize the County of El Paso for receiving the Quality Texas Foundation 2022 Malcolm Baldrige Framework Commitment Level Recognition for performance excellence.
Thank you, Betsy.
Judge, Commissioners, we are pleased, Dr. Madrigal and I are pleased to present the court with this Quality Texas Malcolm Baldrige Framework Commitment Level Award. The program is a method for evaluating and getting feedback on an organized approach of managing how we operate, including our efforts toward continuous improvement and constant striving for excellence. Even though it was our first year to apply, we applied at a higher level, the commitment level, and we achieved it and received very valuable feedback in the process. This is especially thanks to Commissioners Court for policies and principles of systemic approaches, strategic planning, performance measurement, and to our team for their diligence in adopting these principles, and to Dr. Madrigal and many who helped to write the application, including Eileen Flores, Anna Schumacher, Catherine Jones, Brian Stanley, Melissa Carrillo, and many others. While the court celebrated this achievement privately the day we got the award, we tried. We wanted to publicly announce this achievement, and I want to turn it over to Dr. Madrigal to talk a little bit more about the award and the journey in getting here.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Madrigal.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Lisa Lee Madrigal for the record. I want to echo Ms. Betsy Keller's sentiments, and we appreciate your support and the framework that you've established for the county. I love data, and I think in terms of data. And as we move forward with this next iteration of the process, I wanted to share a quote with you. 85% of the reasons for failure are deficiencies in systems and processes, not the people. This is a quote by Edward Deming. Embracing this process allows us to drive that 85% to 100% excellence. And with a group of people that we can do remarkable things. And I'm very thankful for having Betsy Keller, Anna Schumacher, Eileen Flores, Melissa Carrillo, Brian Stanley, Kathy Jones, Norma Rivera Palacios, Christopher Thazes, Hopeton Staples, Sam Trujillo, Irene Valenzuela, and Laura Gallegos. I hound them for information, and they were so grateful that they provided all the information as we embarked in this process. Together, we will accomplish remarkable things, including the best customer service for all the residents of El Paso County. The journey was incredible. I look forward to having you all be part of the second iteration of this process, and I'll turn it over to anybody else that wants to say a couple of words.
Brian?
I didn't have any additional words to say. I thank Leslie for her leadership on this so that we were able to complete the task on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
No choice. No choice. She was honest.
Has the award, and if we could take a picture with you.
Just a real quick comment, because I want the community, you know, I came in, I had a background on Malcolm Baldrige as an examiner, and my company had won several, the state level, both in Colorado and New Mexico. But there's so many things that the county already does good. You know, you want people to join Malcolm Baldrige because you have to do a lot of things to get there, and it sort of encourages you to put things together. I think we're very fortunate that we already have a lot of these things put together. We just needed the recognition for them and to strive, you know, embrace them. But it's a great process. It's an administrative process. It gets everyone, every single employee understanding the vision and mission of the company and everybody working together in that unison to make it happen. And of course, we're very proud that, you know, we have to handle and manage your money, your tax-paid money. We have to manage it the best way possible. And unfortunately, some government entities don't look at it as that important to have all the things that the private industry does. And the private industry for profit does a lot of things to make things happen. And we're right there. I mean, I could tell you from my experience in organizational development, the county is right there, whether it's benchmarking, whether it's we monitor everything that we do, our statistics, and obviously, Dr. Madrigal, your encouragement and work on the strategic plan And like I said, everything we do is really to make sure that we're efficient, that we provide the best quality service, but also that that we utilize your money the best possible way that we can. So it's a great honor to already sort of, you're already at that level of recognition. There's some more things that we want to do, especially community involvement, and how do you bring everyone from the community moving in the same direction. And so very, very proud of this recognition, and I hope the the audience and our community realizes that it's not very easy. Some organizations attempt this several times before they have to get the feedback, and then they apply again, and here we are already, which says a lot about our county. So Betsy, Madrigal, your team, all of you, thank you very much for this great recognition. Thank you. Caesar?
Thank you, sir. Item number 8 from the regular agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action with respect to an order approving and authorizing publication of a notice of intent to issue El Paso County Hospital District certificates of obligation in accordance with Texas Local Government Code Section 271.049. We do have multiple speakers for this item as well, Judge. We can take those after we get some.
Thank you.
Insight.
How many do we have, just to understand the time frame?
We have 16 speakers at this moment. We also have additional folks trying to sign up.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to do those first, or do you want us to continue?
No, I think they'd appreciate hearing from you, and I think hearing comments from also the commissioners so that they can align their comments with what we're discussing at this time. So go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners. Jacob Cintron, CEO for University Medical Center of El Paso. Last couple of Thursdays ago, we presented to the Commissioners Court our request for approval to allow us to post notice for certificate of obligation for some much-needed projects to address our capacity constraints due to our increase in volume. Now, at the time, this was something that had been identified back in 2019, at the end of 2019, and as you know, the community got, was focusing more at that time with the unfortunate mass shooting that El Paso experienced, soon to be followed by COVID. And COVID-19 had a real negative impact on our community at that time, much like it did throughout the country, in terms of people losing jobs, businesses closing. So it was felt at that time to postpone until we got through the global pandemic. And while we're not completely out of the woods yet, the numbers have greatly reduced. And so at this time, we're finding that Even post-COVID-19, we continue to face capacity issues that are affecting our campus. Now, we know there's never a good time to ask for a bond. We know there's never a good time to ask for an increase in property taxes. One of the concerns we have, though, is, for example, this morning, our emergency department was holding 39 admissions waiting for a bed. That's a 48-bed ED, so 39 of those are being held waiting for beds to free up up in the upper floors. We also had in ICU and IMCU 72 patients, but we only have 60 beds, which means that some of those patients are in the ER waiting for critical care beds. And so these are the challenges we face every day. We are a teaching hospital, a hospital that's designed to help produce young doctors, to help us fill the need throughout the country. Some of those doctors stay in El Paso and make El Paso their home. And so for us to continue our teaching mission, we need to be able to provide the right tools, the right technology, the right capacity for these doctors and nurses and other frontline providers to provide the care our community deserves. We have, for example, in emergency department visits since 2011, we've increased to budget 32%, but our forecast shows that we're probably going to exceed our ED visits from 2011 to 2022 by 53%. Our satellite EDs, which were approved by this Commissioner's Court, has increased our ED visits by what was projected from when it first opened in February of 2020 to May of 2022, 580% increase, which shown that it's been a huge success. Our primary care visits, when overall our clinics, as you know, we opened up 2 clinics on the east side and on the west side. Our clinic primary care visits have grown 54%. Now, these aren't just people that are coming in that are dealing with some illness, but a lot of it is preventative, dealing with issues like diabetes control, vaccinations, HPV vaccinations, dealing with a number of health issues that, if taken care of early, provide for better health outcomes than if they're neglected. The overall program in itself is important for our community when we talk about health equity. When we talk about, the patients in our community that need care, I don't like having to pay more taxes. And if it was my choice, I would say, well, let everyone else pay taxes, and let me just sort of avoid having to pay it. But that's just thinking about me. But when we talk about our community, we have to think about what's good for the overall community. R.E. Thomason Hospital, El Paso General Hospital, started back in 1915. We're 107 years and a few months old this year, and it has never shirked its responsibility to our community. And we talk a lot about how during the mass shooting, and Judge, you were there with me when that occurred, we went down to the emergency department and we had 3 corridors filled with doctors, surgeons, nurses, everybody ready to take on the patients that came in. When COVID-19 hit, we had our caregivers going to the hospitals to provide care both at El Paso Children's and at UMC for those that were coming in with a disease that at the time had no cure. Many of these caregivers would then have to either avoid going home or change in the garage before they went home. Many quit seeing their families, their parents, because of their fear of getting them sick. Yet every day, they showed up at the hospital. So these people put our community first. And in this respect, when we talk about the needs for our community, it didn't just happen during COVID-19. It didn't just happen during the August 3rd mass shooting. It happens every day. Every day, we are staffed up as a level 1 trauma center, as a comprehensive stroke center, as a level 1 maternal and neonatal centers. We are, or level 4, we are always ready to take on those that are in the greatest need. We've invested in things like a mobile stroke unit that provides care on scene for those that suffer horrible occasions of stroke, and it determines what type of stroke on scene so that treatment can begin en route to the appropriate hospital. So we have always looked for ways to make sure that our community is properly taken care of. I grew up about 2.5 blocks from there, as Judge Samaniego knows, and my first experience at UMC was getting bit by a dog, going to the neighborhood grocery store and being taken by my mother to then R.E. Thomason Hospital, a much smaller hospital at that point, and received a shot in the arm, and I wasn't happy about it. But that was my first experience. Then I started working there when I was 17 years old as a junior in high school, working in the maintenance department, and I stayed there 17 years. That hospital helped me grow into what I am today. And if you look at what that hospital has accomplished, and then later on when Texas Tech joined us as our teaching partner, this academic center, this teaching hospital has done great things for our community. And so as a result of that, we now take care of patients, not just that can't afford care, but patients that can afford care, but choose to go to our hospital for that care. We have the largest group of neurosurgeons on staff. We have the largest number of neurologists. We have a great emergency physician group that supports us. When you look at our cardiology program and other programs that we offer, this is amazing. Texas Tech has invested, for example, in vascular surgeons, as we've invested in neurosurgeons. And we continue to improve the quality of care so that it can offer more service to those in our community, regardless of their ability to pay. And unlike other organizations, whatever income is generated stays here in this community. So what will this bond project do? So this bond would provide us, for example, as an increase, it would reduce our emergency department holds because it would increase the number of critical care beds we need and some additional beds to be able to move patients out of the ED to the rooms they're supposed to be in. And that allows then the emergency department to continue its primary function of receiving in those that are in need of emergent care. It allows us to expand our critical care capacity so that when you come in and you have a nurse on you, taking care of you, that you are in the proper environment. If you look at a typical ICU room, it has a lot of medical gas support, a lot of electrical support necessary that you may not find in a typical emergency department room, or you might not find in a regular patient room upstairs. It increases our surgical capacity. You're going to find that patients coming in don't get bumped because there's a trauma case coming in, or don't get postponed, but rather they get their needs taken care of as well. And we're not talking about unnecessary surgery. All surgery that's done is necessary. But we're dealing with things, for example, that might have to do with cancer, might have to do with plastic surgery, not cosmetic, but issues dealing with burn patients and so forth. It will increase our access for geriatric and primary care on our campus so that people that grew up in that area, that if they choose to, can go to this facility and get the care they need. When I was young, I would go with my grandmother and we'd catch 2 buses to go to the medical centers up by Pill Hill. And it would be almost an all-day affair. And we would travel and get to the bus stop and then walk a long distance to get to her physician's office for an appointment. Today, they don't have to do that. If we're able to open up a clinic on site and provide specialized care with geriatric care, then that would be a great improvement in that particular zip code. We have 1 geriatrician. We're in the process of hiring a 2nd. And Texas Tech is hiring a 3rd to be able to focus on those individuals that are dealing with later stage issues as they get older, issues that I'll be facing pretty soon and that our community is going to need to address. We've invested in our community in areas such as helping with the Housing Authority and providing on-site clinics, not only for the residents at the Sun Plaza and Chelsea retirement homes and the cottages around it, but for anybody in the immediate vicinity that choose to go there for care. We continue to expand our needs, our capacity to provide care for our community. But it doesn't stop there. It'll help us improve patient access. It'll help us improve pediatric ED capacity, much needed, as El Paso Children's years ago was struggling with bankruptcy. Today, it is doing very well. Has a strong market share. It is growing. It has reduced the number of people, children that have to leave the community, some whose parents can't afford to have that luxury of being able to send their young one out of town and follow them there as well. It has helped us it'll help us expand our invasive procedure cases with a hybrid OR in an operating room, with additional labs to be able to do more catheter procedures on patients, either be for the heart or for the vascular system. Most importantly, it'll really help us in terms of again, health equity, that anybody that needs care should be able to get it. And more, there is a focus as we see this expansion of services that some people are not getting that. And so our purpose here is to provide that care for anybody that needs it. Now, we know that we have been doing, I feel, a good job because our capacity has been strained by the volume growth that we've had. We've been doing really well in terms of our growth. When you think about growth in primary care visits and ED visits and the things that we provide, not just when you're in your dire need, but even when you need preventative care, that we've been there. Now, I've been down in the ER. I've seen people come in from trauma injuries. I've seen people come in need of care. And these are people that either had no money or had insurance. It didn't matter. We took them in because that's our home. And that is your home when you need care. And we've never shirked that responsibility. And we will always be there. We've always been and will always be there for our community. And I will tell you that when people come into that hospital needing care, they're not worried about who's paying that portion of the property tax. They're worried about their personal life. And we've seen patients that sometimes, rather than focusing on themselves, they're worried about missing work. They're worried about who's going to take care of their family. And they are not focusing on the care that they need. We are proud of what this district has done in its partnership with El Paso Children's, El Paso Health, which is a Medicaid arm that provides a great deal of quality care for our community, but also proud of our relationship with Texas Tech. That wasn't true years ago, but it has gotten so much better as we focus on that campus and what we can do with our investment in our community, much as Tech has invested with the nursing school, with their medical school, and now their dental school. So these decisions are never easy to make because nobody wants to pay more in taxes. That is something that I recognize and I appreciate, but my primary responsibility is how do we provide the necessary space, capacity, equipment for the 220, soon to be 250 residents and fellows, the faculty that come along with them that are amazing. They're not only good doctors, they're good professors to teach young doctors, and all the other people that have come here. These projects will create about 400 jobs. And these are jobs that will be well-paying jobs that will be able to help our community too. The projects that we've asked for overall will provide a net positive gain in terms of our earnings. So it's not something that in the future will be a drain on our taxpayers. Certificates of obligations are made primarily for projects just like this. And so, for example, over the last week, heard that our sister hospital in San Antonio is going for $1 billion in construction to build 2 hospitals. Half of that is going to be funded by certificates of obligation. And you'll hear in our presentation why the decisions made by this court, much as they've done in the past, will have an impact on the kind of health care we'll be able to provide our community. But it'll also show the commitment that we've shared in the past and we hope to continue to have going forward about things that we're going to do that, when completed, will be something that will continue to improve the health care for our community. And these are really important for our commitment. I'm committed to health care and improving it in our community. I'm committed to University Medical Center. I'm committed to the district and all the good that it does. I've been a recipient of it, not only when I was 6 years old, but I've been a patient there. You'll hear from one of our surgeons today who actually did surgery on me not too long ago. They sacrifice. And so when I look at what our doctors do in the ER, in the OR, in the cath lab, when I see what our nurses do, this is something that is my obligation to provide them the support and the tools they need to continue doing the great job that they do. If we fail at that, we'll start losing them. And then what happens to our health care? So you're going to be hearing a presentation much like you heard last Thursday, and you're going to have some Texas Tech faculty, including Texas Tech's president, Dr. Richard Lang, talk about why this is important as well. And so with that, I'll go ahead and pass the...
Jacob?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
If I
Commissioner
might
Lu.
interrupt, I apologize. One of the things that you mentioned is your critical beds and today how you're backed up. I was here in 2013 when the vote was for the clinics. Tell me, in the satellite ERs that you have, how would that have impacted the hospital itself had you not had these two satellite ERs?
If we had not had those satellite EDs, then many of those patients would have come to the hospital. And they would have waited, and the wait times would have been longer. And for those that needed beds, would have been even more critical. So they've been a success. When we opened them up, when you compare a couple of years ago to where we're at today, 580% increase in volume. So it's meeting a need. Because, you know, there's other hospitals around there. But it's meeting a need, and especially for those that can't afford to go get that health care because they lack some form of insurance. So we're really proud of that. Our clinics, we have 5 of them, doing amazing work. And so their growth has been about 54%. Proud of that, too. So it's not just waiting for someone to come to the ER in need. It's looking for care and ways to improve health in our community. Some of you have been patients there. Some of you have used the services. Some in the audience have as well. I have. And the care provided there from these individuals, they're the heroes. I'm not a hero. They save lives. They're the heroes. And I feel that I owe it to them and to my community to make sure that UMC and El Paso Children's and El Paso Health provide great health care for our community to any and all members of that community.
And Jacob, if you depended solely on property taxes, nothing else, property taxes, what percentage of that goes into the service? What I'm saying is, if you look at 100% of your revenue, what percentage of that comes out of property taxes?
If you look at what property tax revenue comprises of our total revenue, it's about 13%. So it's not much. And that $90 million we get in maintenance and operations that's designed to help us run the hospital never gets to that. It only covers a small portion of the $250 million we incur every year in uncompensated costs, not charges, costs. So it costs us $250 million a year to provide the care we do for those that have no insurance. The $90 million we get in property taxes, which only represents, of the tax dollar, 8.5 cents of the total dollar, never reaches us. It reaches covering that gap that's created. But we understand that, and my feeling is that covers people like myself when I was growing up. It's money well spent if we're providing care for those that can't afford it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So with your permission, I'd like to have John Law then can repeat that presentation he made for us a week and a few days ago.
Thank you, Jacob. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm John Law. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for University Medical Center. And as I get started, I want to walk through the process a little bit so that there's clarity as to what we're asking for, and particularly for the public as well. So today we're requesting to post notice for a certificate of obligation. If you approve the posting of the notice, we'll post the notice in the newspaper, and then in accordance with state law, there'll be a 45-day minimum waiting period, at which time we would come back to Commissioners Court for a vote either for or against the request that we've made. When we came to you last time, you asked for us for some information on how we were going to do outreach to the community, and we put together a few slides sort of summarizing that. I listed here that we'll have 10-minute information sessions, although they're likely going to be 20-minute information sessions with different members of the community. We want to allow for extensive Q&A to have the public's engagement in the process. When we do these presentations, we'll have them available through Zoom, and we'll have translation services available, and we'll be inviting the media to cover these events. We're starting to kind of look at scheduling different meetings, but within the 45-day window, we propose to conduct at least one town hall meeting, if not more than one, in each precinct for each commissioners. We would like to coordinate with the commissioner of the respective precinct to find a suitable location and time that can optimize the input and the participation of the community. We also would like to meet with at least 12 community nonprofits, and we've listed some examples here of nonprofits as well as service organizations. And again, we're open to your suggestions if the court has any organizations that you'd like us to meet with. We're also putting together some educational tools. We're finalizing a fact sheet that provides basic information about our request. We're designing a microsite, essentially a website where people can go online and access information. We want to work on a video that provides a brief summary of the request, and then we'll be looking at social media content that provides education to the community. So that's just kind of a summary of the plan that we have in response to your questions last, I guess it's been a week and a half ago. When we look at the investments that we're requesting, there's essentially 5, and I'll go through them one at a time. We'll be looking at our critical care bed capacity, which Jacob just mentioned, looking at our surgery and interventional capacity, a neighborhood health center in the central area. As on the pediatric side, we'll be looking at the capacity for children's, both on the inpatient, surgical, and the emergency department side. And then ultimately, we want to look at having a cancer center, which is a key opportunity to address a major gap in healthcare here in the community. Our critical care beds, we have 60. This is kind of how they're broken up. You can see that we have 12 beds that are specific for cardiac patients and 8 beds for neuro ICU patients. We also have a couple epilepsy monitoring beds, 8 intermediate care beds that are step-down beds, as well as 30 general medical surgical ICU beds. What we've done is we've really taken a look at these beds and their availability. In particular, we looked at from March 2019 to March 2020. So we wanted to look at the period before COVID hit our community. We started with June 2019 because we had a change in our database, and at the point that that change happened, so that was a natural start date for this analysis period. On average, across these 293 nights, you can see the number of beds that were available in each unit. We had on average 1.8 beds for the cardiac ICU and less than 1 bed on average available in the neuro ICU. Overall, and the average total doesn't add up to the 6.8, but on average every night we had about 6.8 beds that were available for critical care or for our sickest patients. And Jacob mentioned, like this morning, we actually have 72 critical care patients. So we are using all 60 of these beds, and then there's 12 additional patients that are in the emergency department waiting for a bed to open up. Yesterday, when I checked in with our nursing team around noon, we had 66 critical care patients. So even yesterday as well, we were continuing to see these types of numbers. There's a number of implications of being this full, and some of it just has to do the navigation of daily operations. Ideally, we would have about 80 to 85% occupancy. I'm sorry, 80 to 85%, yes, occupancy with 15 to 20% vacancy on a daily basis, which would give us the flexibility to make sure patients get put in the right critical care area where they belong. So you can see here that on a typical day during the same time frame, we were admitting about 45 patients, 30 through the ED and 15 through surgery. About 11 to 14 would be indicated for critical care. So essentially the challenge is you have 11 to 14 patients that need to be in a critical care bed, and on average, we had about 6 beds available. And so our nursing team is trying to figure out kind of the Jenga of all the pieces, and how do we get those 11 to 14 beds in the bed that they need. 25% of the time during this period, we didn't have a bed specifically available for a cardiac emergency, and 40% of the time we didn't have a bed for a neurological emergency. And so Again, if a patient comes to us through the emergency department, we may be able to get them in a bed. It just may not be a bed specific to the condition that they're presenting with. But on top of that, when we look at our surgical cases, if a patient is going to need a specific type of bed, we may actually cancel those cases because after their surgery, they won't be able to go into the right type of bed. Just as a note, yesterday and this morning, we had no cardiac ICU beds and no neurological ICU beds for any patients with those conditions. So when we have this type of bottleneck in the hospital, it has other implications. And one of the areas that gets impacted is our emergency room. And you can kind of see here over the years how our average census of patients holding in the emergency room has increased. And I just want to review real quickly what holding means. So the patients come in, they've been worked up, they've probably had some tests run, and then a physician makes the decision that they should be admitted to the hospital. Once that point happens, we start to track how long it takes from the decision to admit to their actual admission. The patients that we're counting here as holding are patients that wait 4 hours or more. So once the decision to admit is made, the clock starts, and these individuals have been waiting at least 4 hours before they're placed in a bed. Yesterday, we were holding 25 patients, again, being held for 4 hours or more, and this morning we had up to 39 holds in the emergency department. Another implication here, and before I finish today, I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the finances of the hospital and why this is important. And I know Commissioner Leon, you just had a question a moment ago about, you know, the operating funds we get from the county and how that relates to our the costs of treating people that don't have any insurance. And one of the things is that we do depend on patients that are insured because those resources help to cover the cost of the uninsured patients and then other things we need to do at the hospital. When we start to backload like we're seeing today, one of the decisions that can get made is that we can stop accepting transfers. Transfers from other hospitals, whether they be in El Paso or they be in the surrounding community. We also can potentially start to cancel any scheduled patients for their surgeries and for anything else because we know the capacity is challenged. One of the issues here is that on average, the transferred and the scheduled patients tend to have a better insurance coverage. And so these groups of patients are part of those that help us essentially pay the bills beyond the cost that the county gives us. As we've been preparing this, a number of individuals have asked us, well, is this just a COVID thing? You know, now that COVID's winding down, do you expect that this bed crunch not be the same sort of reality? And this slide is here to show you that based on the growth we've experienced and the growth the whole community has had, we don't think this is just a COVID thing. I mean, today's data is one indicator. But if you look at the county population of El Paso County and compare it to the overall U.S. population, you can see that our 60 to 74 age group is a little skinnier than you see for the U.S. population overall. What we are realizing is that this demographic, while it's smaller than our younger populations, it's growing very quickly, and it's one of the fastest growing demographics in El Paso County. What does this mean? If you look at the right graph, the X is basically showing how many discharges per 1,000 you have for each population group. So 45 to 54 is X. That's sort of the baseline. As you go up to 65 to 74 and 75 to 84, the number of hospital discharges doubles and then triples as you get to older groups. So as our population grows, that's one force that's putting more pressure on all of the hospitals in the community. But as the population ages, it will also increase additional demand as well because these patients are more likely to need hospital care. The next section I'm going to talk a little bit about is our interventional needs. You know, we're also seeing challenges with our operating rooms. Right now, we have essentially 11 rooms We have 10 at the main hospital and 1 at the ambulatory surgical center on Mesa. And you can see the graph here. Based on a number of factors in terms of the types of programs we have, the growth in our surgeons, and the aging population growth, by 2025, we predict that we'll need 18 operating rooms, and ultimately by 2030 that we'll need 20. And so what we're proposing is to add 3 operating rooms to the main hospital. One of those would be a hybrid operating room, which would, is essentially a type of operating room where a patient catheterization can be done and then the room can be converted for surgical purposes. There's also additional imaging equipment in this type of room. Currently, UMC doesn't have a hybrid operating room, and so we're hoping to have this type of service, which is something that other hospitals in the community have. A second operating room we would like to have is a burn operating room, and one of the goals of this request is to continue the work of building a burn program at UMC. Currently, El Paso does not have a dedicated burn program, and so any burn patients, if their burn is severe enough, they're going to end up going to either Lubbock, or if they're an adult, or Galveston if they're a child. And that puts a lot of responsibility and burden on the families, who typically the patient may be hospitalized for many weeks, and then also looking at the rehab that the patient wants to have. So having a burn operating room will be a key asset to helping us grow that program. Also, the operating room situation that we have affects our partners at Texas Tech in their ability to recruit faculty and train physicians. In particular, we are requesting to have additional ambulatory surgical operating rooms, 6 of those. Certain specialties are better suited to operating in an ambulatory environment outside the hospital, and those are listed there. By not having those specialties, we're impacting, from an equity standpoint, the patients we serve, because it's more difficult for us to provide these types of cases. But we're also impacting Texas Tech's ability to recruit, because when they're recruiting faculty in these areas, they're looking forward to working in an ambulatory environment. The one other issue in terms of not having ambulatory surgery is that our outpatient cases more and more are shifting to weekends or evenings. And so you can see the graph on the right. Over the last many years, we've gone to the point where 25% of our outpatient cases are now being done either after hours or on the weekends. This is problematic for a number of reasons. For one reason, it's a dissatisfier for our patients, particularly if you're fasting, which most surgical patients are. Your surgery could be delayed 4 to 6 hours, and that's frustrating just from standpoint of being hungry. It's also a dissatisfier for the surgeons, and there's evidence that shows there can be more mistakes made when physicians are working at later hours or on the weekend. And lastly, it's very expensive for the hospital district, because while we're making good use of the space and we're getting maximum use out of the ORs we have, we're going to be paying our surgical and our anesthesia teams overtime. So these cases are more expensive from the district standpoint. As Jacob mentioned before, we're also proposing a central clinic. This graph on the left sort of shows the demographic population of this central area, Central Mission Valley, and it's one of the areas that has the highest number of adults that are 65 plus, and among the highest proportion of adults that are seniors. So as we look at this clinic, the other thing we're noticing with this clinic, and we're proposing to put an urgent care center and attach it to the clinic. If you look at this map, it shows you where the urgent care centers are in relationship to the Mission Valley area. And outside of 2 urgent care centers that are on the gateway, there are no other urgent care centers in this corridor. And so this is an equity gap that we're hoping to address by providing this type of care to the community. Commissioner Stout, I think last time we met, you talked to us about geriatric emergency departments, and we have done some research on that. the American College of Emergency Physicians does have the accreditation that you've mentioned, and we're continuing to research that. One of the things that we have learned is that you don't necessarily need to have a separate emergency department to have that accreditation. It could be done within the existing department. The graph on the left shows you the physician mix we expect at this clinic, and because of the demographics of the area, we would like to put a large emphasis on senior care and geriatrics. You can see the set aside for urgent care. We'd also like to do pre-admission testing here. So when the patient normally comes to the hospital for their surgeries, they typically have to come to the hospital itself the day before or 2 days before to have a number of tests run and to prepare them for surgery. If we can have this pre-admission testing done outside the hospital, we expect that the experience for the patient would be better and more convenient for them. The fourth area of investment is looking at our pediatric needs. And I think in terms of understanding pediatric hospital care, it's really important to understand what's happened over the last 30 years. 30 years ago, the kids that you would see in a children's hospital were very different than you'd see today. And one of the reasons is, if you look at the graph on the right, more and more children are surviving prematurity. And so this is a good thing. We're getting, babies are coming to be born, even though they're born at earlier and earlier weeks. However, one of the consequences of that is that the diseases and the complex conditions these patients have are more complex and are requiring more complex hospital care for our pediatric population. So while we do see the number of births going down, which would make you think the need for a pediatric hospital is actually declining, it's the complexity of these cases that is actually increasing the need for a children's hospital. El Paso Children's has the most patients at a higher level of case mix. Case mix index is a metric of how sick a patient is. And there's a number of reasons why. One of them is that we have the only pediatric trained neurosurgeon. We're actually hiring a second pediatric trained neurosurgeon at El Paso Children's. El Paso Children's is also part of Children's Oncology Group, which is a national organization that provides protocols to children's hospitals across the country. We have a very robust pediatric cranial and facial program, as well as a critical care transport team that can bring pediatric trauma and neonatal patients for up to 350 miles. And ultimately, the pediatric patients that start in the level 1 trauma center with the Share Legate Trauma Center are then served by El Paso Children's after an initial assessment is done. Our analysis of the Children's Hospital suggests that by 2025, we'll need an additional 21 beds, and by 2030, we'll need as many as 26 beds. The one note that I do want to make is that any of these projects, if they're funded and they're set for the Children's Hospital, the Children's Hospital has its own 501c3, and a hospital within a hospital will actually be paying rent to the district. And that's just how it's structured, just so that's as transparent as possible. The other area that's important for pediatric care is our emergency department expansion. Right now, the Children's Emergency Department is suboptimal. Overall, it has too few rooms. The rooms are smaller than you would typically find in these rooms, and the arrangements of rooms is less efficient. So there's a fast track area which we've put at the back of the emergency department that ideally would be farther up in the unit, but it needs more space to add additional rooms and to add and to relocate this fast track unit. The last need that I'm going to present to you is really talking about a comprehensive cancer center here in El Paso County. When I look at healthcare in our county, and I'm not alone, one of the largest gaps is cancer care for patients here in the community. When we survey patients and we ask them what's the best place to get cancer care in El Paso, the answer consistently that we receive is Houston. and it's because there are gaps in cancer care. And you can just see the basic data on the incidence of cancer nationwide, and there's no reason to believe that El Paso County is any different. This graph shows you the cancer incidence in El Paso County and in the state of Texas. So the red line is the crude rate of cancer, so it's just the raw number of cancers in the county. The yellow line is our age-adjusted rate. So because our county on the whole is younger than the population of Texas, the number of cancers have been age-adjusted as if we had the same number of people in all demographic groups as other areas. And then the green line is the age-adjusted incidence for the state of Texas. And so it's interesting that there's consistently been a gap between the Texas line and the El Paso line. There's no reason to believe that the rate of cancer is any lower in El Paso County than it would be elsewhere in Texas. And one reason for this, that this difference could be there, is because patients just aren't getting diagnosed, or they're not getting diagnosed in a timely manner. This graph shows you the National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer centers across the U.S. If we're able to have a comprehensive cancer center, our goal ultimately would be to be as the NCI designated, and you can kind of see the communities that have these type of centers, whereas El Paso does not. It's important to note that 60 of the 65 centers that are affiliated or are accredited through the NCI are organizations with an academic affiliation. So typically when you're looking at this type of care, it's the partners with academic relationships that are typically the best fit for these types of centers. This next table shows you that at UMC the number of cancers is growing over the last several years. Cancer is one area where we haven't done any marketing, and even I think while we have good care, we have good infusion care, we have good surgical care, our care overall is a little more fragmented than it ideally would be. Yet despite this, we're seeing cancer increase in almost all areas. And we've analyzed the numbers. The one piece that we don't have at University Medical Center is a radiation oncology infrastructure. And typically you would need about 250 patients to support the linear accelerator to have this infrastructure. And we essentially have those patients today. But as we look at how much of the population we would potentially serve by this type of center, and our own financial analysis, we can sustain this type of center today. If we are able to have a comprehensive cancer center, this graphic shows you sort of the vision of what we'd want to have. And the idea is to be truly comprehensive and well coordinated. Not just have the specific medical treatment that a patient might need, but be able to support aftercare, other social needs that the patient might have, and even have some capacity to do prevention work to address that disparity that we saw before between the Texas age-adjusted number and El Paso's. Today, we don't have a cancer program in this community that supports this full continuum of care. So as you think about a comprehensive cancer center, which is something our community truly needs, together as partners with Texas Tech, El Paso Children's and UMC, we're very strongly perceive that we're best positioned to do this, partly because of the academic partnership we have with Texas Tech, and also because of our philanthropic infrastructure, so we can support the other types of care that patients would need. So now I'm going to pause, and we've invited Dr. Lang, the president of Texas Tech Health Science Center, and two of his faculty to say a few words.
Thank you, John. And welcome, Dr. Lang.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners Court. It's a pleasure to be here. Friday marks my 8-year anniversary here. And a lot's been done in 8 years here in El Paso. The Health Science Center, which had 2 schools, now has 4 schools. We started with the medical school and the nursing school. We've added a graduate school and a dental school. And next year, we'll celebrate our 10-year anniversary, which is a pretty remarkable event. We're here to accomplish the mission of providing education because we're in a health professional shortage area. We don't have enough physicians, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough dentists, we don't have enough researchers. It's clear that that's an unmet need. We're here to provide outstanding, not just outstanding, but world-class care right here in El Paso, because El Pasoans deserve it. And we're here to research the things that actually matter to El Pasoans, by the way, not something that happens away in a research lab, but stuff that affects us as well. So what's happened in the last 10 years with regard to the nursing school, we've graduated over 1,000 nurses here. 90% have stayed in El Paso. 87% are from El Paso. And had we not been a part of that, then the shortage we experienced during COVID would have been much more severe. With regard to the medical school, about 20 to 25% of our medical students admitted now come from El Paso. I'm very proud of that. A third of them are in the border region. About 60% of our medical students are bilingual. We've graduated about 850 medical students. We've had 400 residents graduate from our program as well. We have 22 fellowships and residencies. We've cut the shortage in physicians substantially. Since the medical school started, the number of physicians in El Paso has increased 57%. Not just from us, from our partners as well, but we're clearly a part of that as well. We serve as a medical center. We have 225 physicians at the Health Science Center, world-class physicians that care for 120,000 people each year. 1 in 7 El Pasoans receives care as a result of what we do at Texas Tech. And I say that, by the way, because we could not do what we do without our partnership with the University Medical Center and with El Paso Children's Hospital. We don't own a hospital. We provide the care, and we expect and demand and need our partners to provide the equipment and the resources and the support to do what we do to provide the care here to all of El Paso. It's no question at all the need. If you're in doubt at all, bring it down to the emergency room. You pick the day, I can tell you. It doesn't really matter because the emergency room is backed up. And I can bring you to the ICU at any time, and the emergency room is the ICUs are backed up. I can take you to El Paso Children's Hospital and show you the emergency department, show that it's inadequate. So the question isn't at all, is it a need? And it's not a future need, by the way, it's a current need. It's not going to go away. If we don't provide the resources, this problem is not going to go away. It's going to get worse, by the way. It affects not only the health care of our region, but it affects me as a health science center, because my ability to recruit world-class physicians and to recruit students that want to stay here and residents that want to stay here, to provide them the resources they need to be able to operate during time, to be able to care for people in the emergency department. Our annual economic impact now, we're only 10 years old, is $634 million. That's what the medical, that was prior to the dental school, by the way. We just invested in a $90 million medical science building and a dental building. We're asking for another $170 million for the new dental school. We've received another $75 million to help provide clinical services here. The investment we've made in this community is outstanding. And the investment that University Medical Center and El Paso Children's has made in us is also outstanding. When I came here 8 years ago, it was not a good relationship. The hospitals were not in good shape. They didn't center on quality or patient care to the extent that I wanted to. That's all changed. That's very different now. But what you're seeing is the community response to that. Scarcely a week goes by that Cindy or Jacob or I don't get a call from somebody here in this room or a local person that doesn't need advanced care and ask us for our help in delivering it. And we do that, by the way, because we're able to do that. But the resources we have now are inadequate to meet the needs now. They're going to be affecting my ability to recruit additional physicians. They're going to be interfering with our ability to provide care as well. As Jacob said, nobody wants to raise taxes. I'd be happy to pay no taxes at all, anytime, anywhere. This is an investment. And somebody said, it's brought to you all because you have both a fiduciary and a moral responsibility. A fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the taxes that we pay to the county are used wisely, but also a moral responsibility as well, to make sure the individuals receive care. They're not sitting in the emergency room for 24 or 36 hours, or can't get in an ICU bed, or have a heart attack and can't get in the cardiac cath lab, or can't have their neurosurgery done, or sitting in a hospital for 4 or 5 days waiting for an elective surgery that they can't get. Or the fact that we can't provide specialists because we don't have the means to allow them to practice to their highest capacity. So I appreciate you allowing me to talk. It's been a great 8 years. I'm not leaving anytime soon, okay? In fact, I'm heartened to see that there's an interest in providing senior citizen care in the area in which I operate, because I'm going to need it as well as Jacob, by the way. But I appreciate the opportunity to address you and to make you aware of the importance that this plays, not just for UMC and El Paso Children's Hospital, but for Texas Tech as well. So thank you for your attention.
Dr. Lang, I want to thank you just for the recognitions at Texas Tech and the partnership that we've had with you. So we really appreciate that insight from your perspective as to what you need to continue to provide this service. So thank you, Dr. Lang.
And back at you, I want to thank you guys very much. The two great catastrophes we've had, both in August of 2019 and in COVID, we would not have been able to come through those without the collaboration and cooperation that we have with UMC and El Paso Children's Hospital, and us working together very closely and having the experts on ground to make sure that we could meet the needs. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Lang.
We've also asked Dr. Alan Tyrock, he's the chief of surgery and chief of our trauma program, to say a few words.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, Judge. Thanks, Commissioners, for letting me speak. So I'm going to start off telling you what I tell candidates that I try to recruit to El Paso. I've been fairly successful over the years, and I think even more successful in recent years because they see the academic and clinical infrastructure here on the campus. So I tell them, we're not a small little town. We're the 6th largest city in Texas, guys and ladies. Sorry. We're the 22nd largest city in the country. And that's a little hard to believe. That's the truth. I also tell them when I look at my surgical competition academically, even though I don't really think they're competitors, but when I think of them, because I think highly of them, same thing with the Health Sciences Center over in these places, I look at Albuquerque, UNM, 270 miles away. I look at Texas Tech Lubbock, 345 miles away, and University of Arizona in Tucson, about 340 miles from us. El Paso's bigger than all those. And those are very nice academic clinical infrastructures in those places. And I go back and look at, I went to medical school at UT Houston. I look at the Texas Medical Center, which is just humongous. I look at Dallas Parkland. I look at Bexar County, the University Hospital there. It took a while for them to get those infrastructures. Why can't we aspire to be like that? And that's what I tell my candidates. And that's the kind of people we're bringing, not just my department, but other clinical departments at Texas Tech to help us grow. I'm a believer that in order to know where you want to be, you need to go back and know where you came from, where you were. I came to El Paso in 1997. It was Thomason Hospital, the county hospital. We became a level 2 trauma center in 1998. We were so proud to be a level 2 back then. And then we became in 2001, we became a level 1. We've been a level 1 since then. In 1997, we had 1,254 trauma admissions. We barely met the requirement to be a level 1 trauma center. 10 years later, actually no, 4 years later, we had 2,350 patients in 2011. That's how we grew. Last year, 2021, we were 3,904 patients that we admitted in our trauma center. 3,900. That's a large trauma center. And we also look at another metric known as injury severity score, meaning ISS greater than 15. You have to have 240 of those patients per year to be a verified level 1 trauma center. Last year, we had 650. 650. That's a lot. 47% of our patients in trauma come to us in transfer from other facilities in El Paso, as well as the region in southern New Mexico and far west Texas. Why is that? As the level 1, we have the specialty care that they are lacking. They don't have the physicians. They don't have the resources. They don't have the OR capability that we have. So they come to us in transfer. You could say, well, why aren't these other hospitals doing this? They just can't do it. They don't have it. I can tell you the healthcare infrastructure in El Paso as a county or as a city is lacking. There's not enough ICU beds in the city. Take out the equation for UMC because we need the beds. I can tell you we needed the beds before COVID-19 was in part of our lexicon, before we knew what a COVID-19 was. There were not enough beds in our hospital. After the pandemic sort of went in our rearview mirror, what we see now is so much emergency surgery that we have patients waiting for, to go to the OR. Some wait days because we have to strategize. Well, yes, you need to go. I wish I could take you now, but I've got somebody more acute. I've taken patients with sepsis, meaning bacteria in their blood due to a surgical problem, from a waiting room, from a hallway, trying to get them to the OR because, as we said, John and Dr. Jacob said, we've got patients waiting in our ER. I've rounded for days on ICU patients that were in the ER waiting for beds. The table that John showed was nice. I can tell you the numbers are worse now than they were because of the volume continues to increase. I sort of joke, I'll put an ICU patient, you find me a closet, I'll put them there just because I just need to find them in an ICU setting somewhere. We are now running 30 to 40-something census in our surgical ICU, our trauma ICU alone. That's a 60-bed ICU you talked about. So we put those patients where we can find a bed. They may be in the cervical CV ICU, they may be in the neurosurgery ICU, but we just put them where we can. And unfortunately, they wait. American College of Surgeons came through last year. They did our trauma survey. We passed with flying colors, but they made a critique, and I could not deny it. They said, you don't have enough ICU beds. Your ED wait is too long to get them from the ICU, ER to the ICU. A metric is getting them under 2 hours. That's been our goal for years. I can't do that. Sometimes I'm lucky to get them there in 2 days. I hate to say that, but I'm going to be honest. That's the truth. Our volume, as I said, grows. We had 980 helicopter landings last year. 900, almost 1,000. 80% of those are trauma patients. The other big majority is strokes because we're a comprehensive stroke center. So we see a lot of that. 2.7 helicopter landings a day. When I first came here, we saw a helicopter land. We all went and watched because it was a military helicopter because it was such a rare thing. They usually just came and did a touch-and-go landing so they could practice to make sure they knew how to land on our helipad. That's how we've evolved. I've already talked about the ICU. That is a big need. The OR is a big need. They mentioned, I think, saying elective cases. I think they put the elective in parentheses. That's, if you're in the hospital, that's not an elective surgery. But you may be waiting 3 or 4 days because your gallbladder is hot, but I got somebody else that's got a worse infection. So I'm not able to do you. I'm triaging you for a day or 2 later because the OR is just not available. When you look at our elective surgery, which is stuff we schedule through clinic, we may be 3 or 4 months out because we can't get OR time. And we know that we won't be able to get them there because the more emergent or urgent type of stuff is taking precedence. The Department of Surgery is growing. We now have 3 plastic surgeons. All 3 did fellowship training after plastic surgery, after general surgery training to do microvascular replantation. They're the ones that could put a finger back on or put your arm back on. That's the nearest, the next nearest is in Albuquerque. We've got 3 Texas Tech pediatric surgeons practicing now, in addition to a 4th pediatric surgeon who's very tightly affiliated with Texas Tech. When I came here, I was the first surgical intensive care doctor. The next year, Dr. McLean joined me. We are up to 5 Texas Tech surgical intensivists, and we also augment with 1 from the trauma medical director, William Beaumont, to help us do the coverage for the ICU, and we're recruiting for a 6th. We have 2 vascular surgeons that joined us, 1 April of last year, 1 just earlier this month. That was never heard of before in El Paso. But for them to do the care that they need to do, they need the OR. Hybrid OR is an OR where you can do various imaging as well as interventional procedures. That's a lot of the vascular surgery is minimally invasive now. And actually, most new level 1 trauma centers have a hybrid OR. I hate to say it, but we don't have one. That's not a luxury. If that was my blood vessel, I would want somebody to do that minimally invasive. The old day of making a big incision is gone. We don't do that to the extent we don't have to. UMC has a large number of neurosurgeons. That used to be the biggest weakness in El Paso, was lack of neurosurgical capability. UMC took that on, and they have them, and they are all very talented. We have cardiothoracic, that's a private group helping out. We have ENT helping out, the private group. We have oral maxillofacial. They provide incredible craniofacial care at UMC as well as Children's, in addition to our own oral maxillofacial surgeon in the Department of Surgery. We have a physiatrist, not a psychiatrist. We could use one in the Department of Surgery, but we have a physiatrist, which is a rehab doctor, helping us with our care. That's what we're doing at Texas Tech to grow academically and clinically. Let's talk about oncology, a great presentation by John. One of the things that really bothers me is when we have to send patients out of the city for their oncologic care. And a lot of people think, well, they go to MD Anderson because they got specialty care. That's great if you got insurance or you're going to pay for it. But if you don't have that, you're not going to get to go to MD Anderson or Tucson or Phoenix or Dallas. We have to figure out how to do that ourselves. So I've been recruiting, we have a surgical oncologist, the only board-certified one in the region. We have 2 colorectal surgeons doing colon cancer. We're recruiting for 2 breast surgeons. All this kind of stuff, because these people should not be leaving this community. Talking about health equity. Doesn't matter if you're rich or not. They need to get good oncologic cancer care. Let's talk about burns. Burns is trauma. This is something I've been pushing for way before COVID came. We were told by the College of Surgeons when they came and saw us last year, yeah, you've got the numbers, you've got some of the infrastructure in place to be a burn center. We had 95 patients last year that met burn registry criteria to be an ABA, American Burn Association, verified burn center. 95 patients. That's a high number. And guess what? We're keeping 2/3 of them because we try to figure out how to take care of them, because we know that if they go to Lubbock, which is 340 miles away, that's where the bulk of them go, they'll be there for a few days, the family has to fly out there, or sometimes they'll go there for a day, and then they discharge, and then how are they going to get home? If they don't have money, we have to fly them out, and not by a helicopter too far away. They go by a fixed wing, which costs the hospital district about $6,000 or $7,000 per patient if there's no insurance for them. And it's just a terrible inconvenience. So 95 patients and growing, and that doesn't include the 130 that we also see per year, either at EPCH or UMC, that are the minor burns, that we can see you in the ER and discharge you home. El Paso should have a burn center. We really need that. The next nearest one is in Lubbock. UNM doesn't even have a burn center. I did a survey just last month at Santa Fe. I said, where do you send your burn patients? They go, well, we have no place to send them. We know where Santa Fe is, 40 miles east of, or southeast of Albuquerque. They send them to Colorado, or they send them to Arizona. This is stuff that we could be taking care of because, like I said, 6th largest city in Texas, 22nd largest in the country. We need to be better than that. What we're asking for, Jacob and his team is asking for, and I'm asking for, because I told my surgeons I was going to come here and talk today, is we really need this. We needed this in 2018, 2019. It's been magnified. I always tell the new residents, don't be good as a doctor, be great. UMC is a gem, far west Texas, in El Paso. It really is. But we don't want to just be really good. We want to be great. Football team brought their shirts. I'm going to bring my shirt, which I don't think anybody from UMC or what was Thomason had. Says evolving into an academic university medical center since 2009. I think it was 2000. I can't read it with my glasses on. 2009. I'd give it to you, but you don't want it because it's got a hole in there. But I still wear it because it reminds me where I was when I first came here in '97, where Thomason was, where it became UMC, I think in 2009, when they went and expanded. Children's came on a little bit later. It's time to evolve to the next level. We can do this. We can aspire to that. I probably went longer than I should have. I bored y'all. Thank you.
No, we appreciate your insight, Doctor. Thank you.
Can I just...
yes, Commissioner Bill?
Before he sits down. Doctor, I don't think I've ever thanked you. And he mentioned the helicopter landings.
Yes, sir.
I was one of them.
Oh, I know that. It's a HIPAA thing. I can't say anything.
Back in 2009, and if it hadn't been for you being on site, you'd be talking to another commissioner. I can guarantee you that. So thank you. I appreciate you more than words can say.
I appreciate that, but trauma is a team sport. I did very little of that as the part of the team. I was probably the bench warmer, but thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Doctor.
And we have one more speaker from Texas Tech, and this is Dr. Ed Michelson. He's the chair of emergency medicine.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Judge. And John, thank you for the introduction. I guess I'm the caboose here on this train, but you've heard a lot about the emergency department, and you've heard a lot about boarding in the emergency department. I don't know how much more I can add except to say everything you heard is true. Sometimes people have asked me, why don't we just build a larger emergency department? When we have 40 or 50 patients in the waiting room because my department is full of admitted patients that I can't move out, why not just build a bigger emergency department, double the size? That's not the answer. What we need to do is get those patients up to the ICU, up to the floor where they need to be cared for, so that we can then continue to see our usual load of patients. When we're operating well, we can see over 200 patients a day with minimal wait times. When we're holding, like today, 30 to 40 admissions, wait times will go out to 6 hours. At times when we're boarding patients, we have become very inventive because we don't want people to wait, and we now have put curtains up in some of our waiting areas so that we can see people in a chair instead of in a room. Some of our rooms today have curtains bisecting them so we can have 2 patients in one room. So clearly that's not the way we wish to practice. I've been here the shortest of any of the prior speakers that have spoken to you. I came to El Paso just 6 years ago, and I'm delighted to be here. I've had more fun in my 35-year career, and I felt more of a reward working for a high-functioning county hospital with a young and growing medical school than at any of the other places that I've worked in the north and northeast of the country. UMC is really a special place, and the collaboration of Texas Tech and UMC, I believe, has raised the quality of care that we provide this community. But we have to provide further investment. It's because of the success of the trauma program and the growth of trauma patients coming here, because of the success of neurology and our stroke program, because of the new freestanding EDs that also send patients and admissions to our hospital and effectively competes with our own ED for getting patients upstairs. Because of all these successes, we're here, and we need to go to the next level, and we need to invest in the additional ICU beds, operating rooms, clinics, and particularly the cancer center as well. So I thank you for listening to our presentation. We really appreciate your support, and we hope that we can move forward with the next step in our evolution.
Thank you, Doctor. Always appreciative of those in the trenches and in your insight. Thank you.
I'll just have 2 more slides, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. One of these slides, and it ties to a question that Commissioner Leon asked earlier. These graphs show the cost of uncompensated care that the University Medical Center pays each year, and that's the red bar. The yellow bar is the property tax revenue that we get to take care of these patients that are uninsured, and then the gray bar is the difference, which you can see that difference has hovered around $120 million the last couple of years. And so I share this with you because for UMC to be successful, we can't just be the hospital for the uninsured. We also need to be the hospital for individuals who are insured so that we can handle that variance. I don't think it's reasonable to expect the taxpayer to assume essentially what we double in our operating taxes if we weren't able to raise the revenue through our own care. So the question I'll leave you with is, what are the consequences if this is not funded? One is that burn patients will continue to be sent out of town for inpatient care. Dr. Tigrock will take care of as many as he can, but when the acuity gets to a certain level, they'll need to go to another hospital. Cancer patients will, in some cases, not get the care they need if they're uninsured, and many others will continue to travel outside the community for the care they need, if they have the means. UMC will continue to have a limited capacity for patients needing critical care. And this is why I showed you the graph just before, is that as we continue to get bottlenecked, we may lose patients who are transfers or referrals, which more often than not are patients that can pay for care, which can offset that cost of uninsured patients. So I thank you for your time. I'm going to turn the floor over to Maria Zampini, who's our Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you. Maria, I'm trying to find a break somewhere.
Would you like to do it now?
No, I'm thinking, what do you have,
I have one slide,
and who else will be presenting?
and then Michael Nunez will be presenting.
Okay, thank you. So at that point, I hate to be unpopular like that, but we'll take not an hour break or anything like that, but a 30-minute break, so that we can, I know some of you get up and leave and we can't. So I'd appreciate if it's okay, we'll use your presentation, Michael's, and then we'll take a 30-minute break. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, or actually good afternoon now, Judge and Commissioners. I'd like to review with you the numbers that we developed to address each of the needs that we've just outlined. The first grouping are University Medical Center projects addressing our capacity constraints and ability to treat more patients. And the projects include, as outlined before, is the relocation of an endoscopy unit to allow for the creation of a 23-bed critical care unit, the addition of 3 operating rooms that will include a hybrid operating room, a burn OR, and an additional robotic surgery room, the addition of 2 new interventional cath labs, a neighborhood health care center as exists in East and West El Paso currently, an ambulatory procedure center with 6 operating rooms and 2 procedure rooms, imaging equipment to include 2 additional MRIs and a replacement of the MRI at the main hospital, and the IT projects, the information technology projects, to support the growing services and systems. So the subtotal is priced out at $175,604,000. For the El Paso Children's Hospital, the projects that are also addressing capacity constraints include the construction of the 8th floor Children's Tower for 26 patient bedrooms, the expansion of their emergency department for additional exam rooms, and the addition of a hybrid operating room. And that subtotal is $36,706,000. The cancer treatment center will be a 3 to 4-story building that will include 36 exam rooms and 30 infusion seats and all the necessary medical equipment as described before. And that total is $79 million. Then we have $54 million in property and land acquisitions to continue to handle the growth of services as we've reviewed. These are really 11 separate construction projects. Each project includes detailed hard and soft costs associated with the delivery of the project. These are total project numbers. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that they not only include the construction costs, but the information technology, the equipment for IT, the medical equipment has been described, I think, by every speaker is very important. The medical equipment that is associated with the construction, and the professional fees with each project. So we work closely with national firms to assure our project costs are accurate. We use large construction firms as well as independent cost estimators to develop the cost before you. An example is for the medical equipment, we used a large firm named Ross & Brazzini. They're a national firm, and they assisted us in the pricing of the medical equipment. Again, there are 11 projects. They're straightforward and can be independent projects that will allow for multiple bid opportunities for construction, architects, as well as many other services needed to complete the projects of their size. An example of this is the highest construction cost is the Cancer Center with $33 million. The lowest construction project cost is $600,000. As you can see, it'll allow for bid opportunities for firms in El Paso of varying size and scale. So we estimate that these projects will bring over 800 construction jobs to El Paso during the course of delivery. And with that, I'll introduce Michael Nunez, our CFO.
May I ask a question really quickly, Judge, before Maria?
Yes, go ahead.
And I just want to make sure I heard correctly, Maria. So the $33 million in construction cost for the Cancer Institute, that's included in the $54 million property land acquisition, not in the $79 million Cancer Institute?
Say that again?
I thought I heard you say there was 33 million in construction costs for the Cancer Institute.
For the Cancer Center, yes.
And are those 33 million included in the 54 million property and land acquisition column, or is that included in the 79 million Cancer Institute?
It is not
column?
included in the 54 million in land. It's a separate cost. So the Cancer Center includes 33 million of construction, but it doesn't include that land cost. So they're exclusive.
And so what is that land cost then?
The land cost includes properties that are between us and I-10, as well as the Texas Tech buildings.
And is that then included in the 79 million under the Cancer Institute line item?
It is not.
So which of the, I'm still not understanding, I'm
I
sorry.
think
So
maybe I'm not understanding your question.
where are those costs included?
The Cancer Center?
For the actual construction? The 33 million.
I think I'm not, so the Cancer Center is $79 million.
And that's where the 33 million
And the
in construction-
33 million is the construction associated with the $79 million.
Okay, so it is included in those 70.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was
The
trying to make
construction.
sure.
I think the point I was trying to make with that is when you see the totals, part of it is construction, so 33 million of the 79 million is construction. But for us, being a hospital healthcare, a large portion is medical equipment. It's the IT, so there's different categories included. I'm sorry, I maybe kind of went too fast with that.
Okay, no, thank you. That's the clarification I was looking for.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, I was just going to say, Maria, I want to take the opportunity to thank you for all the partnerships that we've had, especially during the pandemic and from the mobile unit to everything else. So just want to thank you
Yes,
for
a lot of great
for your
partnership.
hard work.
Hope to
Thank you.
continue.
Thank you, Maria.
Commissioner. And Michael Nunez.
Michael.
Good afternoon, County Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. What I'm here to update from when we last met on Thursday, June 16th, the day before, Wednesday, June 15th, the Federal Reserve Board had met, and on that day, they had raised interest rates by 75 basis points. So I wanted to come back and present updated figures based upon the information that we now have. So one of the things that we'll find out is that now, in terms of my estimates that we had back in April and May, now they are more expensive because of the interest rate hikes. One of the things that we do not know that's going forward in this rising interest rate environment is how much more higher will interest rates go. Now, the Federal Reserve Board did indicate at their June meeting that when they meet again at the end of July, likely of another 50 basis point increase, maybe 75 basis point increase. 6 weeks later, when they meet in September, perhaps another 50 basis point increase, and then 6 weeks later in November, maybe perhaps a 25 basis point increase. So that's what the financial analysts, when they read what the Federal Reserve Board, remarks were. So that's the environment we do not know. So currently, right now, when we're looking at our property tax and what the impact is going to be, our current overall tax rate is 25.8 cents. The maintenance and operations part is 21 cents, and the interest and debt service on our three existing bond issues is about 4.7 cents. The assumptions we have built in here is looking at a $345 million bond issue, and based upon the timing, and we can talk about the timing here later, is that probably the earliest that we would be able to go to market would be October of 2022. So what we have incorporated into these estimates is current long-term interest rates, which are a little bit different than the short-term interest rates, as of June 22nd, plus we have increased it by 50 basis points. As mentioned last time, we are using what's called a split amortization. In previous bond issues, we have come with a bond package, done level amortization over 25 years. We've elected to go to 10 years for equipment, 25 years for bricks and mortar, and there is a total, savings on that, when you do this 10-25 year split. The total debt service on this would be about $563 million. Now, this is up about $543 million from the estimates we had back in April and May. So that's the impact of what has just happened in 1 month. So that increase is about $20 million. The annual debt service for the first 10 years The total debt service is about $30 million. The estimated interest and debt service impact to the property tax rate is about 5.7 cents. For every $100,000 in home value, the annual impact would be about $56.80 or $4.73 monthly. For the remaining 15 years, from 2034 to 2048, the annual debt service would be about $17.5 million. The estimated interest and debt service impact is about 2.9 cents. For every $100,000 in home value, the annual impact would be about $28.70, monthly $2.39. Now, based upon last summer's average home value, based upon the information released by the Central Appraisal District on $147,000 average home value, the annual increase would be about $83, and the monthly impact would be about $6.96. Now, one of the other questions I was asked last time is what happens is if we go out for a general obligation bond issue at the time. So we would more than likely have a February declaration, a May vote, and then probably the earliest that we would be able to go out to market would be July of 2023. So the assumptions we have built here is based upon current interest rates as of today, plus 100 basis points increase. Under the certificate of obligation issued in October, we went up 50 basis points. If we wait another 6 to 9 months, again, these are just assumptions, but we added another 50 basis points. Same split amortization, 10 years for the equipment, 25 years for bricks and mortar. The total debt service now would be about $600 million. So this is about $37 million more in total debt service if we wait until July of 2023 compared to perhaps August of 2022. The previous scenarios that we had last month, the difference between a next year issue versus a current year issue, that was about $41 million. So either way, we're talking about $37, $41 million. If we were to run numbers later this week, those numbers might change as well. It's all based upon current market conditions. The annual debt service under this scenario, it would increase from $30 million to $33.5 million in annual debt service. Interest and debt service impact of 5.74 cents. For every $100,000 in home value, it would be $57.40 annually, $4.78 monthly. And then for the remaining 15 years, the annual debt service would be $18 million. Interest and debt service impact of about 3 cents. For every $100,000 in home value, the annual impact would be about $30.70, monthly $2.56. Using the average home value of $147,000, this would increase to about $84.38 annually, or about $7.03 monthly. So those are the scenarios that we have updated. Plus, also, I believe Commissioner Holguin, you were the one to at least illustrate what would be the difference between an October 2022 bond issue versus July 2023. So with that, let me go ahead and pause and see if there's any questions. I know you may be looking at taking a break right now or something.
Commissioner Robinson?
Michael, give us, I think we talked about this, it's for the comparative cost, it's for the CO version versus if we were to go to, wait and go to a GO bond. What would be the comparative difference?
I'm sorry, the
cost difference.
The cost difference?
Yes.
That is about, currently right now, about we're at $37 million in terms of an October 2022 issue versus July of 2023.
No, okay, but we're talking about the CO now. But I'm saying if we were to wait and you have to go through the route of a GO, what do you figure the cost difference would be, the increase?
That would be, in terms of total debt service, that'd be about $37 million. Total debt service between an issue now versus waiting till next summer after a general obligation vote.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I think what had happened is a week and a few days ago, we were given the comparison of a CO with a split amortization versus a straight 25-year amortization, and the savings there going with a split amortization was $40 million. We also said that if, for example, with these numbers, if you went with a GO with a straight amortization, straight for the 25 years, then the incremental cost would be 97 million. And that still holds true. What Michael did is he showed the difference if we did a split amortization for both a CO or a GO.
That is correct.
Thank
Thank you,
Jacob.
Jacob.
That's kind of what I was looking for.
Sorry?
The answer you gave me, I said, that's kind of what I was looking for.
Right.
The increase would be much greater.
Either
Thank
way,
you.
with interest rates going up, the increase will continue going up until such time that, we enjoyed many years of steady interest rates at a low rate, and, it seems now we're trying to slow down the economy, interest rates are going to continue to grow up, which will then increase the cost of the CO or GO the longer we wait.
And we don't know what the Fed's going to do in the next 6 months.
So, but we suspect they're going to continue to go up.
Okay. Michael, can we, yes, Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. So this slide that we're looking at right now, Michael, that's looking at if a general obligation bond in July of 2023, that's based on an election in May?
July 2020, yes, that is correct.
And did we look at the numbers based on an election in November? And if we didn't, why not? And if we did, do we have those numbers?
Currently, no, we do not have those numbers. Given the timing where we are right now, and if we do, if the court decides to do the posting, the 45 days would then take us to approximately mid-August. We would the declaration date for a November GO would be like August 22nd. So we would be running right up against that timing, and would only give us then about 60 days, to prepare for a GO. That's why we elected to wait until a February declaration for a May 2023 vote, with the issue then 69 days later in July of 2023.
And so the 60 days then would not be enough? You're saying you wouldn't be able to get it done to prepare everything that you need to prepare in that time period? Why is that?
We don't think so. First of all, we're in the middle of preparing our budget for the next fiscal year, our operating budget. And so right now, that's also being done by the same team that worked on this. Secondly, we had thought originally going with a November GO, but just when looking at the timing and, what has to be done to roll it out, we just really didn't feel we had enough time to do it properly. Keep in mind, too, the other concern, too, is that if we fail at a GO, if we don't prepare right, then we're limited for 3 years before we can come back to Commissioner's Court for a CO to cover any of the items listed on that list. So if we're going to do a GO, we want to be really well prepared for it.
And can you give us a little bit more detail about what that would entail, like what that timeline is, why that time period isn't enough? What exactly is it that you have?
I've never done a GO or a CO in the time I've been here, nor has the hospital done so for the last 9 years. So I would have to rely on other people in terms of the rollout. I imagine, just given what we went through for the CO, that a GO would take more time. And we only have one shot at it. So if we did that, we're not going to cut corners and try to not prepare properly enough. And given that we're working on our budget now to present and the challenges with that, we're at this time, the earliest we would consider doing it would be for May.
Okay, there's no way you think you would be prepared for November?
Not that I know of, no, ma'am.
And plus public involvement, which is going to be a very key component to that.
Exactly.
Okay, Jacob, Michael, we're going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll see you here at...
Judge, I was gonna ask. There's lots of people from the public and people that have taken time off. Is there any way that we can take public comment before we break? I don't know if everybody's hungry or, but I know there's people that have taken off work, like the gentleman who's here from the SEIU.
What I've seen is a lot of people having to move out back and forth. Also, I think it's such an important item that for us, who are going to make the decision, not take a break and go through it is pretty, I want to make sure that we're equally alert and that we've been able to understand. And I understand the situation, but this is extremely important, and I think, the mind will endure so much, by sitting here. So, I would like that.
I was just thinking that I don't want to lose people from the public, because we're making them wait and they have other things that they need to get to. The reason why we asked to postpone this item from last time was to hear from the public, and if we lose people from the public, we're defeating the purpose of.
Well, we have,
going
what,
through this.
16 people? That would be about 2 hours. I think that'd be a little hard on everybody, but it's up to you.
Well, I don't know what the rest of the court wants to do, but
What
I just
would
want to,
you-
I just want to make that.
Pardon me?
Let's take a break now.
I certainly see Commissioner Stout's point, and I also am worried that we may lose individuals who have to get back to work, who aren't going to be able to give us the input that we specifically asked them.
We can take less time. We could take 15 minutes at least, but we do need a break. I mean, this is a little difficult for.
I would be in favor of the shortest break possible, just so we can get back to hearing from the public.
Okay. So we'll take a 15-minute break and be back. Thank you.
Commissioners' Court will recess for 15 minutes. It is 12:47 p.m.
We're so happy it's finally here. This is the Safe Outdoor Act. We've been working on it for many years. All animal shelters, advocates understand that no longer will animals, dogs, canines specifically, be allowed to be contained or housed on a chain. People use chains because they're so inexpensive, but chains belong on trucks, not animals. It's inhumane and it hurts them. So shelter is a necessity that they must have, food and water, and a trolley system of some sort. So we'll help you set that up. This act gives us a little more teeth to go in, gives us stronger law enforcement. The fines are severe. The first citation is $500, the second is $2,000. Your information will go into our database, including your address. We will know that you have been cruel to animals, and we will pull animals and restrict you having one.
Rene Herrera is getting ready to start his shift as an animal welfare officer, a job that he has done for 6 years.
The reason why I do is because animals don't have a voice, and I feel the need to be there to protect them.
But today is not just any day, as the new Safe Outdoor Dogs Act has come into effect in Texas.
Which means that canines cannot be restrained with industrial chains, and also to adequate food, water, and shelter, and shade as well. And to put the dogs inside when it's in extreme weather, which is cold or very hot temperatures.
Rene is responding to the report of a pit bull that could be in an inappropriate space.
Yes, so the lady allowed us to see behind the property to see if the dogs are restrained. They give us a call of the canine not being contained properly. What's up, baby? So he checks out okay. He looks alert and active. That was one of my main concerns.
Although everything is in order, Rene reminds the owner about the new law.
So like I said, ma'am, it is an issue. Your dog's being out loose at large, so you could tie him up, but it cannot be with an industrial chain.
Violations of the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act are considered a Class C misdemeanor, punishable by a fine up to $500.
Hey, this is one of our dogs that we picked up today. He's going to be taken to the shelter because he was straight loose at large for not being restrained.
And although some may complain about this new law, for Rene, the most important thing is the safety of the pets.
Runners, to your mark. Set. Go!
Running in the valley and past the missions, what else could you ask for?
Welcome, runners! Welcome!
At the county, we work so hard to really promote the Mission Trail. We know what an absolute treasure it is, how historic it is, and so many people don't really know what's here in the Mission Valley. So this is a great way to spotlight our historic treasures, our historic buildings.
Yeah, it was a really cool course. It was beautiful. I liked the mountains in the background, and yeah, cool things to look at.
I noticed a few of those signs, and I also actually really appreciated that. That also goes into the scenery of it, I think, is to see all that history, and that's kind of what people really appreciate in marathons. I mean, I'm from D.C. The races we run up there, they make an effort to go through the monuments and all that. So it's good to see El Paso trying to do the same thing with their history.
We had people from Germany, England, of course Mexico, and I believe somebody from France, and then from 38 different states come and visit us this year.
There are folks here from all over the country. This is a qualifier for the Boston Marathon. It's a huge event, and I'm just incredibly proud that we're going to get to show off the Mission Valley to all of these folks.
I hope we do it again. I'm sure that we will. You know, based on what we get from feedback we get from the runners, that I'm sure we'll be back down there.
This has been a great experience. El Paso, you rock.
Woo-hoo! You did it!
We're talking about a problem that existed in the area for over 20 years that had not been addressed. August of last year, we had a tremendous flooding, and it was necessitated having the proper equipment to mitigate the flooding because we had homes and businesses that were flooded out.
The court authorized to purchase these 4 new pieces of equipment for us to combat during stormwater events. We're very excited to have this opportunity. As you can see, these are great vehicles that we have. These trucks are great equipment that we could use. It'll help us reduce some of the flooding and some of the ponding that we have that occurs in the county.
We purchased 4 the vac trucks, which are capable. One truck is capable of sucking up, I believe, 800 gallons of water per minute. That would have been a tremendous asset had we had those then, because the Donovan area was flooded tremendously.
One of the great things of this truck is that basically we're able to do a lot of the work from inside the actual cab. Before we used to have to take the hose off and stand in the middle of the water and suck up the water. With this new equipment, we're able to direct it either via remote or from the cab. We just lower the boom into the ponding area, and we're able to extract the water that way. These pieces of equipment are a great first step that we have, and looking forward for new opportunities in the future.
Stay tuned. We have good things coming to El Paso County, particularly the Northwest region.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
we're so happy it's finally here. This is the Safe Outdoor Act. We've been working on it for many years. All animal shelters, advocates understand that no longer will animals, dogs, canines specifically, be allowed to be contained or housed on a chain. People use chains because they're so inexpensive, but chains belong on trucks, not animals. It's inhumane and it hurts them. So shelter is a necessity that they must have, food and water, and a trolley system of some sort. So we'll help you set that up. This act gives us a little more teeth to go in, gives us stronger law enforcement. The fines are severe. The first citation is $500, the second is $2,000. Your information will go into our database, including your address. We will know that you have been cruel to animals, and we will pull animals and restrict you having one.
Rene Herrera is getting ready to start his shift as an animal welfare officer, a job that he has done for 6 years.
The reason why I do this is because animals don't have a voice, and I feel the need to be there to protect them.
But today is not just any day, as the new Safe Outdoor Dogs Act has come into effect in Texas.
Which means that canines cannot be restrained with industrial chains, and also to adequate food, water, and shelter, and shade as well. And to put the dogs inside when this is in extreme weather, which is cold or very hot temperatures.
Rene is responding to the report of a pit bull that could be in an inappropriate space.
Yes, so the lady allowed us to see behind the property to see if the dogs were restrained. They give us a call of the canine not being contained properly. What's up, baby? So he checks out okay. He looks alert and active. That was one of my main concerns.
Although everything is in order, Rene reminds the owner about the new law.
So like I said, ma'am, it is an issue. Your dog's being out loose at large, so you can tie him up, but it cannot be with an industrial chain.
Violations of the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act are considered a Class C misdemeanor, punishable by a fine up to $500.
Hey, this is one of our dogs that we picked up today. He's going to be taken to the shelter because he was straight loose at large for not being restrained.
And although some may complain about this new law, for Rene, the most important thing is the safety of the pets.
Runners, to your mark. Set. Go!
Running in the valley and past the missions, what else could you ask for?
Welcome, runners! Welcome!
At the county, we work so hard to really promote the Mission Trail. We know what an absolute treasure it is, how historic it is, and so many people don't really know what's here in the Mission Valley. So this is a great way to spotlight our historic treasures, our historic buildings.
Yeah, it was a really cool course. It was beautiful. I liked the mountains in the background, and yeah, cool things to look at.
I noticed a few of those signs, and I also actually really appreciated that. That also goes into the scenery of it, I think, is to see all that history, and that's kind of what people really appreciate in marathons. I mean, I'm from DC. The races we run up there, they make an effort to go through the monuments and all that. So it's good to see El Paso trying to do the same thing with their history.
We had people from Germany, England, of course Mexico, and I believe somebody from France, and then from 38 different states come and visit us this year.
There are folks here from all over the country. This is a qualifier for the Boston Marathon. It's a huge event, and I'm just incredibly proud that we're going to get to show off the Mission Valley to all of these folks.
I hope we do it again. I'm sure that we will. You know, based on what we get from feedback we get from the runners, that I'm sure we'll be back down there.
This has been a great experience. El Paso, you rock.
We did it!
We're talking about a problem that existed in the area for over 20 years that had not been addressed. August of last year, we had a tremendous flooding, and it was necessitated having the proper equipment to mitigate the flooding because we had homes and businesses that were flooded out.
The court authorized to purchase these 4 new pieces of equipment for us to combat during stormwater events. We're very excited to have this opportunity. As you can see, these are great vehicles that we have. These trucks are great equipment that we could use. It'll help us reduce some of the flooding and some of the ponding that we have that occurs in the county.
We purchased 4 the vac trucks, which are capable. One truck is capable of sucking up, I believe, 800 gallons of water per minute. That would have been a tremendous asset had we had those then, because the Donovan area was flooded tremendously.
One of the great things of this truck is that basically we're able to do a lot of the work from inside the actual cab. Before we used to have to take the hose off and stand in the middle of the water and suck up the water. With this new equipment, we're able to direct it either via remote or from the cab. We just lower the boom into the ponding area.
We will get started now.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. We are on item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action with respect to an order approving and authorizing publication of a notice of intention to issue El Paso County Hospital District certificates of obligation in accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Section 271.049.
Okay.
Judge, would you like to begin with public comment now, or?
Yes. Are we ready? And I know everybody's been waiting for this opportunity. I just want to start off, and then if the commissioners have some comments that they can make, sort of to put things in perspective for the public's comments, because they've already heard from from UMC, Texas Tech, and the doctors, and so I thought. What I'd like to do is just make sure some of the things that have happened as we're moving. I've had so many calls over the weekend, and I apologize for those that I was not able to get back to. Some very important wanted to talk to me or comment, and so I know it's a very important topic. But some of the things that came up is that it's almost everybody's convinced, no matter how much we've said, that this is not a vote to approve a certificate of obligation. It's to take a consideration to an intent to do that. And one of the things that I've heard, people might not understand, but there's a lot of people that do want the certificate of obligation, and so I think we need to give them the same opportunity. For example, if we voted not to, that eliminates those that want to have the certificate of obligation. It eliminates their process or their due process, just like we would for going out to vote. They'll have their opportunity when they go out to vote. So those people that want a certificate of obligation, I think should have the same opportunity. I want to say up front, I have not committed to any going one way or the other. I just know that there's a tremendous amount of questions, and one of them that keeps coming up is, what is the impact of delaying the treatment? What's the impact of not doing this certificate of obligation? And we've talked about some of the figures that you know, the interest rates are going to climb, and there's going to be other impact. But I also need to know what's the impact of having less uninsured people go into the hospital. I want to know, you know, what's the impact of physicians not wanting to come to El Paso because it's not as progressive as they were. What is the impact of the investment that has been made at UMC and the deterioration that it would have because you're not having the same amount of investment as was expected? And when someone said earlier that the certificate of obligation has to happen in an emergency situation, go to the hospital and find out, as we have, what the impact is of having people, you know, if people are dying, people don't get treatment, people don't get to be seen for cancer after they've been diagnosed. To me, this is an emergency. And it's an emergency because we thought it was driven by the pandemic. And now it's obvious that what happened in 2019 before the pandemic was already an increase and a challenge to the hospital. We talked about Texas Tech has been an amazing partner. What is their perception of continued search for world-class doctors if they can provide an opportunity for them to practice the way they think they should be practicing? And it's all about people wanting to have amazing careers. We're in a healthcare situation right now that we've lost a lot of people. I know no one wants the increase of taxes, but my concern are the back-ended taxes that happen if we don't provide the right opportunities right now. So we look at $450 million or $400 million of taxes or opportunity to be taxed on, but what's the cost? What is the cost of having people be turned away or not being able to service them or people dying? And we know that one of the highest costs in healthcare is delayed treatment. Those individuals that do not receive treatment and come back to the hospital after they're in worse situations. So I just want to make sure that, like I said, I've talked to people over and over, and they'll tell me that they don't want the certificate of obligation, and they're very convinced that today is a day that we make that determination, and it isn't. And I want to make sure that becomes very clear. And secondly, like I said, I want the people that, and there's quite a few, I know it's hard to believe that there's quite a few that do want the certificate of obligation because of the additional cost it will have further down the line. I want them to have the same opportunity. And finally, I believe that going through this official kind of intent, we're able to help the community vet and understand and monitor, and whatever questions they have and anything they want to know, this is a public forum that we could help them go through that whole process. And at the very end, we decide that we need to go to bond, well, we'll go to bond, and we'll go to the voter. But I really believe that we could help educate and get the community to understand every implication there is. We let it go today, then what's our role? What's our role as commissioners to help the community clearly understand the impacts that both will have? We have budget analysts. We can direct, we can direct our administrative, individuals here, administrative, to do certain things for us. And I don't want to lose that. I do not want to lose the opportunity. So I'm asking that is not seen as a finality, that if we vote, it's done, it's going to go into a certificate of obligation, but a process that will help us truly understand everything that we need to understand. I personally don't want to let it go and say, okay, we're not going to have a certificate of obligation, and I think we lose control of trying to educate the individuals as much as we can At the end of 45 days, we can go 65 days, 80 days, it doesn't matter, but we continue to help our community truly understand and be part of the process as we go forward. So I don't think it's a matter of need. I think everybody agrees, most people agree there's a tremendous need. I know it's an impact on our economy if we were being taxed, but that backdoor things that can happen are really a concern to me as to what is going to happen if we don't do this. And I think by going through this consideration, this intent to understand a certificate of obligation is going to be much better for the community, because we're not making a decision. We're going to vet it. We're going to go through it and do our due diligence. And then at the end of that, we can always decide whether or not we should pass it on to the voter. But like I said, we know there's an impact by doing that, and I want to make sure that our community understands the impact and the cost of having it, to go out to bond. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments. I don't know if there's any of the commissioners want to comment at this time, or if they want to go strictly or directly into public comments.
We'll wait until public comment.
Okay, we're ready to go. Michael.
Okay. Yes, Judge, the first person we have on the phone is Mr. James R. Peinado.
Mr. Peinado, welcome.
Just like to let the members of the public speaking that there is a 5-minute time limit. You will be timed.
Thank you. Can you hear Mr. Peinado?
Sorry, I had it on mute. Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Thank you. Go ahead. Welcome.
Okay. Yes, sir. My name is James Peinado. I live in Precinct 4, Carl Robinson's district. I hear you that you believe that these people deserve a right who support the certificate of obligation to be heard. However, I think there's enough public information about the economy and the situation that we're in, both locally and our dependence on government money. In the larger picture, I still think that county commissioners should be motioning to object to the consideration thereof. El Paso County, unfortunately, I believe, has just this mindset that does not make our community stronger, that we need to fund government competition to, otherwise, private hospitals. If you look at the El Paso, like the Dallas Federal Reserve economic indicators, it just shows that, unfortunately, like 22.6% of our employment is all in government, and everything else is just far behind that, or has seen, like manufacturing, seeing a 19.9% decrease. And I see this as we're not economically strong, and I'm concerned about the future, given our over-reliance on federal government spending. And this situation does not help. The Providence Hospital made it clear that it's unwise to fund hospitals that we don't need, that cannot sustain themselves without ebbing away the market share of the private hospitals. And I just, unfortunately, I consider the Children's Hospital to be Veronica's first. This was a hospital that the market could never bear, and going after, trying to drive more money, throw good money after bad, to try to make the Children's Hospital economically stable. And the only way to accomplish that is to eat away at one of our strongest, largest, employment sectors is the Providence Hospital and these other hospitals. They hire lots of people, they pay well, and they are an important part of the El Paso County tax base. And you want to, and they're not a drain on the economy. And yet the County Commissioners Court wants to consider throwing $450, the large number, $500 million into funding the county hospital district. It's a horrible idea. And then, I see that there is public record from the Texas Freedom of Information Act that Mr. Cintron, he's not a professional person. He has in the handbook for conduct, code of conduct, that people who work for the hospital districts are to be professional in their communications with anybody they do business with or with fellow employees. And yet we can see from Mr. Cintron's own communications with the Cindy Stout, president of the Children's Hospital, comments that are lewd and unprofessional. And you want to trust this person with over $400 million? It starts at the top. Leadership starts at the top. You guys are not holding him accountable. He's made off-color remarks about the dead after August 3rd shooting. He's apologized on occasion for lewd remarks, but he's not held accountable. And I don't understand how he's not replaced. It's also concerning that, I hope the county commissioners could see just objectively, despite the rhetoric from the doctors, that if we look at, for example, the Leapfrog Hospital Safety Grade, they receive a score of a C. Their marks on infection in the blood, infection of urinary tract, sepsis infections after surgery, they're receiving low marks. And let's not just, accept their rhetoric that this is a great hospital and that if we just throw more money at it, that'll fix the problem. What we need to do, healthcare is certainly a need in this community.
30 seconds.
But the way to get better healthcare is not to throw good money after bad at a underperforming hospital that hides its records from the public, even though it receives public funding, and ignores comments about Dr. Canales' insufficiency of care, and he just sees this as an opportunity to make money. What we need is to get more market competition. We need more clinics. We need to lower the regulatory burden so that the prices will go down, the supply will go up, competition will bring quality to El Paso, and that's what we need to do. Throwing this much money, we're way overburdened with our taxes. I can't understand how this is even being considered.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Peinado. Your time is up, Mr. Peinado. Appreciate that, so we could be fair to everyone. So thank you for your comments.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
This is an important issue, and we will be voting on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next person that we have is, I don't have their name, but it's with a phone number ending in 5141. 5141, if you can state your name and you can address the commissioners.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is David Moreno. I'm the chair of the El Paso County Libertarian Party. I understand this is a compassionate and emotional plea to help those that are most vulnerable in our community. I'm going to make a similar plea, but in the form of fiscal compassion. Unlike income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, and inflation hit the most vulnerable among us the hardest. The elderly and the poor are hit the worst. On a fixed income, the elderly can't afford a 20% increased property tax rate like we've seen, and even a $4 to $6 a month raise, as was stated this will cost, is going to take something off the table for them. I am assuming this is a low estimate, not including the increases in interest as this debt is refinanced time and time again. People are seeing their rent go up by 20% or more. Just this morning, I was speaking to a friend who moved here from New York. Her rent is going from $1,000 to $1,400 a month when her lease comes due next month. For a single mom with 2 boys, this is a big hit to her household bottom line. Now we're going to require her to live within her means. I think our government and our hospital should have to do the same. We, the citizens, don't have the privilege of just borrowing money and then someone else has to pay it back. The doctor earlier stated that that we are the 6th largest city in Texas. Yes, with the lowest median income. We're the 22nd largest city in the country. Yes, with the 2nd highest tax rate. These are much more pressing issues than in this current environment. As we have seen from the last census, as the rest of Texas has grew and even gained federal congressional seats, while high-tax states like California and New York have lost population. El Paso County grew at a rate less than half of what the state grew. If we take this additional debt, we would solve the problem of bed capacity at our hospital as we continue to tax people out of town. In reference to the Fed raising interest rates and the effect on COs and GOs, the interest rates only apply if you take the debt as it is issued and will only get more expensive as you attempt to service it, or refinance it as we call it. The Fed is raising rates to decrease the demand to match the waning supply due to high employment and increased wages. This will decrease the amount of existing home sales while simultaneously decreasing the cost of construction materials, which would make fiscal sense and support the idea of paying for this out of pocket and waiting into 2023 or 2024 to start it. 25 years from now, you are still going to be taxing my grandkids on the interest of this debt. This is unacceptable. I beg the court to vote no on even considering this. As our representatives, we hire you and trust you to make decisions that are in our best interest. Fiscally, this will cause much more harm than good. It's an honor and pleasure to speak with you guys and address you today, and I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next person we have is with a phone number ending in 2772. State your name, please, and you can address the commissioners. Person with a phone number ending in 2772. Go ahead.
Okay, that would be me. This is Dr. Max Grossman. Can you hear me?
Hello, Dr. Maxwell. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Max Grossman here, Judge, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to speak before you. The city of El Paso has the second highest property tax rate in the United States among the 50 largest cities. And I just sent you all a chart showing that we are poised to overtake Detroit for the #1 position in about 2 years if current trends continue. The city of El Paso is considering a $399 million GO bond called the Community Progress Bond at the same moment that you are considering $400 million in certificates of obligation. But at least the city is putting up their bond for a vote, much like the YISD bond and much like the public safety bond. Voters get to decide on issuances that are that large, and that is the proper way to handle this. If we're being told that there is not time to get this $400 million on the November ballot, that is absolutely unacceptable. A hospital like UMC should plan better. They can't come to the voters and say, we're going to issue this debt without your approval because, oh, guess what? There isn't time to put this on the November ballot. No, it doesn't work like that. They should put it on the ballot. We should get the right to vote on an issuance of this magnitude. The case should be made to the voters, and this should be subject to the most intense scrutiny possible. This is not about whether it is right to spend the money on a burn unit and on expanding cancer services. All of that is critically important infrastructure. Nobody doubts that. It's about process. It's about transparency and putting this before the voters properly. We all saw how the board of managers of UMC failed to even post their agenda item properly, and so the public and media had no idea how much issuance was going to be voted upon by the county commissioners court. They haven't posted their videos or minutes in over 2 years. That's unacceptable. And finally, when the item appeared for a county commissioners court meeting, the agenda item was put up again without the dollar amount, and then it was put up less than 24 hours before the meeting with a $346 million figure. You voted to postpone, and lo and behold, I'm looking at today's agenda, it's back up to $400 million. Now it's an up to $400 million vote again. I mean, I don't know. I mean, $56 million of need suddenly appear from nowhere. We're going to give UMC permission to issue up to $400 million in debt. What happened to the $346 million figure that was reported on the front page of the El Paso Times, right? Look, it is the morally correct thing to do to put this before the voters. We're talking about taking UMC's debt over $1 billion. We're talking about adding $58 to the property tax bill of every El Pasoan for the next 10 years, okay? That plus an even higher amount from the city side. So we're talking about somewhere between $150 and $200 a year between these two debt issuances, which will take us beyond Detroit. And I want to remind the Commissioners Court that El Paso Matters correctly reported that the population of the city of El Paso has declined for the first time since 1932, since the Great Depression. We were at 683,000 people 4 years ago. Now we're at 678,000. That drop is represented by quite a few El Pasoans, including my mother, who have left in order to evade this onerous property tax burden, going to Santa Teresa, Sunland Park, other counties and cities further away where they're not taxed at this level. At a certain point, you milk the cow At a certain point, you kill the cow, and you can't get any milk from the cow. Okay? We have to be reasonable. We have to do this right. At a minimum, Judge and Commissioners, maximum transparency is required here. This has to go to a GO vote. And I disagree. This is not what COs are for. Look at the comptroller guidance for the state of Texas. It's for emergencies. The cities of El Paso and Dallas combined have less than $50 million in CO debt. The city of El Paso has $750 million in CO debt. That's more than the 5 largest cities in Texas combined.
30
The county
seconds.
so far, thank you, has been a better steward of public money than the city. You are all to be commended for lowering the county tax rate recently. Thank you, okay? But, you went through all that effort to lower the county tax rate by a sliver, and all of a sudden we're going to have this massive increase in debt on the UMC side. Okay, if it's needed, I get it. GO bond on the ballot. And if it has to wait till May, that's on UMC. They should have planned for that. They can't just drop this on us and say, oh, sorry, there isn't time. And as Mr. Peinado suggested, the trust just isn't there with Mr. Cintron.
Time.
The way this was handled in the Board of Managers and the way it was put up on the agenda, not good. In any case, thank you very much.
Thank
Please
you,
do the right
Dr.
thing.
Grossman. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we're going to take some in-person speakers right now, Judge. We're going to start with Beatriz Vera.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge,
Good afternoon.
sirs, and madam. My name is Beatriz Vera, and I'm here to speak in support of the University Medical Center proposed expansion. I was very moved by your words, Judge Samaniego, when you said in an interview, we should never have someone go into a hospital and not have the right quality simply because it's a county hospital. I totally agree with you, and this is what brought me here. While the 5 areas proposed for the expansion are all critical, my greatest concern, I'm a social worker and an anthropologist, and I'm here with my hat as a community outreach specialist. So I am very concerned, of course, by the recent decision of the Supreme Court, which comes after the reduction of so many policies in health, education, environmental protection, and many others that I believe are the social determinants of health. We don't just need the apt physician, the good place. We have to have such determinants in our society that help be a healthy population. And all these reductions and things that are going on, I'm sure will mean a lot for children seeking care in the future. My particular concern, which was, I'm sure it didn't just, they didn't just neglect to mention it. I loved the presentation by all the UMC staff, is for children who are experiencing abuse and neglect. I invite you to remember 3 important facts about child abuse and neglect. In our country, at least 1 in 7 children experience child abuse or neglect. We have this is a CDC data, and we have no reason to believe that it is any less here. As a matter of fact, I happen to believe that it is higher. Just in 2019, 1,840 children died of abuse and neglect. But what I fear more for our region is the fact that children living in poverty experience more abuse and neglect, because experiencing poverty can place a lot of stress on families, which may increase the risk of child abuse and neglect. This is a concern for all El Paso County families. We all know that we have high population density, limited English proficiency with families and children, a median household income way below Texas and the U.S., and a poverty level above that of Texas and the U.S. The vulnerability of children is also indicated by the number of households 33% in El Paso, that are female-headed households and a high rate of teen births. While the El Paso Children's Hospital has made great strides addressing the significant health needs of the growing pediatric population and has the most robust staff of pediatric specialties, El Paso can recruit, as we heard, all kinds of subspecialties, pediatric cardiologists, neurosurgeons, and even cranial and facial program that they have. A multidisciplinary high-complexity care for more children, such as the only children's cancer center, what exists now, and a critical transport team. While it is true that the growth of patients over 65 is a very big issue, nearly 30% of El Pasos are under the age of 18. El Paso Children's Hospital serves the sickest children in El Paso, and while the children are hospitalized, as we saw, 37% of children have at least one underlying condition. I am pretty sure that if all these facts, not only about child abuse, but also what we heard from UMC, are delivered in an appropriate adult education matter. I'm also a proud Texas Democrat, so I am very concerned about when we talk about voters, that people don't show up. We register them, but they don't show up. So let's take it to informed public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vera. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next, we have Carol Cassidy.
Welcome, Ms. Cassidy.
Hi there. Yes, Judge and Commissioners. I'm a transplant here from a city that's gone to hell, literally, destroyed in 2020 with all the riots that occurred on the West Coast. I'm so proud to be here in this beautiful city. So thrilled to hear about the veterans, oh my goodness, the advisory board, and then the parks and recreation. What you're doing here is beautiful, all right? But you cannot overspend the taxpayers' money. I'm thrilled to have heard these good people that took the time to call in. How fantastic. But I definitely protest, and I'm sure the supermajority of El Pasoans, the beautiful people that live here, to pass CCOs, certificates of obligation for all the good people that may not realize what they really mean. It means that any taxing entity can raise our taxes without us voting. Quite frankly, that goes against our founding documents because our founders with the Boston Tea Party proclaimed no taxation without representation. So I'm going to pull in some of that, and now I'm shocked to hear now, I guess, that that CEO, that the UMC CEO is now it's expanded to $400 million. Wow. Anyway, I regard this as lawlessness. And living in this nation as I have for all my life and being proud, actually coming out of the state of California and seeing what happened there to the old city of LA. My father explained it well, what happened to the tax base. And then most recently coming out of Seattle, Washington, and seeing the devastation there for the low-income housing, what the city fathers there and mothers did. All Democrats running that city. Wow, it just blows me out. But I want to give you some gifts because I firmly believe that knowledge is power, and you must know our founding documents. So I'm going to give each of you a Constitution of the United States. In addition, because to steal is one of the commandments, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet what thy neighbor has. And not to have competition for the public entities. If they can't make it without the public having to hold them up, then they should collapse. I mean, look what they did with our banking system a few decades ago when the banking system was supported. Well, those banks that couldn't make it should have collapsed. Same thing with healthcare, where the costs have risen so outrageously. So the poor are left, but the poor are left if the COs continue. I know Mr. Grossman referenced that, but the actual debt, this community is totally bankrupt. $800 million. My gosh. So you good people need to pay attention to this. And I do want to thank Miss Holguin, because she's the only one that I saw that was questioning this CO, and that this has to come to a vote by the voters. Yes, this beautiful community of God-fearing people, I'm so pleased that I made the choice of moving to El Paso, because I knew I had to come into Texas. The beauty of Texas is grassroots. I don't know how many of you have ever attended a state convention, a Republican convention. My gosh, we did it over a week ago, and to see the people coming from all walks of life, and they all pay for their own way, and standing up for the beliefs of protecting their children, their families, and their jobs. It's most impressive. And that's grassroots, and that's how we vote. So thank you for the opportunity. Of course, you have to, because we pay your salaries, all right? So I do expect you people to pay attention. Read these,
30 seconds.
Read the documents here. And for all of you good people behind me here, if you're not aware, in the first article, the first paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, which states the vision that this nation was founded under, the 27 reasons why our founding fathers said, to heck with England, we're going to do this ourselves. We're done with slavery and bondage, although right now we are in bondage. The debt of the Congress and the former presidents, $30 trillion. Oh my gosh.
Time.
So think about what you're doing, and I'm giving you a constitution. I'm giving you a Bible, all right? Make sure you guys pay attention.
Thank you.
This is our nation.
Thank you. Absolutely.
You're for the people, you're servants. I don't want to be slaves. My grandparents and gosh, they came here to own property.
Thank you.
And they left the feudal states. I wanted to give you this one. This is for you. I'll give the Bible to them.
Thank you.
Yeah. They came here.
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy.
To own property. I give you this?
Yeah, this one?
Yeah.
But not a
That's
Bible.
your
Okay.
Bible.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go, Mr. Stout. Own property, not be in servitude, which all of Europe is in servitude. Oh my gosh. The feudal state exists pretty much all over the world. The people are slaves to their government. So,
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy.
remember that, folks. It's our founding documents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Love this community.
Thank you. We'd love it too. Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
Next, we have Mr. Ray Baca.
In the audience, or?
Ray Baca left. Okay, thank you. We'll go to Blanca Trout next.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Good afternoon, Madam.
Welcome, Ms. Trout.
And gentlemen, commissioners. My name is Blanca Trout, and I'm a taxpayer here in El Paso, Texas.
Thank you.
And I'm going to read something that everyone knows already. It's the Texas law. It generally requires our local governments to seek voters' approval before issuing debt that it will be repaid for tax revenue. And every year in November, voters across the states are asked to approve new bond debt for the construction of city, counties, buildings, and hospitals. COS initially were authorized by Texas Certificate of Obligation Act in 1971. Cities, counties, and health hospital districts can use them to fund their construction, demolition, or restoration of structures. COS often are associated with emergency spending. So I wanted to know, I was listening, everything, all the needs that we have here in El Paso, of course. I'm a big advocate of mental health. I do understand that. But I also understand that $400 million is too much to put this burden to the community to pay for these taxes. We are not prepared for that yet. So what that I wanted to let you know is please be good stewards of our money, of our taxpayers, and definitely take priorities. And what? Maybe we could go and find some revenues from federal funding. We could do that. We don't need to punish the people here that they have low income. It's kind of hard now since we know that the taxes, property taxes are high and high and high, and I don't want to wear gasoline, $6 a gallon of gasoline. Groceries. You know what is to spend a lot of money now in living ways. So definitely I wanted to call to your attention and let you know, be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. We could always find some revenues from federal. And I know there exists some of them for emergencies. So we don't need to put this tax burden in our community. And also, since we have the opportunity to put this COS in May, I don't know why we didn't do it. But definitely, as a transparency and accountability, it should be under the vote for the community. It should go in November. So let the voters decide what we want, what we can. No more high taxes. No more increasive taxes. So let's be transparent and let's be accountable. And let's be good stewards from our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trout. Thank you.
Judge, we do have one more person in the phone bank that appeared. We'll take another phone.
Sure, please.
Phone constituent.
The person calling in for number 8750, go ahead, please state your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Ray Adauto, ADA-UTO. I am the Executive Director for the El Paso Association of Builders. I'd like to address the Commissioners Court. Your Honor, Judge, and Commissioners, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to talk to you. This particular interest of mine is that interest that we have in selling homes and being able to afford homes in this community. An imposition of a CO without the voter approval at an emergency situation is acceptable, but this is not an emergency situation by any means and should go before the voters to decide whether or not they can afford $55 to $80 a year for an additional $400 million project. We believe strongly that competing within communities, we have ways of being able to fund this other ways other than the taxpayer. The previous speaker certainly was on point when she said that we need transparency, and this is not transparent. Obviously, the presentation that was made today was a repeat from last week in order to sell the CO. But frankly, I think if you continue to have this type of presentation before the public, you may get the vote. I don't think you should be afraid of it. Quite honestly, I thought that Mr. Centrone's impassioned plea for why this was needed is valid to a great deal, but we cannot afford it as a community, quite honestly. At this point, with inflation at its highest point in 40 years, gas prices at its highest point ever, food prices and food shortages coming, an economic situation that looks bleak for most of the country, and that includes El Paso, we need to be careful how we obligate ourselves. So I'm asking the Commissioners Court to please bring this to a public vote, not a CO. Let the people decide, and whatever the taxpayers and homeowners and renters decide, so be it. But at least give it an opportunity to be transparent. I am here to support the El Paso Apartment Association, our own builders and construction people, letting them know that we are trying to keep affordability in El Paso, but it's creeping out if it hasn't already. So thank you for your time again. Once again, Ray Adalto with the El Paso Association of Builders.
Thank you, Mr. Adalto. Appreciate your time and your comments. Thank you. Miguel?
We can resume in person, Cesar.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Mr. Scott Lynch.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Scott Lynch. I'm the Executive Director of the El Paso Apartment Association. So I'm going to just take a step back and speak about this a little bit in a bigger picture. Dr. Lang said we need more doctors, nurses, et cetera. I argue we need more housing, more residential housing. We need more apartments. If you look at Fort Bliss, they have a one-year waiting list for on-base housing. We're 98% full in the private housing market, and these taxes, utilities going up, property taxes, and now this latest proposal, these costs are being passed on directly to the renters. The renters do not get homestead exemptions. They do not get veteran exemptions. I invite you to go on to the Fort Bliss Spouse Facebook page and look at the comments there. They're up in arms over the lack of housing. Everything within the soldiers' housing allowance is taken. It's four or five people deep. Last year, the Department of Defense added a new criteria for BRAC, and that is retention rate. So that means soldiers at Fort Bliss, if they re-enlist or not, right? So it's showing that if they're here at Fort Bliss, are they happy? And one measure of that is if they re-enlist. And that's one factor that helps them decide where they're going to shift forces. So by increasing our taxes and forcing soldiers to live in either substandard homes or having to go into their own pockets to afford a place to live is actually going to be hurting our economy by bringing in less soldiers to our base. Where I think as a regressive tax, we're hurting the most vulnerable people in our community. And if you look at even the big companies, when they talk about what do they look at when they decide where to headquarter, they say education, housing, and quality of life. So I'm not opposed to the hospital projects, but I am opposed to the method that it's being done. Like everyone else said, I believe this should be left for the people to decide. This is such a big decision. I don't think the COs should even be considered. That should be taken off the table. It should go directly to a general ballot election. I would say also Texas Tech and MCA, those folks need housing as well. So I would just look at the big picture and think about what these taxes do to the rental market and the housing buying market. I think that concludes my statements unless there's any questions. Now, I would say one last thing. I've spoken here many times at City Council, and every single time it's always been in support of a county measure or in support of a city measure. This is my first time speaking against something you're trying to do. So you see the Builders Association calling in, Apartment Association, the Hispanic chambers here. So when you see the whole business community coming together telling you this is the wrong way to go, I think that's a good indicator that maybe you are taking the wrong direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
Next, we'll go with Ruby Imai.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Welcome.
Good to see you. My name is Ruby Mai, and I'm a property supervisor with Monterey Asset Management, and I also represent, well, as past president, the El Paso Apartment Association. Sorry. I'm not here to dispute the need for what has been expressed by UMC or Texas Tech reps. I understand the need. I think one thing that is continuously overlooked is the tax rates reviews that are constantly passed through additional fees that have been significant. These services were previously covered by our taxes, but they have managed to shift everything from storm fees, environment fees, inspection fees, and they are no longer through our taxes, counted as taxes. I manage over 3,000 units, and I did some comps with 10 of my properties. What I see is that this certificate of obligation will increase average taxes from $4,200 to $10,000 annually. This has to go to the voters. This is a non-emergency item, and I think that we have to stop overlooking the taxpayers and what it's going to do to them. In the end, I have to look at my clients. The rent increases are inevitable, so I would just like that point of view taken. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Marcia Heller.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Marcia Heller. I own and manage over 150 rental units, mostly single-family homes in Northeast El Paso. I am also a member and a past president of the El Paso Apartment Association. I'm here to speak against the approval of the certificate of obligation. This would place added hardships on the citizens of El Paso County, our most vulnerable citizens, the renters. As Mr. Lynch pointed out, rental properties do not receive any type of exemptions. So we pay full tax rates. Those costs are passed on to our renters. It is not a cost that we as owners absorb. There's no way we could do that. This CO could not come at a worse time. At this time, most of the rental assistance programs that were put in place during the pandemic, the funds have been exhausted, and renters who were able to make ends meet and see assistance are now having to make those hard decisions. Put food on the table, pay rent, car repairs. Additionally, operational costs for the investors and owners of these properties, they're facing drastically increased costs in maintenance, labor, contractor services, building supplies, utilities, insurance, taxes. All of this is driving up rents in El Paso. Property owners are also now facing mortgage rate increases. They seem to rise not just monthly, but weekly nowadays. Supply chain delays are causing longer vacancies, and as you know, a vacant property does not make any income. Eviction moratoriums and other legal threats are encouraging many small owners and investors to exit the rental industry, adding to many of the housing issues that we are experiencing here in El Paso. It's quite simple. Rising home values and interest rates are forcing would-be homebuyers to remain in the rental market. While supply has remained relatively steady at this time, increasing demand will soon cause shortages on rentals. There's a perfect storm looming on the horizon, and the result will be a housing crisis larger than that of what we saw in 2018. I would like to share with you from the 2021 HUD Comprehensive Housing Market Analysis. Single-family rental market is comprised of approximately 43% of rental households. Of those rental households, 40.3% of the renters with incomes less than $50,000 a year are paying more than 50% of their income to rent. I encourage the Commissioners Court to reevaluate the approval of this proposed CO and at best, send it to the voters for approval. Let the voters, the renters, and the people of El Paso decide this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Heller. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Bonnie Doblado. Thank you. Next, we'll have Desiree Manzanares.
Good afternoon,
Hey,
Judge,
Desiree.
County Commissioners. Thank you so much for making the time for people to get up here and discuss this. Of course, I am representing the El Paso Hispanic Chamber today, and we, as the Hispanic Chamber, we stand behind small businesses. We believe that that is really where economic development, where community involvement really begins. So looking at this as the representatives of small business, but also as El Pasoans who recognize the hard work that UMC does, the work that they did after August the 3rd, the work that they've done during the COVID pandemic, where my own grandmother went for treatment before she passed. We understand how UMC really is vital to this community. But we decided to do a survey to see how our members felt about this, and we were pretty surprised. 82% feel as though, well, our survey is not concluded, to be clear. The survey will conclude this evening. So these are just preliminary results, but given that this was an opportunity that you may vote on this, we wanted to make sure that you had these numbers with you. From what we've gathered, 82% of business owners feel that this increased tax that would be put on them would make or break their business, the ability to stay open. They're barely hanging on due to inflation, recovering from COVID, supply chain issues. Businesses, especially small businesses, are really feeling that pinch. They feel that this bond would further make it more difficult to stay open. As far as direct quotes that we got so far, we heard, I think county commissioners should not approve this without taking it to a ballot. We also heard that an established subcommittee of small businesses needs to be heard so that the county commissioners as well as the county judge understand where we're coming from. So we've seen numbers that vary, but what we're really seeing is that the numbers are in the 70% thus far. That can change because the survey is still open. But when asked if a property tax of this magnitude would hurt them, 70% say yes. 70% say that if this goes through, they feel like the county does not understand what it is like to be a business owner in this time. These are stark, stark numbers. 74% also see that there is relevancy with UMC. They understand the connection with the city, that they are a trauma center. But they also feel that right now, on such a quick basis, this is a time that could ruin their business. This could make it more difficult for them to pick up after where they were left off during COVID. Too many things have compiled together that make this make small business owners feel that this is not going to be good for them. So what we have compiled with all of this information is the idea that small business members would like to have face-to-face meetings with county commissioners and the county judge. They want to be able to talk to you about how they feel about it. So it is our move and motive to ask if you would be willing to do that. I know it's a large ask. I know that it's, you guys are very busy. But when it comes to this issue, we're asking if you would wait a couple of weeks, if not more, so that you can meet with the business community. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Manny Urquieta. Stepped out. Okay, thank you. Do we have Sylvia Searfoss? Sylvia Searfoss? Do we have Jose Ramirez? Debbie Torres? Debbie Torres? Oscar Jaques Martínez? Jesús Olivas?
Welcome, Mr. Olivas.
Hello, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Jesus Olivas. As one of the things here, I'm a taxpayer. I'm an employee of University Medical Center and also a member of the Service Employees International Union. Over the last few days, we have started to reach out to our membership and employees at UMC just to see where they stand on this $400 million in certificate of obligation the hospital district is seeking approval for. Our members, our membership representatives represents everyone from registered nurses, surgical techs, nursing staff, IT professionals, as myself, dietary, environmental service workers. We are the backbone of UMC and are the ones that make sure that the patient care part of it happens. We stepped up what the community needed when they needed us most during both the August 3rd tragedy and the pandemic. In our conversation so far with workers, we have found most of the workers were completely unaware of the effort to seek the funds and unaware of what the funds would be used for. Some understood the need for more investment, but we're concerned about the impact of the 21% increase in taxes. There are hundreds of employees that work at UMC, and 45 days is not enough time to have a meaningful conversation with all the workers at UMC to explain the details of the bond. For them to process the information or reasonable time to establish whether or not they support the effort. A decision like this should be over at least 60 days instead of 45 days or more in order to give employees and community time to digest this important decision. That's me as an employee and as a union member. I'm going to go ahead and unbutton my shirt. Okay, I'm not trying to strip or anything. So now I don't have a cap, but I have a shirt underneath. And I'm now personally speaking as a taxpayer. Not speaking as a member of the union or as an employee. I have to work a part-time second job for Intel, major processor company here in El Paso at Best Buys, okay? This is so I can comfortably make ends meet. I don't have enough to be able to provide, okay, additional cost. with everything going up, inflation, gas prices, this is not the right timing. I really feel the increase in taxes is a burden on El Pasoans. And I am one of many, the people. What I heard today, based on today's agenda, want does not trump need. I heard a lot of wants, not enough needs.
30 seconds.
Do not shove this financial burden on the people. Do the moral obligation as you stand for the people. One of many. Few, if not many. Lend this to the people to decide ultimately. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Olivas. Appreciate your time.
Next, we have Ana Perez.
Welcome, Dr. Perez. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I come to you as a citizen and a UMC board member. I invested the last week and a half listening, just listening, especially to citizens, particularly in the areas of Fabens and Central El Paso. And I'm just going to highlight a few of their comments first. In Fabens, of course, they're grateful. Very beneficial to have a group of doctors at one place, the UMC Health Clinic. Makes it very accessible. Another one, no one wants more taxes, but all of us need to listen to the equivalent of the annual cost. And it's a way that we can help people in need. How can anyone not be in favor of increased health services? I would worry if someone not support it. And in Fabens, they suggested that we reach out to school board members, the churches, and the senior centers to listen to the citizens. And another one said, you know, how much do you spend at one time going out to dinner or to a movie? In the central area, they said loud and clear, we have a shortage of health care, and we want to be involved in even identifying the location for a health center to be in our area. Why wouldn't we provide a cancer center? But we also want social services to support any kind of treatment that is being provided in order to sustain health. You know, they're already looking at, we should be in preventive health. They suggested that we have public hearings and involve Ayuda, the Border Network for Human Rights, Washington Park Neighborhood Association, Valle Verde Neighborhood Association, Hilos de Plata Senior Center, and Familias Unidas de Chamizal. So now let me go to my thoughts. I know that it is a balance. It is time sensitive that you have to consider with all of the increases and also the resources that are available. And yes, taxation has a negative connotation in El Paso, but you didn't create that. I know that you need to consider the length of time, or I would want you to consider the length of time that each of you took to campaign for your election. It didn't happen in 4 or 5 months. And also consider that media does take a scare approach. They say tax increase, it's a dirty word. And then they also have a tendency to change the 345 to 400. You also need to consider the restriction that a general bond election failure delays any action for another 3 years. So you have a lot on your plate. I understand that. The community elected each of you, and we trust you to make decisions on the community's behalf. You know, my dream would be to see the investment in everyone's future health and life, and that, yes, El Paso could really, truly work towards preventive health. But that's my dream. So what I ask you to do is to represent your constituents, vote on the merits, the timing, and vote today for the intent. It doesn't mean that you necessarily support the taxation, the intent of a certificate of obligation. The time can be extended, but it would allow UMC, the staff, and the board, and you to be involved to conduct public meetings. Because yes, people need to be listened to, organizations need to be listened to, hear the voice of the taxpayers in the community, and then come back. After listening to those taxpayers, the community, you still have a choice. At that time, you can either vote to either issue a certificate of obligation, to not issue one, to advise UMC to go to a bond election, or to do nothing, to say, we want none of this. The total package, as I see it, again, is an investment in El Paso to work towards being a preventive health service.
Time.
It's an ideal situation. You were elected to make those hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next, we have Dora Oaxaca.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Judge, Commissioners. Well, I'm here because I think we've heard everybody pretty much say that this is a need. And evidently, public health care and access to medical care is a very much need in El Paso. Although Texas Tech and UMC have accomplished transforming access to health care, we continue to suffer from not having enough doctors, medical facilities, programs. I can tell you that I had a recent accident a couple of weeks ago, suffered a concussion. I went to UMC. It was a hospital of my choice. And they gave me a referral to the concussion clinic at Texas Tech. They cannot see me until, or their appointment was set until November 30th. That's how far in advance, that's how far in advance I can see a doctor. And with that, I have to continue telling you how needed, you know, these COs are to our community. But I think we're dividing the public in so many ways, and I'm not that well in script. I'm better at just speaking to you. There's always some type of solution to hearing both sides. And I come to you with a consideration. You have the commissioners, you have your appointees in the UMC board, but you also have the citizens. And I think a valuable tool is us, as citizens of this community, to tell you what's needed. I'd like for you to consider an accountability citizens board that not only takes into consideration what the proposal is, but also brings recommendations to you all. And whether you approve these COs or they're voter approved, I think that accountability board should be there, also to ensure how these funds are going to be expended. So it is, to me, it is a fat layer of transparency that you're building in this quest for more access to health care. So it would benefit the community, the residents, to know that perhaps Commissioner Lean wants to appoint somebody from her region, along with now her appointee to the board, along with you, Commissioner, the judge, and so forth, and Commissioner Stout and Commissioner Robinson. But this layer of transparency, I think it's what is really keeping a lot of us in limbo in saying we support or not. I think we all want to support healthcare. It's just how to go about it, doing a very, making the process more inclusive of every resident and every voice. So that is just for consideration. I know you have a hard job to do in voting for this. This is only the intent. But with the intent also comes, I think, the foundation and the pillar that is the community involvement in making a decision, not only at this level, but you know, in months to come when it comes to our health care. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Emma Costa.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Welcome.
I'm Emma Acosta. I'm a former city representative and member of several local organizations and a lifelong member of El Paso and a taxpayer in this community. I'm here to tell you I'm in support of you authorizing the publication of notice of intention to issue a Paso County Hospital District certificates of obligation. I think that if you authorize the publication, it will provide the public with enough time and opportunity to actually weigh in on the situation, on the issue, and to learn exactly what UMC is proposing. What is a bond for? I think many people don't really know what it's for. And I think we need to reach out to the community, to businesses. I think we had a UMC board member say, churches, senior citizens, and explain to them, this is what the bond will cover. Are you in support of it or not? At the end of that time period, usually it's 45 days, it comes back to you. At that time, it is your decision to either go forward and issue the certificate of obligation or send it to the voters or not do anything at that point. But I think the publication of it is important. I think the public has a right to know what UMC is trying to do. In our community, healthcare is of the utmost importance to every family in our community. We must be able to provide adequate healthcare to everyone. Until Texas accepts expanded Medicaid from the federal government, local communities will have to bear the burden of providing that healthcare. And so it falls on us. We cannot allow families with children to not have healthcare, to not have anywhere to go. We cannot say, well, you know what, there's no more room at the hospital. You know what, we don't have the technology, because technology is changing very fast, but it's also something that's very much needed. But I think if you issue the notice of intent, you will have the opportunity to weigh in on what the public wants or doesn't want. At the end of that notice, it comes back to you, and ultimately you will make the decision whether to issue the certificates of obligation based on public input, based on the interest rates at that point in time, or if you want to send it to the voters and let the voters decide whether they want it or not, or just not do anything. But I think it's important that the notice of publication go forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this item? This concludes public comment, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, anyone? Mr. Olguin, you want to go ahead and
Sure.
comment?
First of all, I would like to thank all of the members of the public that stayed. I realize it's now a little bit over after 2:30. We unfortunately never know when specific items are going to be heard, but I know that it's a huge commitment on the public's part to be able to stay and speak on such an important item. So I want to make sure to thank all of the members of the public, of course, to thank our UMC team for the information that they brought forward to us today, everyone who is here, basically, while we consider this very important issue. I just have a couple of comments that I do want to make, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that we do have capacity issues at UMC. We saw those figures, we saw those numbers this morning. So for me, it's not an issue it's not a question necessarily of intent. I know that UMC is trying to do the best that it can for the residents of our county. For me, the issue is the method by which we do that. The primary issue for me is whether we go forward with a certificate of obligation the way UMC has requested and the way that it's posted on the agenda for today, or if we make an effort to go forward with a general obligation bond. And the difference between the two is that a general obligation bond does require voter approval, whereas the certificates of obligation do not. With the certificates of obligation, basically that entire decision is made by the 5 of us. Whereas a general obligation will allow the public, the residents, the homeowners, the taxpayers to have a direct say in making this very, very important decision. $400 million is a substantial request. That's a substantial request to make of our taxpayers. And I believe that they really do need to have a say because we're asking them to pay for it. So for me, that is my primary issue. Not whether or not it's a question of need, but rather the way in which we go forward. I'm not sure about the other commissioners, the rest of the court, but every email, every phone call that I have received in my office has been to request the opportunity to be able to vote on this matter through a general obligation bond. And I have to say that because we are talking about such a substantial request, I agree with those voters. I agree that those residents should have a say in this decision, and I think that that's the best way for them to have that say. Today's vote may not be the final vote on the issuance of the certificates of obligation, but voting yes today indicates our intent to issue that bond amount as requested. If you look at the wording of the order itself, it very specifically says that we would be voting on publishing our intent to issue this bond amount. I understand that things can change. I understand that any one of us can change our vote 45 days from now or 60 days from now or whenever we choose to come back. But today is a statement of our intent by the clear language of the order that we're voting on today. And unfortunately, I can't vote in favor today because I agree that a decision of this magnitude with such financial ramifications should require voter approval. So unfortunately, that is going to be my vote today. I would encourage UMC to continue to look at the possibility of a general obligation election in November. I think here at the county, I understand, Mr. Cintron, you do not have personal experience with such an election, putting together such an election, but I think at the county and at UMC, we have enough institutionalized knowledge to be able to help do that. I don't think that that's a reason to automatically not consider having a potential election in November. Because we are worried about increasing interest rates. But I don't think that that should trump allowing the voters to have a say in a decision of this magnitude. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Holguin. Commissioner Leon?
Just a couple of quick points. I think I heard one of the gentlemen speaking about that they, excuse me, that they need more than the 30 days. But as I understand it, there's a 65-day period before an actual vote is taken. So just to let everybody know, so there's no misunderstanding, the time limit on the actual vote would be at least 65 days, excuse me, but we can always extend it, whether it be 90 days, 120 days. but there should be, and I agree, that a lot of public input as we go forward. And also, Betsy, somebody had talked about the rent assistance being exhausted. If I understand it correctly, it is not exhausted yet,
We have ERA2 funds.
so it's not
Rich.
exhausted.
It's not exhausted.
Yeah, that's just for the public and that person that called in or that was here, just to understand that there's still help out there. Thank you.
So sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Judge Commissioners Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. Commissioner Lund, just to clarify, the minimum time period is 45 days, but it could be, the 65 days is, I'm not sure, that's not a minimum time requirement, it's at 45 days, but it could be more than that. You're correct, Commissioner. And thankfully, we have our bond counsel, Paul Braden, in the audience as well, so if the court has any clarifying questions about the notice or the time periods, he'd be happy to help with that.
Okay, so just so I understand it perfectly, it's a minimum of 45 days. It can be extended to 65 days or more?
It could be extended to any amount of time, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Thanks. Thank you, Judge. I also tend to agree with Commissioner Holguin's statement when it comes to the vote on the intent. If we vote yes today, that means we are intending. This doesn't mean that this is just a public input period. The public is going to take that as what it says in the order, which is we are intending to do it. And yes, we can go back, but I don't want the public to be confused. And I hope that, is very clear in everybody's mind. I do think that if we do want to have, more of an opportunity to hear from the public, then we should wait. In our last meeting, when I requested that we postpone this item, it was for a couple of reasons. One was because I didn't think, or I thought that the proposal was presented with too little time and too little information to process. The backup wasn't available for the public to see, at least on the Commissioners Court agenda, until less than 24 hours ahead of when we were expected to vote on that, and on a Thursday meeting. And I had conversations with folks at UMC about doing the exact opposite of that, and because I felt that it could leave the public to believe that we were trying to not be transparent and that we were just trying to push a $400 million bond down their throats without hearing anything from them. I spoke to UMC leadership as well as some of the board members, but unfortunately, we've already begun, in my opinion, at a deficit because of the way things were done a week and a half ago, because of the hurried attempt and because of the lack of sufficient information in a timely manner. I also asked for it to be postponed because I felt that we did need more public outreach. I was not expecting, I didn't want to vote today on the intent, on the notice of intention, because I also don't think that a week or 9 days was long enough to get all the information. This is a very complex project, and I felt that we needed more public outreach, and the reason that one of the other reasons why I asked to postpone is because I wanted UMC to show us what their plans were for making that public outreach happen. It's something that I have also talked about with the leadership and with board members, so people know exactly what's going on here and what the implications are going to be. But to be honest, what was presented today was very far from what I was expecting to hear from UMC in regards to the public outreach campaign that we've been talking about, or that I've been talking about. I've never seen a marketing or PR proposal that consisted of 2 pages of very vaguely stating that some meetings will be attended or will be reaching out to certain groups. I'm very disappointed with with that, and you know, we need these things to you know, being proposed, and we you know, we can find a way to get it done with the public support, but these are long-term needs. And I don't think anybody here is going to argue that the majority of the things that are on this proposal are things that this community probably needs. I don't think anybody here can argue about the, you know, the data that you all presented when it comes to the ICU, when it comes to our the emergency department, when it comes to those areas. But they're long-term needs, and we've only had 2 weeks to not even 2 weeks to review it, and it's not really enough time to really you know, get into some of the weeds and drill down. For example, at the last meeting, we heard the difference of about $100 million would be dollars between general obligation bonds and certificate of obligation. We heard it on some of the statements that were made to the media. That was important information, you know, making it much more likely that you know, some of us might support the COs, because $100 million is a lot of money. But that $100 million difference was based largely on a nuance in the structure of the bonds, and the CO cost was estimated using the 10-20 split described today, while the GO was estimated using the straight 25-year amortization. Today we had a different presentation, and we saw that it was actually $37 million if you compared apples to apples with the way it would be amortized. And so that, again, to me, and possibly to the public, could seem misleading. You know, designed to get us to focus on a big number difference that may not be applicable. And, you know, maybe there's a reason for that, but you know, maybe that wouldn't change some of our minds at this point, because, you know, these are very complex processes, and they require a lot of time to cover. So if we would have voted last week, we would not even have heard from you all about the 37 million split amortization price tag. So that, you know, that, I mean, goes to my point. We need to take time to go through this. You know, it's possible that we could get, you know, the same bang for our buck with the GO. You know, although I understand there's a risk of further increasing interest rates, but I think it's possible to make a bond issuance by November if we really worked at it. You know, one of the callers with whom I disagree on most issues raised an issue with which I do agree, and that is taxes are going to hit those who have the least, the hardest. Property tax is a very regressive tax structure, and people who have less pay a larger percentage than people who have more. So, and of course, the working class homeowners and renters, you know, and they've typically borne the brunt of paying for the increases in local government operations over the last number of years, and working class neighborhoods have been hit the hardest by valuation increases as well that we're experiencing over, and so I think that it would behoove us to spend some more time before we actually vote on this, to listen to what others have to say, to have those meetings, and actually, you know, come up with a very detailed strategic outreach plan that takes that time. We have to spend some additional funding for that, but and you know, you might, maybe 3 weeks from now, after we explain to the public what what we're doing, because all they're hearing right now is more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes. A lot of them may think that after hearing what we've been presented, maybe they change their mind. I don't know, but I think it's still important to reach out to them and complete that process, and doing it while we're telling them we're intending to do it is not the same. So those are my thoughts, and at this point, I am also leaning towards not supporting the voting for the intent at this point in time, because I think we need more time for the public to process this, understand what it is, say what they have to say, and then we can go from there. It's a lot of money to do this so quickly. So that's what I have to say at this point, Judge. Thank you.
Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, thank you, Judge. You plan to fail, or you fail to plan. Talk about time. Time is a matter of essence. Time is of the essence. You can wait 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So there was a time when we had time to plan and make decisions. When I joined the military, and I did 25 years, 2 of those 25 years was in direct combat in Vietnam. What do you intend to do? I intend to complete the mission and go home. I was one of those who was fortunate enough to come back. But many of my comrades did not make it back home. One of the problems we had, and we still have in this nation, in our community, is, particularly with the veterans, is that we have access to care and good care and proper care. Some of you heard my story about one of my medical issues I had a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. I won't name the facility that I was a patient in, but I was not properly diagnosed, was not properly treated. It came to a point where they were about to put tubes in me and notify my family that it's just a matter of time, not a whole lot of time, matter of time that you can plan where you want to bury him at. I was told, my family was told, that you can take him right now, if you like, and I would have been the responsibility of my family. Of course, if I went out in the parking lot, I wouldn't be here today. There was a Savior. And ladies and gentlemen, everything happened for a reason. Everything in this world happens for a reason. A phone call was made to UMC for me to be transferred from this facility I was in as a patient to UMC. Had I not been transferred to UMC, I'm a living witness to tell you that I would not be here today. I'll tell you where I would be. They have a spot for me at Fort Bliss Cemetery. And that's where I would be today if it was not for UMC. So when you talk about access to care and proper care, and you talk about, well, and then also you talk about the cost. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a tax and spend person. I don't like to spend more taxes than anyone else. If I didn't have to pay any, I would, unless I have to. But the reality of it is that I do have to pay taxes. I don't like to pay more than my fair share. But there are a lot who are less fortunate than I, who need medical care. One, you talk about education. Two, you talk about prevention. And three, you talk about treatment. Now, I ask you, put yourself in the position I was in 3 years ago. Put yourself in the position of many of those in our community that are less fortunate, that don't have the means, they don't have access to care. I told you a short story about my mother. My mother is deceased now for a number of years. If she was still living, she would be about 100 years old now. She got frostbitten. Not properly diagnosed, not properly treated. So she developed gangrene from the frostbite. We went to the hospital. They amputated one leg because it was severely infected with the gangrene because she was not properly diagnosed and treated at the beginning. So, thus, long story short, the treatment and the amputation of her one leg, they still didn't properly treat it and get all the gangrene. So it spread to the other leg. While on the operating table, removed her second leg, she died. All because she was, at the beginning, she was not properly diagnosed, was not properly treated, did not receive the proper medical care. I don't want to see that happen to anyone here in El Paso. We are a growing city. I feel that everyone, regardless of their political status, financial status, should and deserve to be treated properly and treated proper medical care for whatever ailment they may have, whether it be a child or an adult. Now, we're talking about time. Well, we should wait to issue our intent. But that's, on the surface, it sounds good. But when you got people who are waiting in the hospital, in the parking lot, in the waiting room, waiting to be seen by a doctor, waiting to get a bed where they can treat them, do we have time to wait? Now, if I was not fortunate enough to have someone advocating on my behalf, because I couldn't totally speak for myself at that time, would I be here? Bottom line is, I would feel that we should go forward with the intent. Not that I want to spend your tax dollars any more than I want to spend my tax dollars. I feel there's a need and now is the time. If it was not for UMC, where would I be? Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't want to belabor anymore because I've made my comment, but one of the concerns I have is that we have two options, maybe three. Third would be do nothing. I would challenge even UMC, if they truly understand the impact of a certificate of obligation. Yet, you're asking us to make a decision on taking one of the options off the floor. Everyone here was very clear that you trust us to make the right decisions, that we are here to, make sure that we make the decisions that are the best to the community. And I want to challenge anybody that you can tell me you can understand the impact of today just getting rid of one option. And then later, you have no option of understanding that it's going to come out to be $50 million more or $80 million more, and asking, unfortunately, and this is sensitive, but I was told this, and this is the elephant in the room. Our history of voting is extremely, extremely one of the lowest in the country. It was 4.9% of people voted in the runoff. So I personally am not willing to be that irresponsible to take one option off the table and not be able to come back to it after we find out that perhaps we're going to lose more money, that we're going to pay $50,000 or $60 or $50 million or $60 million more. And I'm telling you, I don't even think UMC, with all the knowledge they have, that they can truly understand the impact of waiting to do something. Because I think we're beyond it's an important thing that we need to do. I think we're beyond that. So I think we could take that off the table. I think everybody here is extremely understanding the impact and everything. You just need to go to the hospital and see the problem. You just need to ask people about the waiting periods, about 2 months before they could get to be seen. I think it's clear. But you would want me to make a decision on one option against the other. I'm going to take this one off the table, and then I'm going to try to figure out if it goes into a general obligation bond. And I no longer have this option. And I don't no longer understand it completely. So I think, if you want to criticize what happens, criticize the vote of whether or not we go forward. Criticize the fact that we didn't give everybody an opportunity during this 45-day minimum time. 45-day minimum time, we could go 60, 80, 90, there's no end to what we could do to really understand what happens on a certificate of obligation. So for anybody to say that we're sort of reckless or irresponsible because we're putting an impact on the community, I challenge you, because we don't know that not doing this could be a huge impact. They call it, the backdoor taxes. And it's not directly. If we go to a bond and it's not approved, and we got all of these things that we've talked about, that's one risk that's very vulnerable. But also, I also feel that not understanding the impact of this, what are we getting into, that it impacts the quality of life, because you're going to be so busy trying to take care of all the things, the people that got delayed treatment, people that have cancer, that get diagnosed, that don't have anywhere to go. Stories that I heard this week about having to go to Juarez after they're diagnosed, and living here in El Paso and going to another country because they're not diagnosed properly. So I don't think we understand the impact of not doing the obligation, the certificate of obligation. And so I'm committed to really understanding. We ask about, public hearings and all that. We can do that. We can help We can ask and direct our community. We can have things here at our council, at commissioners' court. There's a lot of things that we could do that we're gonna let go. We're gonna let go, and I'm telling you, we're gonna let go the moment that we don't at least give it a consideration and figure out what is the real impact of a certificate of obligation. We're gonna let go of a lot of opportunities that we have. Myself as a county judge, the commissioners here, we can guide a lot of things, and we can ask for a lot of things, and we can have it on center stage going forward. So I'm very committed to finding out that I am able to tell the community, this is what happens if you have a certificate of obligation, and this is what happens. And I'm not willing to let go of this option just to live with one option. We got two options. Let's look at them clearly. Let's understand them to its extent. I don't understand, to be honest with you, why we would be concerned about doing due diligence. I would be concerned if we were voting today. I really would. I would really be concerned if we voted today yes or no on the obligation, a certificate of obligation. But to vote no against due diligence, vote no because it has a word of intent in there, we're going to decide. We're going to be back here in 45, 65, 75 days, back here, and that's when it's going to matter. But I'm going to feel really good to be able to say, I'll go this way or I'll go this way because I'll have the understanding of the two options. Right now, I don't have an understanding of one option. And once again, I don't want to be repetitive. I'm not willing to get rid of one option until I truly understand it. That's what the community deserves. You all said it. You want us to make the right decision. And I say there's no one here that I understand is capable of understanding the impact of not doing a certificate of obligation. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll put it for a vote. Yes, Commissioner Stone.
I forgot to bring this up, but just another example of, why we need to continue to talk about this. We heard from Sylvia Serfas. I guess she had signed up, but she had to leave, or she couldn't make it. But she's a retired nurse and a union member with a nursing union, and she said that she had seen the presentation and had some concerns with the proposal to fund the expansion of these services, and she, as anybody else, realizes that there are needs for healthcare services in the community, but she said we need to expand only when we can afford and sustain it. She's always been a strong advocate for equity in healthcare for all, but her concerns are that UMC needs to focus on UMC services and not take on unsustainable projects. She questions some of the expansions of services, some of the information presented by UMC. Hopefully she'll make that known at a later point, but she also said that as she understood and as it was presented to the public, the Children's Hospital is a not-for-profit private hospital, which is also a specialty hospital with needs that need much more funding than taxpayers can provide. She said that the Children's Hospital needs funding from private donations, foundations, to be sustainable and provide these services needed for specialized pediatric care, and that El Paso taxpayers should not, and more importantly, cannot support a specialty hospital. So that was basically the email that she sent to us. Also, she also stated that a cancer center providing a comprehensive cancer program is also specialty care and is not sustainable for UMC and taxpayer funding, and that UMC needs to step back and let, for example, Texas Tech take on the project, remove that from the UMC proposal. And so her comments there also made me question, I think she has, somewhat of a point when it comes to foundational spending, and many other, hospitals do a lot with, they get a lot of money from their foundations to do expansions like this. And so I also want to, ask what UMC and Children's are doing in that area, and how they plan to supplement any taxpayer funding with, with foundational funding, because from what I understand, many other hospitals have great foundations, and not saying that we don't have a great foundation, but I'm just curious as to how that plays into all of this.
Jacob, you want to field that one?
So as far as the Cancer Center, that would probably fall under the UMC Foundation, and one of the challenges is people are going to say you get taxes, so you really don't need foundation donations. Typically, the El Paso Children's Foundation generates a great deal of foundation funds that are typically expended. Commissioner Stubb would welcome your support in helping us raise money through the foundation if you could find the time, because quite frankly, I mean, the challenge to do a cancer center based on foundation funds alone would not be, I think, that feasible at this time. We do raise money through our foundation for the Sobreviviendo el Cancer or Surviving Cancer program, but that's primarily to help those that have been diagnosed with cancer, to help them with either paying their utility bills, getting transportation to and from their doctor's appointment, getting child care if they're having to be with a doctor. And so we don't generate a lot of foundation donations from that, but again, to think that it would be able to, on its own, cover the $79 million, I think, estimated for a cancer center, I don't know how feasible that would be. But maybe, there's a way you could help us find a way. We're always open to any suggestion.
And once again, I think that's part of the process of understanding every question, every detail that people, I can guarantee you that if it goes out to the voter will be much, much more educated to make a decision and not make it just because of the sensitivity of taxes without understanding the impact that taxes, everything else, it will be a burden to them, especially the quality of life. If we will be focusing on taking care of uninsured, without any support or any compensation from those that are insured, a lot of factors that I think we need to look at. But Erica, what would be the motion?
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Erica Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. So as we mentioned before, the court has a few options for this. Approving moving forward with the publication of notice as it's proposed, as it's in the backup. And so just as a quick summary, in the backup as it's been in there, it's to approve the publication of notice of intention as a summary in a principal amount not to exceed $400 million. The court would just have to decide on the day. As we mentioned, it's a 45-day minimum. We put the date in the notice. And so for right now, I spoke with bond counsel briefly. We think the earliest day to meet that 45-day window would probably be your August 22nd meeting if you want to do it at your regularly scheduled Monday meetings. Of course, you could do it later if you wanted more than 45-day minimum. So that's one of your options. You could also approve with edits. That's kind of a different sort of scenario. So if you're interested in that, I could walk you through that with the help of Mr. Braden. And of course, you could take no action.
Well, I'd like to make a move that...
I could read the motion, Judge.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd like to read in is the meeting date that we would want in the order. So again, August 22nd is the earliest, if we want, that would be about...
That's the 45th day?
I think it's about the 49th day,
49th day.
but only if you want it on the regularly scheduled Monday meeting. You could do it sooner than that, but that's just your Monday meeting.
At what point can we extend? Because I know there's I hear a lot of saying, I don't want that 45 days, pretty scary.
Sure.
We'd like to make it further. At what point can you do that?
Yeah, Mr. Braden's walking up. He could walk the court through that process.
Thank you. I didn't know you were back there. I would have called you earlier.
Good afternoon, Judge. Paul Braden with Norton Rose Fulbright, bond counsel to the hospital district. So as Erica was saying, that the notice has to be at least 45 days, and it's measured from publication in the newspaper. So the August 22nd would be the first date. If you know already you want more than 45 days, you can pick a later date, and you would put it in the notice itself. If, let's say you put August 29th or another date, And if, at that time, if something came before you and you wanted to postpone it at that time, the court could actually take an action at that time to postpone action on the CO order itself to a date later. And typically, the AG at some point says that the notice becomes stale, but they'll allow for, two to possibly 3 postponements. So if something came before you, whatever date you put in the newspaper notice, the court does have to meet and consider the item, but it could choose not to take substantive action, and it could postpone it at that time to a subsequent date as long as you postpone it to a date specific. So you do have options where in the notice itself you can put a specific later date, or if you put a date in and then that date comes and you still want a little more time, you could postpone it at that time as well.
Judge,
It's Commissioner Leon.
could we also today specify a date at least 60 days from today? And I understand we can change it later to push it even further back, but at least a minimum of 60 days as we speak.
You can, you just have to pick a specific court date.
The 60th day from the publication date estimate, if that's 49 days, would be September 12th.
You do that.
If I may just comment on the first, when the clock starts running is on the date of publication. So now working with the El Paso Times, we will need to work with that. So just assuming whenever that would get published. So right now it could be later this week or maybe even as late as next Tuesday. But again, that's when the clock starts running or is on the date of the publication, which earlier today, the date of publication was July 5th. The 45th day would have been the Friday before the August 19th. So I guess anytime after August 19th.
Okay,
So, Judge, if it's okay with the court, pushing it back to at least September 12th, would that give us the 60 days at least?
Yeah, that would give you 70, well, depending on when it gets published, right, maybe 71 days. I think that would be well, beyond your 45-day minimum. And September 12th is a regularly scheduled Monday meeting for the court, so I'm happy to read that proposed motion for the court's consideration if you'd like.
If that's okay for your motion.
Would you like me to go ahead and read
Yes,
the motion,
I'll
Judge?
make that
Okay.
motion.
So for your consideration, the motion could be to approve and authorize the publication of a notice of intention to issue El Paso County Hospital District certificates of obligation in accordance with Texas Local Government Code Section 271.049. The complete notice, as I mentioned, is included in the backup and describes the district's intention to issue certificates of obligation in one or more series in a principal amount not to exceed $400 million. The meeting date to be included in the order shall be 9:30 a.m. on September 12th, 2022, at the Commissioners Court regular meeting place here in the County Courthouse.
Thank you, Erica.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Holguín.
No.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
I'm voting no, and I want to make it very clear that I'm voting no because, again, I feel like we need more time for the public to be able to digest this, whether if it's a 45 or 60-day period. I don't think that that is the right time to do it. I feel like we need more time, and we need to, and I feel like UMC needs to put more into a public outreach campaign. I sincerely hope that we see something more strategic, something a little deeper than what we were presented today. I think it's very unfair for us to be sticking our necks out like we're being asked to, when and that I'm being told that I need to do the fundraising for this by myself, by the CEO of UMC. It's not my job. And that was a ridiculous statement to be made, and I take offense to it, to be quite honest. I'm trying to do my best for my constituents here and make sure that people understand what you all are trying to do, and we are all sticking our necks out if we decide to do this, and that is not a response that is acceptable. So thank you very much. I'm voting no.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Well, hate when it comes to this because I was really hoping for everyone to be in alignment with the due diligence. Test yourselves out. Test yourselves out. If you thought you were going to do this on a general obligation and everybody was going to meet and everybody's going to be in public, let's test it out. But at least there's no risk because at the end, we'll decide it goes to the voter. We've lost nothing because we did do our due diligence. And like I said, you were asking us to make the right decisions. Let's make that decision based on knowledge and information. I'll feel a lot better. And at the end, we can still go out to the voter. And I still have two options. So I thank, I know it's hard for the commissioners. You know, we work pretty good. We're very aligned. And we'll hold everyone to, you know, their feet to the fire. You tell us what you need to do, ask us what information you need, and give us an opportunity to really practice this idea that we're ready to do the right thing as a community. Here's your opportunity. We haven't made a decision. It's still open. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Caesar.
Sir. Would you like to continue on with item 9? Judge, would you like to continue with our order?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm checking, but if possible, I'm checking to see if the county clerk is available. After item 9, if we could consider going to that item, but I'm checking to see if she's available.
Yeah, you're going to check, so we'll go item 9, and then you'll check with Delia? With Ms. Briones?
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that, and let's go one item, and then Betsy will verify if we could do that one next.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 9 from Board Appointments. Approve the appointment of Commissioner Ileana Holguin's nominee, Melanie Martinez, to the El Paso County Veterans Advisory Board for the unexpired term ending November 30th, 2022.
Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. First of all, I'd like to thank my prior appointee to the Veterans Advisory Board, Aldina Hajir, for her tremendous service to that board, not only as my appointee, but to her prior service to that board as well. Unfortunately, she had to step away from the board for personal reasons, but I do want to make sure that she knows how much we appreciate her service. So when I had to start looking for a replacement for Ms. Hajir, I began in the place that I knew I would get some tremendous recommendations, which was with our San Elisario veterans. You all know here on the court just how active that veterans organization is. So I want to thank Mr. Ray Borrego for suggesting Melanie, who is here with us today. Melanie, if you want to start making your way to the podium. Just a quick word about Melanie and why I believe that she'll be an excellent addition to the Veterans Advisory Board. She is a fourth-generation resident of San Elisario. She has her bachelor's degree in education from Cameron University and a master's degree in curriculum and instruction from University of Phoenix. She joined the United States Army Reserve in 1999 as a private first class and went to Fort Jackson, and then was assigned to the 1st Brigade, 95th Division in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. She ended her 6 years of service with an assignment at Fort Bliss. She then went into the education field for over 21 years, teaching in San Elisario and becoming an instructional leader for Socorro ISD, and now serves as an assistant principal. So her son also proudly served in the Army for 3 years. So I know that Melanie will have the best interests of our veterans at heart, and I am very, very proud to be able to nominate her for this appointment.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin.
Nice.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
I think, Judge, should we go ahead and take a vote, or would you like to hear from Melanie first?
Well, before you give your acceptance, maybe we'll add a vote first. I'll second that.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
I didn't know if we were voting for the next Veteran of the Year or, or this, for this, but thank you very much. Aye. Go
Motion
ahead,
carries.
Melanie.
Thank you, Judge. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to serve on this advisory board. As Ms. Holguin stated, I am not only a fourth generation resident of San Elizario, my great-grandfather was a World War II veteran, my dad a veteran, and my son a disabled veteran. So it is an honor and a privilege to be able to come and to serve on this advisory board, to really be the voice for our veterans in El Paso County.
Thank you. Great nomination.
Thank you. We know you'll do a great job.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you all very much.
The best.
Thank you.
That's a great board, by the way, and you're right, perfect, working on the Veterans Capital of the U.S. I just want to throw that in, but it's a great advisory board. You're going to enjoy it. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy, were you able to get Ms.
I don't
Briones?
have, let me check. I don't have her yet. No, sir. Can we go to the next item and I'll keep trying?
Sure. Go ahead, Caesar.
Item number 10 from Commissioners Court, discuss and take appropriate action on entering into collaborative agreement with the Rio Grande Council of Governments for the creation of a grant writer position that will focus on identifying federal funding opportunities for rural communities located throughout El Paso County in the amount of $35,000. Funding is available in account General Fund, General Administrative Contract Services, General. We do have a speaker online for this item as well.
Hi, everyone. If I may introduce the item, Judge. So thank you, Annette, for being here, and thank you for your patience. I know it's probably much later than you expected to present on this item, but Judge, Commissioners, the reason I brought forth this item is because it did become clear to me that some of our smaller governmental entities, such as our water districts, our rural school districts, some of our smaller municipalities, just really don't have the capacity or the resources to apply for and even identify some of the grant opportunities that they may be eligible for based on all of the federal infrastructure funding that was recently passed. Here at the county, we're blessed that we were able to hire a consultant who's going to help us navigate through that process and bring, hopefully, much needed dollars to our community. But I'm afraid that these smaller organizations, these smaller agencies just don't have that capacity, and we as a county may be missing out on millions and millions and millions of dollars that can go a long way to helping our county residents. So I'd like to thank Annette from the Rio Grande Council of Governments for having this conversation with me, also with the assistance of Congressman Tony Gonzalez's office. Rodrigo Estrada was also very instrumental in these discussions as we were trying to figure out what the best way might be in order to avoid missing out on these federal funding opportunities that are available to these smaller rural entities. And that's when Annette came up with this thought about the county helping to fund a position that would do nothing but focus on helping these smaller county entities and smaller municipalities identify and apply for some of this funding. So that's just as an introduction. Annette has prepared a wonderful presentation for us, just really explaining what this position would seek to do and how it can be a transformational change for some of these rural communities that would, of course, benefit us at the county level because they would be to serve county residents.
Excellent. Just as a preference, Annette, thank you for everything that you do for such a long time. I know you know these gentlemen here that have been part of the council, but I wanted to say that we're in about our fourth year of our rural meetings with the mayors of the rural mayors, and you absolutely, I haven't heard you, but just from what Commissioner Holguin has said, that we've missed so many opportunities, and we have to understand that every time they get something, it benefits us, right? Because that's something less that we have to do, and sometimes they have certain angles because they're rural communities that are very different from what we do. So I think we're going in the right path, but we'll hear from you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Annette Gutierrez, I'm the Executive Director of the Rio Grande Council of Governments, and just first want to say I commend the work that you all are doing. I didn't see this as an inconvenience. I saw it as an opportunity to see the work that you do, and it was very difficult what you just went through today, and you're not always going to agree, but so I just wanted to just hats off to you, sir. Thank you for that. So this initiative that I come to you before you today, I think is just really kind of taking off what was done with the El Paso County Water Improvement District Number 4, Babins Water District. They applied for a tourism grant to the Economic Development Administration, and they had some help, but in preparing for that application, I think everyone quickly realized that it was going to take a lot of individuals to work on that initiative. And so even though they are the applicant, it took the work of El Paso County. Erica Ortega, I think, was instrumental in that. Parks and Recreation was as well. We had El Paso County Water Improvement District Number 1 out of Clint as well, and then also the Council of Governments. And so this is some of the things that we're thinking about, what we can do with this initiative, if you all are in agreement as well. So what we're thinking about is how are we going to be able to maximize on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding. We have been inundated with funding opportunities, starting from CARES to Build Back Better, now to the Investment and Jobs Act funding. And so what this funding is looking for is ways to improve communities' water, clean energy, and as well as public transit and school buses. And so when we talk about this funding that's available, these are the communities that I think offhand that may not be as ready to apply for the funding because of the capacity building issue that may be occurring within their organizations. Now, obviously, there are some who I think are farther along than others, but I think that these are the communities where the Council of Governments could really put a spotlight on to see what are their greatest needs within their community and how they can best fit with the infrastructure funding that's becoming available. And so this is just an example of these communities that I see. And these are the ones that we work with most often, but I think that, again, looking at the infrastructure funding, we want to be much more strategic in terms of how we assist them with what we offer at the Council of Governments. And so the way that we would do that is focus on these three initiatives, these four. It's going to be water, wastewater, flood management, as well as infrastructure. And so when we talk about water, wastewater, flood management, I think the Council of Governments really has a good understanding, a basis of what's happening within our region, and that's primarily because we are the sponsoring entity for the water planning group as well as the flood planning group. And so we know what these entities, these jurisdictions, what their needs are. They're identifying them on their strategies for the water planning group. They're now identifying them for the flood plan, which is going to be the first draft is going to be submitted in August, and so we've been talking about this, but I think that there has not been an organized way in terms of how these communities can start applying to the funding. The good news is that the money is not here today and gone tomorrow. It's going to take several years for them to roll out the funding, and so we have some time to get ourselves ready and prepared for these communities to apply. And then in terms of infrastructure, we are definitely not the MPO. We're barely getting our feet wet in terms of understanding some of these processes, but in a later slide, I think we can explain to you how it is we want to work with them in terms of that type of funding for infrastructure. So what is it that we think that we can do here for you all? We want to convene group meetings with these entities, let them know, again, about the Council of Governments, what our intent is, how we want to meet with them individually and really key in on what are their top priorities, what capacity do they have, and what partnership opportunities do they see themselves having. And so we're going to use that meeting to get a buy-in to see if everyone would want to participate thereafter. And so once that does occur, then we would want to meet with communities one-on-one, where that way we could really just have do a SWOT analysis to see how things are going within the community. And once that happens, we can take that information back, and then with this really part-time grant writer position that we're asking for, we can have that individual then start serving as a matchmaker where we can find the funding sources to their needs. And then that way we can start the application process. In some instances, the applications are not ready now, but we can look at past applications so that way we can get ourselves ready at least 60 to 70% before that application comes out and we're already ready to go. And so that's the idea behind this initiative after speaking to Commissioner Olguin. Now, the COG, we're not going to do this alone. We are generalists for the most part, but I think that, again, because of the momentum that's been going on with our water and flood planning group as well, I think that we can definitely get some great technical assistance from the American Flood Coalition, the Texas Water Foundation, and I did reach out to both Mr. Theus and Mr. Galabo from both MPO and Camino Real Mobile Authority, and they both have expressed interest and support for this initiative as well. And so I know that we can definitely get assistance from them when we're talking about the infrastructure process. So $35,000, what we would want to do is I would want to hire someone really just on a part-time basis to only do the grant writing process. Everything else would be part of the Council of Governments administration, and I would be the one leading the charge. I think that a lot of what we're offering to do is what we already do now, so I wouldn't want to be supplanting this in any way because this is already initiatives that we undertake. However, I don't have the time specifically to be able to look at that one grant application and see, okay, this is everything that's going to have to be turned in. And sometimes it's really as simple as that. Who's going to be in charge of what process, what part of the application to fill out, or where do we need to bring our engineers, and have you already procured them, things of that nature. And so the funding would just be used for that person. And so if you all were inclined to vote for this initiative, we could do some initial work this fiscal year up until the end of September, but then we would all then execute it, or the funding would then go all the way from whenever it's executed up until September 30th of 2023. So I do think that this does meet one of your goals in terms of your strategic plan in terms of building infrastructure and assisting communities. And so I'm ready to answer any questions or any concerns that you may have with this initiative.
Commissioner Leon, on your history there at the Rio Grande, what are your thoughts? And Commissioner Robinson?
Commissioner Olguin is great, and Annette, because of the, it's not an individual ask, it's a group, and I think we have a lot better chance of securing any kind of funding if we go in that direction. So anything my office can do to assist, we'd be glad to do as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that I think that this would be a tremendous investment. It's a small amount that we can invest and open up the possibility to bring in millions of additional dollars into the community that we could otherwise miss out on. So I do want to thank the COG for their willingness and their enthusiasm to collaborate on this matter. And if this item is approved today, then the county attorney's office would work on the actual agreement itself, which would then be brought back to us for final review at a later date. But what we're wanting to do today is basically decide whether or not we do want to make this investment into these smaller rural communities.
The potential ROI is incredible. One good grant, and it pays for itself. But Betsy, could you comment on, we have our grant department, and Erica's there, and how does that sort of co-work with each other? Just to
Sure. So, of course, we always continue to partner with Rio Grande COG, but this would give, right now, we've gotten some recent resources for our own department, but we are at a level of capacity that we could not extend these services directly ourselves without hurting our own ability to go after these grants, or to go after grants for the county. So this is an opportunity, which also in discussions with Commissioner Olguin, this is an opportunity for those areas to get their own grants so that the county is not having to also look for resources for these areas separately. So I just think it's a partnership that will allow us to excel the rate at which we're able to do these infrastructure projects. Plus, the other thing, I think that when you have two separate agencies applying for the resources, you're more likely to get more funding versus us applying for a lot of items for on one applicant. And so I just think it's a win-win. And as you mentioned, the funding, and I think Annette referenced this, but as we go forward, some of these grants might be able to pay for this position going forward.
Yeah, I
And that's
definitely see
really-
this as seed money, just
Right.
because it wouldn't be it would be a one-time.
No, and that was a question someone might ask was, why aren't we doing it? But I think you've answered it very adequately for me, so I think it's a good thing for us to do, so.
Judge, I believe we do have one speaker on the line, so if we could hear from them as
Oh,
well.
absolutely.
The person, I don't know if it's Jose Ramirez or the person signed up as Pepe.
Yes, good afternoon, Samaniego and fellow commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Israel Martinez. I'm the field operations manager here at the El Paso County Water Control Improvement District number 4, which is here in Fabens. My general manager, Jose Ramirez, wasn't able to be here today. He's at a training, so I'm here on his behalf. I just want to say, as a small district, our staff is limited with each employee, which performs multiple tasks on a daily basis, limiting them on taking any additional tasks such as grant writing. With previous and current grant and loan applications, Annette Gutierrez, who is there, has been from the Rio Grande Council of Governments, has been instrumental and has assisted us, the district, in completing and filing such applications in a timely manner. Lacking the funds to employ an experienced grant writer, this district would not have been able to apply for grants and loans had it not been for their help. And searching for and applying for any grants plays a vital role in assisting our district fund the projects necessary to maintain and improve the water and wastewater systems for the town of Fabens and our constituents. It just plays a vital role in trying to get some of those monies. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Judge, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the item.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you for the
you,
opportunity.
Annette. Thank you for all you do.
Judge, with your permission, could we move to items 21 and 22 for the county clerk?
Absolutely. Were we able to find Mrs. Briones? Oh, there you are.
She's going to attend virtually.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Item number 21 from County and District Clerk, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 118.025G. Hold a public hearing regarding the county clerk's records archives preservation and restoration plan and the assessment of a $10 fee for fiscal year 2023-2024. Could we have a motion to open a public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín has stepped out of the meeting. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. The item has been read in.
Ms. Briones, the floor is yours.
You're muted, Ms. Briones?
Yeah. You're still muted.
We still have you as muted. It shows you as muted.
Ms. Briones, sometimes it helps to hit the space bar. I know sometimes mine will only unmute if I hit the space bar. Miguel, it seems to be, we can't hear her. It seems to be a fault on the connection and Teams.
Is there a phone number that you can send me?
Yes, one moment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You didn't miss anything.
Oh, good. Okay, yes, Judge and Commissioners, I come to you every year having to discuss the Preservation and Restoration Plan. And item 21 has to do with holding a public hearing for the year 23-24 and the assessment of the $10 for that fiscal fee. It's to preserve, restore, and safeguard our books, our history, and it's put into a special revenue account. So with that, I believe you have to vote whether to accept the $10 fee that I will be charging.
Ms. Briones, is this do we do this once a year, Betsy? Is that?
Yes, sir. It's
just
statutorily required to be renewed every year.
Okay.
I'll move to approve.
This is just the public hearing.
Oh, okay. I'll move to close the public hearing then.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 118.025B, approve and adopt the County Clerk's Records Archives Preservation and Restoration Plan for fiscal year 2023-2024. Further, approve payment to El Paso, Inc. in the amount of $41.40 for the publishing of the public notice hearing. Funding is available in General Fund County Clerk Advertising.
Yes, Commissioners, this item is because we have to put a notice out to the public, and it is done every year. It has to be done 15 days before I come to you again presenting what my preservation plan is. So it was posted, and it was a notice, and it specifies the County Clerk's Records Archive fee of $10 for the fiscal year 22-23 as pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code and the number. So this is the procedure that needs to take place, but this is the approval to pay for the article in the newspaper of $41.40.
We just need to, move to approve.
Okay, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Or did you move to approve?
I move to
Oh,
approve.
then I'll second.
Okay. I move to
I thought you
approve, he
asked if we just
seconds.
needed to do it. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And so those were my two items. I know in the backup, it gave what the preservation of the historical books are, but that will come before you in 2 weeks from now. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Briones.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. Thank you. Okay. Caesar.
Item number 11 from County Administration. discuss and take appropriate action regarding the marketing plan for the El Paso Sports Commission, submitted for both the Tourist Promotion Program Agreement and the Facilities Management Agreement.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Administration. This afternoon, we have Mr. Omar Ropele with the El Paso Sports Commission, who's going to present the annual marketing plan. In accordance with the agreements that you all signed off on last summer, this is to be brought to your attention before June 30th of each year for review, approval, and adoption, should you support. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ropele. And Mr. Bo Bagley, forgive me.
Omar and Bo.
Hi.
No
good.
last names. You don't need last names.
No, that's it. The team,
Thank
and
you,
that's
Omar.
it, you know?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Omar Ropele, and I am the President of the El Paso Sports Commission. And we're here to present our marketing report for this year. I can't believe that a year ago we were presenting it, and it's already 12 months. We have until June 30th to submit the presentation, and so we're right on time. And when we presented it a year ago, we started keeping track in July, so it's pretty much from July until June. We submitted a presentation digitally, I think.
Stand by, please.
Do we have it available? Yeah?
We're checking the backup. Just a moment, please.
Thank you. That presentation, our first slide that I wanted to show you, was not part of the marketing of this year, but of last year. We put goals. So we wanted to see how we match up to those goals for this.
This is the only thing that we have in the backup.
There you go. I don't know if you can clearly see it from there. Thank you. So for last year's goal, we put 3 goals on the venue management side, and goal number 1 was to grow the number of ticketed events. We wanted to do 1,200 performances, events, and there's a difference between a performance and an event. Let me give you an example. Disney on Ice. That's 1 event, 8 performances. So we would like to have 200 of them during the span of the 12 months. The result this past year, we only did 36 ticketed events for 68 performances, and we're not counting the El Paso Rhinos. I don't think that's fair to actually count them. Even though they're part of their facility, they're being done in our facility, we don't put them as part of the events that we do in the Coliseum or other places. Now that we have done that, now we have a goal to try to reach for next year. For goal number 2, we said that we needed to track the number of hotel rooms per event. We didn't do that. We started to do that in every quarterly report. That's why I brought those reports for you, so you can see how many hotel rooms we were generating from those events. And at the end in the last 12 months, we did a little bit over 3,700 hotel rooms just by having events ourselves. So that was big. We didn't used to do that. We started to do that. So now we have a threshold that we need a goal that we can set for next year. Our goal number 3 was to track the revenue. Again, we didn't do that. We started to do that again. And according to the contract, we needed to meet or exceed $275,000. From July until March, we submitted over $500,000 to the county. The economic impact from concerts and events was a little bit over $1.3 million. How did we get to this number? There's a formula from the Sports, Entertainment, and Tourism Association, Sports ETA, and they say that it's about $359 per hotel room, average what people spend when they go on a vacation or when they visit a place, which I don't think that's true. I think that's very low. I have never spent only $359 with my family when I go out somewhere. So I don't know, but that's the number. Now that we have that, now I would like to go into the marketing plan for this next year, which there you go. That's the message from the president. Whenever you have a chance, you can read it. And what we start talking about is about what we do, and I'm pretty sure it's about what the Sports Commission does, about the venue management side that we do, and about our overall goals. Pretty much is the same. Try to bring promoters to El Paso, trying to bring events to the Coliseum, and try to, talk to everybody to tell them that the Coliseum is a good option. And we put 3 examples on the bottom. We have Grupo Firme, which was a sold-out show in May. Raúl Alejandro, sold-out show in September. Carol G, sold-out show in October. Those 3 artists, if they didn't go to the Coliseum, I didn't know who they were, honestly, until they came and they sold out the place. And I go, okay, who are these guys? That's the example of the new generation, of the new artists. And then we need to be updated with everybody who's coming. Raúl Alejandro, I told the promoter, I think there's a typo in the name of the artist. He said, no, that's the name, it's Raúl. I thought it was Raúl. No, it's Raúl, and it's actually pronounced Raúl. Okay, and there's an evolution. For that one, the sellout show, all the tickets, mostly like 85% of the tickets were sold through the app, not even through the website or through the box office, because that's the new generations. So we need to keep up to date with that. Fortunately, Ticketmaster has a very good track of all of that as well. For the next, the venue operation goals, we just celebrated 80 years of the El Paso County Coliseum in May. And we have seen pretty much everything. And a lot of people say, well, that's an old building. It is old, but it's filled with tradition. It's filled with, a lot of artists that are legends. And they have all sang in the Coliseum. And you can see it right there, from Selena to Elvis Presley to Johnny Cash. We were the home of the UTEP basketball men's minors right after they won the championship in '67. And let me give you an example. For instance, Jack White was here in May. And they come in, and the first reaction that they said is, oh, yeah, it's an old building. Well, I didn't say anything, A couple of hours later, I say, hey, where's Jack White staying? Oh, it's in the dressing room upstairs. Let me show you something. And I showed them that picture, and I said, that's Johnny Cash. And he took that picture in that same dressing room that he is right now. Oh, really? So they went over and they talked to Jack White, and now Jack White was all, impressed, and oh my God, I'm in the same dressing room that Johnny Cash is. So we turned that negative into a positive. That's how we're trying to do it. We're also talking about the event center and all of the renovation that has been done in the last 2 years. In our next quarterly presentation, I'm going to try to bring Corey Herman from the Rhino so he can tell you everything that has been put into the event center. And it's pretty much an eyebrower or lifter. The next page is going to be for the goals, and those are the goals that I was telling you about. We're going to continue to grow the number of big-name events coming to El Paso, and we still want to hit the 200 performances a year. Why 200? 365 days of the year. If we do 4 days out of the week an event, we reach the 200. That's why we put the 200 in there. So I believe that we can make it happen. We just need to work for it. And with that comes more venue. And so hopefully we'll try and do that. And our strategy will be just to continue promoting El Paso as a multi-purpose venue. It's not only for concerts. We can do anything as long as it fits in there. We can make it happen, and we have proven it. So hopefully we can reach that goal. On the second page, we're talking about the pavilion and the new facelift that we're doing. I am very certain that if we close that pavilion, we will have more events and they will take it more serious. And the reason is, I don't remember ever experiencing dust and winds in June. I mean, and I believe that's because of climate change. It's happening, and now we need to be prepared for that, and we need to prepare venues like that. I mean, it's going to be a coin flip if we try to do an event on the pavilion if it's like it is. But if we close it, people will be more enticed to actually host their events in the pavilion, depending on the event as well. Our goal number 2 will be to produce more than 4,000 hotel rooms. We already saw that we did 3,700. I think we can make 4,000 by the next year, and through the events that we host on property as well. The strategy pretty much is communication is key. We need to follow track on every event that we do, how many hotels are they producing? And we're changing the mentality over at the Sports Commission. Before, we just did the event, but now we're focusing on, okay, how is this benefiting the community? How is this benefiting, how many people are coming to El Paso? How many hotel rooms are they staying, and what is the economic impact? That is pretty much the way that we can make the formula work. For our third goal, it will be to track the revenue, and now it bumps up to $375,000. And you can say, well, you did already $500,000. It's going to be easy for you for next year. Actually, I'm a little nervous because we're seeing some trends that are happening, and we don't know how is that going to affect us. Just, the increase in gas prices, and then with it, everything is just going to go up to a point that we don't know if the community might have enough money to go to all of the concerts that we have. If you look our calendar from August until February, we don't have a weekend left. We're full with events, including Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. We're working. That's good. And if that's only the Coliseum. If you see the Don Haskins, they're full with events. The Plaza is full of events. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be buyer's fatigue. One thing is to actually have all the events ready, bring them to El Paso. Another thing is to actually sell those tickets and make those happen. So I don't know if people, I hope not, and I hope I'm wrong, but I don't know if there's going to be a point where the people are going to say, either I put food on my table or I go to see a concert, because concerts are a luxury. They're not a necessity. So we're hoping and crossing our fingers that I'm wrong, and that people attend to all of the concerts and events that we're having. As for special events, bring them on, and you can see we can have everything. As long as they come to the Coliseum once, we can make them come again, and this is the perfect example. Tuff Hedeman, they're on their 14th consecutive year coming to the Coliseum, and they love it. Tuff Hedeman is from El Paso. He loves coming to El Paso, and he loves coming to the Coliseum. He wouldn't have it any other way. Disney on Ice is on their 17th consecutive year coming to the Coliseum, and they already booked up until 2025. We haven't been able to do a contract with them because our contract with the Coliseum doesn't go that far, but they're there on the calendar. They're booked up until 2025 already, and still looking for more dates. They want to come. They want to continue coming to El Paso and working with us. And now we have the Beyond Van Gogh experience. That's going to be something big. That's going to be something that is going to bring a lot of performances, close to 40-something in the span of 2 months. And they already they like working with us to a point that they want to come back again in 2023 for the same holiday. As for event marketing, that's why we have a new member in the El Paso Sports Commission, and that's Tony Rodriguez. Tony, I guess everybody knows already, he's our new communications and events director, and he will be taking care of pretty much all of the marketing going forward and the communicating with the community about what the Sports Commission is about. A lot of people don't understand actually what the Sports Commission does. And they think that we are county employees. And I said, no, we work for the county, but we're not county employees. And I guess we haven't done a really good job in actually telling the community what are we about. A lot of people say, well, my taxes pay for your, no. I mean, it doesn't come from property taxes. It comes from another type of taxes that no El Pasoan pays here. So that's something that we need to put out there as well, and how we're working for you and how we're producing for you as well. And that's why we have Tony right here with us.
I'm very happy that Tony Rodriguez will be. His background has been exceptional, and I don't know if you want to say a little bit more about Mr. Rodriguez, but I think he's going to be a...
Tony?
Come on.
He
thinks you need to applaud so that he can...
I don't know what he's acting so shy. You guys know him, and he's not that shy.
Come on up.
An extensive background, Tony Rodriguez. Come over here, Tony.
Tell the public, because I think this is an exciting thing, but Tony, you want to talk a little bit about your focus?
I mean, it's, I was just thinking about, I was like, I've listened to you guys for years. I've been in the news business for over 25 years, so it's kind of like my first long-time listener, first-time speaker in front of you all, but I know you all in the news side of it, and covering events, press conference that you all had, and things that you all are doing for your community, so I know it's a great thing. I've been in the news business again since a junior in high school back in '97. So when I graduated in '99 from high school, I stayed at K-Fox. So you think, why leave for I've been there for so long, and it's just a good opportunity. I mean, to do something with county. Like I said, my parents took me to the Coliseum doing ice capades, wrestling, the circus. I bring my kids there now to the Disney on Ice and the circus. And what better thing to help the community and expand that and do something different and bring the knowledge that I do have in media and helping them, as Omar said, with their marketing campaign. And I think that's something that I can do. I know I do know little celebrities here and there. One came on for an unveiling back in August, and so hopefully we get him to the Coliseum instead of the Abraham Chavez and do a comedy show there. But no, I'm excited about this new venture, and I'm thrilled to work with all of you as I've had already.
Thank you. Tony, we wish you the best. I think you're a great asset to the Coliseum. Thank you.
That's up for the venue management side, and now we have the sports tourism side with both.
Well, I just was going to ask you that one of your, not complainers, but I mean, they put a little bit of pressure on the hotel rooms was the Motel and Lodging Association. Do you continue to have meetings with them, or are you still in contact? Because I know they're very interested in supporting or, helping to make sure that you have more beds per event.
Yes, and we're continue to building that bridge and continue to having a better relationship, a more robust relationship, not only with them, but with Destination El Paso. There's a new energy going on, and I think even on their end, exactly, there's been some changes, and we're taking advantage of that.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that's a great, especially with Jose Garcia now coming on board. Seems very excited about that. So I'm glad you continue to have these discussions because they're pretty much a little bit your customer in a sense. So
absolutely, and we're actually trying to bring a big event for mid-June, July of next year. Let's see if that happens, and we're going to host it in the Coliseum if
you
it comes to it.
You can't say big event without telling us what it is, right? Like,
I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah,
there's other cities
just
buying
my
for
curiosity, just to ignore me.
You'll be the first to know, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, how about
Whoa.
those Chihuahuas and locomotive, huh? Okay, I know. Hi, everybody. Judge, Commissioners, great to see you again. Good morning. Oh, wait, I changed my script. Good evening. Great to see you. I was talking with Betsy a little while. We have some pizzas coming, I think, right? So, no, it's been a long day, so I'll keep this short and sweet. We have a message here, and obviously our mission statement. Mission statement is to increase the influx of sports tourism dollars into the El Paso community. And you can read all this here. Again, once again, I'll keep this short and sweet. Our goals on page number, actually, you'll see page number 12, a lot of the key sporting events, some of the main sporting events you know in the past. We've done the Bowling Congress, men's and women's championships, Conference USA basketball, everything like that. The past year, you can kind of see our key sporting events. A lot of them dealt with the El Paso Hockey Association. Obviously, the Rhinos camps, the junior hockey camps, and the NHL, that's their new league. Those were huge, starting up June of last year, June, July, and August, anywhere between 3,000 and 4,000 hotel room nights with these junior hockey camps that last a week. Culminating in the Kraft Hockeyville, the NHL preseason game between the Dallas Stars and the Arizona Coyotes. Just some of the exciting events. This year we have coming up in just a week and a half. We combined with the El Paso Locomotive to create a Warrior Soccer Locomotive soccer tournament. Also, a Soccer Youth All-American Camp and Combine. That's to 200, some of the best youth soccer players in the country will all be here for a camp and combine. And in 3 weeks, we're the title sponsor of the Pan Am Golf Association Games. That, at last check, had 650 registered golfers from all over the country. They'll be here the third week of July for a week for their conferences and obviously to play a little golf. So those are just some of the kind of events that we've done and some that are coming up very soon. On page 13, our sports tourism goals. Coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, the sports tourism world really had no idea where it was going to go. didn't know if youth sports were actually going to happen. So we kept our goals low. Our goal when we presented last year was 20 sporting events and $775,000 in economic impact. Well, as you can see from our, and there in the red box on page 13, the Sports Commission sponsored 65 events since June of 2021 with 11,550 hotel room nights and $4.1 million of economic impact. How we came up with those numbers is how Omar talked about Sports ETA from their annual conference. They've actually, in their Sports ETA annual conference, they mentioned $359 per person was spent per trip. These hotel room nights, and actually we've worked, you mentioned the Hotel Lodging Association, worked with new President Carlene Garcia, also Vice President Danae Adams, regarding these numbers. Our general numbers were anywhere between 1.3 and 1.5 hotel room nights per family. We've actually, with their their input, we've actually lowered that to 1.25. So this is with their input. All those hotel room nights are documented in our monthly reports. And this is not including in that $4.1 million economic impact, $79 per person spent on day trips. We are just taking hotel room nights into account. So 11,550 with $359 is $4.1 million in economic impact. And again, what we say is that's a bit on the low end from what we think, but again, that's input with the Hotel Lodging Association. We also, in our bid and per our contract, our goal is heads and beds, and working very, very well with the Hotel Lodging Association with that. On page 14, our goal number 2, last year, a goal was 2,000 hotel room nights. As you know, we obliterated that. Thanks to the hockey camps, Craft Hockeyville, a lot of great youth tournaments we were able to bring in, and the excitement of sports tournaments in El Paso and around the country. Sports tourism really blossomed. Our goal 2, we've gone from 2,000 hotel room nights to 8,000. Again, we're not sure if we're able to keep the ice, the hockey arena, year-round. That summer, those will affect the hockey camps. So we sure hope we can keep that ice around year-round, because it's huge for the National North American Hockey Association's leagues camps. And our goal number 3, $2.5 million in economic impact. That's once again hoping that we can keep these Rhinos camps and keep the momentum going with El Paso and the youth tournaments. So, and as it also takes, we're excited to have Tony on board, not just sports tourism. As we know, we do venue side. We have throughout the pandemic, we've had food drives, blood drives, elections. We have the county auctions. We also just recently held, just about 8 days ago, a story out there in Dallas and El Paso. There's a young boy named Dak Lopez, 4 years old, was looking for a bone marrow transplant. And unfortunately, a Hispanic young boy could not find Hispanic bone marrow in Dallas. So we actually held, they looked around El Paso, and most venues were charging an arm and a leg. And we worked with them. We held the bone marrow drive at the Coliseum. 185 registered participants, just found out 600 virtual donors for 780 donors. One of the largest bone marrow drives in the country, not just for Dak, but for all Hispanic children in the United States. We're working with DKMS out of Dallas, so not just venues, not just sports, but we are the community building, and hopefully we'll know in the next week and a half if Dak has found a bone marrow match. We'll certainly let you guys all know, because that's exciting, not just for Dak, but hopefully for all of El Paso and Hispanic children all around the country. So there you go. All right. Thank you very much.
It's working, I know that for sure, so thank you. Thank you.
Now that we have Tony, now we're going to work a little bit less, you know.
Oh.
Give it to you guys. Just kidding.
Judge, may I?
Now that you've decided, right? Yes, Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you all for that presentation. And I'm wondering, I don't know if this is something that maybe Tony's going to work on, but I was looking around our website to see what our plans for our website were. When I just Googled El Paso County Coliseum, most of the sites that came up were to buy the tickets, but I couldn't get descriptions of the different shows, so I think that would be really helpful. There was one that caught my eye. I think it's like the 90s pop tour, but I couldn't get to it to see who would be playing. And it wasn't until I got about 6, of the searches, the search results down, that finally I think I did get to the website for the Coliseum. So I'm just wondering what our plans are as far as the website.
The new website is already developed, Commissioner. We're just tweaking it a little bit, and now we want to actually take a look at it as well. The developer, it's on the last stages.
Great.
And it's already up for what I understand. It just hasn't been published because we're still looking for that. We're trying to push it so we could unveil it as part of our marketing plan. Unfortunately, she's from out of town, so that, communication, but she's really easy to work with, Carrie Litton, and she's supposed to be having this ready by August at least.
Great. That's
At the
good
most,
news.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And what I can tell you too is, that's going to be one of my goals, and one of those things I'm going to bring back is definitely the website. The same way when I was working and using, you look at that, that's one thing you look at. One thing that I have helped out too, and we've seen the impressions move up a little bit, is also being online. I stepped up our Facebook post, our Instagram. We're doing Snapchat now. We're going to do TikTok, so you may see some of these guys dancing, or we may ask you to do some little TikTok stuff. But then also, too, I kind of brought up the idea, too, to them, and we're going to look at it, too, as developing, too. Because when you think of the Coliseum, you're thinking about what events do you go to? What's going to be happening at the Coliseum? But also, like last week and the week before when we were here for the Paso Hall of Fame banquet, the Sports Commission was a sponsor for that. That necessarily doesn't fit in a Coliseum post that we would put on our Facebook page. So I'm seeing if that's going to be the way to go. So like when we do events like the Bone Marrow Drive or Rhinos there, that goes on a separate sports commission. That defines the sports commission and the Coliseum. And so I think that's what we're going to be looking at. But yes, I totally agree 100% getting there. I've only been there for 17 days. Most of the day was spent here by 18th, but we will get that done. And I will promise you, and you know me from news, I'll get things done.
Great, thank you. That's good news. That's good to hear.
Commissioner Leon?
Well, I was just going to follow up on Commissioner Holguin's request that, as you know, there's a beautiful sign that's going to be going live pretty soon there off the border highway. So I'm sure that you'll be communicating with Veronica, and so far as maybe some ads there for the Coliseum with some reasonable fees.
Yeah, for the low price.
Yeah, and we got a little jealous there, so we want to see if we can do something for us for next year, so we'll put it in the CPI.
Good.
Only 17 days and you haven't done all of that, Tony. Oh, my goodness. No. Yeah, I knew he had gone into that, and he's done a good job on the media part of it as well. So,
Judge, I had a
yeah,
question.
Commissioner Stout?
Thanks, gentlemen, for the presentation. Welcome aboard. Congratulations on the new gig, Tony. Glad to know you won't be grilling me with hard questions anymore. Now I'm going to be grilling you. It's going to be great. Turnabout's fair play.
Here we go.
I was just wondering if you all are also reaching out to the Hotel Motel Association and presenting them this, because I know that they had a lot of good input when we were talking about the changes with our contract and the new contract that we created with you all, and just making sure that they're kind of kept in the loop, and if you're getting feedback from them about how they feel things are looking for y'all.
Absolutely. One thing we do is we've created a nice relationship with the Hotel Lodging Association since last year. I go and speak with their monthly luncheons every year, every month, update them on what we're doing on the sports side, venue side, and then we actually presented our marketing plan to them, I think, in January. So 2021 marketing plan, presented that to them, and so they're well aware of what we're doing, what our aims and goals are, and we'll certainly give this information to them as well.
Thank you.
Judge Commissioners.
Okay, gentlemen.
Oh, sorry. Eric Rosales-Gaglione, Assistant County Attorney. Per the county's contract with the Sports Commission, this marketing plan does require a motion to approve if the court would like to do so.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Pizza next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action on the creation of a County Women's Advisory Commission.
Thank you.
Just want to let you know, Judge, we do have a number of speakers for this item as well.
Okay.
Good
Melissa.
afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Administration. Judge, would you like me to proceed with the presentation, and then we'll take comments from the public?
Yes, please. It's always that way they can comment on what you've stated.
Absolutely,
So,
yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, Judge, Commissioners, over the last few weeks, we've put quite a bit of time into researching women's commissions that exist within the nation, really to get a better understanding of options that you all may have should you explore the creation of a county women's commission. So today we'd like to share with you some of those results, some of those outcomes, and then review with you some options that you have to consider. So this item was initially brought to your attention during your May 16th meeting when the concept was initiated for your consideration. At that time, you all directed staff to research the item further and come back with budget, staffing, and just structure considerations for the creation of a potential county women's commission. On June 13th, we did come back to talk just a bit with you for a brief update, requesting more time as the research that we were engaging in was pretty extensive. As we began our research, I think it's important to know that we discovered a plethora of women's commissions that exist within the nation. While this number used to be close to about 230 a few years ago, at this point in time, it's estimated that there's a little less than 200 active women's commissions within the nation. The state of Texas, as a state, also has its own commission, known as the Governor's Commission for Women, which was established by an executive order in 1967. Many of these commissions emerged from the December 61 formation by President John F. Kennedy when he created the President's Commission on the Status of Women. When he created this commission, the purpose was dedicated to creating an action program that would provide greater opportunities for women to contribute skills and abilities to the nation's advancement and to remove existing discriminations amongst women. And again, that was done in December 61. Many of the commissions we began to research started forming in the early 70s, late 60s and early 70s as a direct result of this presidential order. So we met with various commissions. There's close to 200. We didn't talk to all 200 of them, but we did talk to quite a few of them. And so what I'm going to do in the next few slides is share from their perspective some of the successes, some of their challenges, and then some of their best practices that they've given for our consideration as we consider forming our own county women's commission. Those successes include making sure that the governing body is involved and supportive. They said that they've seen great success when that's done, making sure that there's regular meetings and committee involvement. And with many of the commissions that we researched, they have online websites that actually portray the agendas, the minutes, and you can watch them live via Zoom at this point. They recommend, or they've suggested that some of their successes are to review and create policies for the consideration by the governing body. One of the big ones I heard was making sure that goals are set by the governing body so that they have a real focus on what they're doing year to year. Even the state of Texas gives 2 goals, and at the governor's discretion, he gives 2 goals to his commission on what they should focus on. Focused committee research on key issues, again, recommendations being brought forth to this governing body. They have seen success with it being a mode of communication to the public, how they educate and how they advocate for various women's issues. Various ones, not all, host annual diversity, equity, and inclusion events, and at the discretion of the governing body, they provide input to help form those. And they've also seen success in allowing the commission to provide input on various legislative items that may impact women's issues as they're brought forth to the governing body for recommendation and their consideration. Some challenges that we're seeing based on our discussions. One of the and it was the city of Houston, talked about the potential that the name in itself may be outdated. What they meant by that is some of the very issues that they're discussing, some of the population that they're serving no longer identify as women, and so the idea of a women's commission may be outdated. However, largely across the nation, the majority of these commissions are referred to as women's commissions. Other challenges include making sure that they have a focused purpose and don't get lost in what their goal is as they work towards the year as a commission, making sure they deal with current issues as they change year to year. Other challenges include making sure that the governing body is supportive in order for action to occur. Not having a dedicated budget or staff work on tasks. In one instance, minutes are not generated because they don't have enough staff to actually produce those minutes when they meet. Meetings are not live streamed or recorded for the public. Again, these are just challenges that some have seen. COVID-19, global challenge, definitely a challenge for our Women's Commission, and not ironically, difficulty recruiting commission members because of the working mother, the capacity between caregiving for a child or for a parent. Some of the best practices that they shared with us, and you're going to see there's 2 slides. This I found really helpful as we think through what our potential commission may look like if that's the court's desire. So those best practices include, again, ensuring some of that paid staff in an established budget, organized subcommittees, communicating with various departments who would help provide that support to include county administration, department heads, and communications, inviting the governing body regularly to their monthly meetings, ensuring the governing body's expectations are clear so that they can focus on the why, and again, to have a focused meeting each time that they meet. We've talked about department heads, but also having a full representational membership. Each representation that I talked to said making sure you diversify. And I'll get into some of what local membership looks like, but the majority of Women's Commission are with the creation of board members that are women. There are instances where there are men, and there are instances where there are young girls as young as high school and college students as well on the membership. Best practices also include involving the governing body during the appointment process, which would come later. Commission board chair should attend committee meetings when those members have been appointed. Having regular meetings between the board chair and the reporting supervisor to keep the connection to the governing body tight. Inviting the public to quarterly meetings, seeking the public's input. What is it that you need help on? What can we address? What can we work with you on? Again, best practices. Having quarterly and annual committee reports helps to show the impact on what they've been doing and what they've been working on. Having an annual report. Making sure that they're not making binding decisions. As a best practice, they want to focus on recommendations, on education, on advocacy, given whatever topic is needed at that time. Presenting to the governing body on policies and recommendations, again, assisting on legislation as needed, and then having multiple commissions to address various issues impacting the community was a best practice. In Denver, they have over 130 boards at that level, and they literally have commissions for various issues, and so that was one of their recommendations. The next 2 slides, what I want to share with you, there are far more than what I'm about to share with you, but I wanted to remind the court of some of the other women's associations which already exist locally and have for many years. And so you'll see the Women's Club originated in 1894, and I'm not going to read this slide to you, but you'll see what their purpose originated as, and you'll see that their board composition was women. The Women's Club tends to focus on educational and cultural opportunities for women. Second, the YWCA originated in 1909 for the El Paso del Norte region. Their purpose is on screen, again, to eliminate racism and empower women, and their board composition is women. The Junior League of El Paso, another women's association here locally, formed in 1930. They promote volunteerism and help to develop the potential in women. Their board composition is also women. A few others include the Women's Bar Association, formed in '71, and their purpose is to advance women who are licensed to practice law and advance their cause. Their board composition is women. You have the El Paso Commission for Women. In 1989, it was formed, and they want to focus on honoring and recognizing women in all fields, and they also provide scholarships. Their board composition is women. The Women's Fund originated in 2004 here in El Paso. They are focusing on providing resources and access to resource within the community to women for education and leadership. Their board composition is women. And then finally, the one I'm going to mention is Moms on Board. You're familiar with them. They formed a few years ago in 2017, and their purpose is to provide family-friendly accommodations in El Paso and help network amongst families who need. Their board composition is women. Their co-founders, as you may know, are both women. They did have a man on their board at one point. He's no longer on that board, but they did have a man on their board at some point. And these are just other local women's associations to just kind of share with you all. There's others that I did not mention to include Women's in Business Association, the Executive Forum, and even the various Women's Lions Clubs which exist here in El Paso. So as the court begins to think about options to establish a Women's Commission of its own, the next 3 slides are going to share some options for your consideration. The first is creating your own county women's commission. And if this was an interest of the court, we would ask that you work with staff or assign staff to look at creating policies, guidelines, and their bylaws prior to any appointment. Similar to how you handled your redistricting commission a year ago, this is where that idea stems from, so that it's designed before we start appointing. Another best practice, should you choose to create your own commission, is to assign focused goals. Assign no more than 3 goals to the commission so that as they come into origination and formation, they are really able to focus on maximizing their impact to the community. If we were to create our own, we could create a county boards and commission division, which could consist of hiring a new liaison, a county employee that could help support not only this commission, but others as well. And support staff, as always, county administration, our communications department, and of course, we consult with county attorneys on our boards as well. We would ask that there be an operational budget in the event we need it, and the approximate total cost in the event we create our own commission could be up to $120,000 with board and operations total to create this division of county boards and commission. Another option that the court has is to look at reaching out to the governor every other year to submit a letter of support. For those of you who do not know, the governor just recently appointed and reappointed his 15 members in February of this year, and our very own Cynthia Conroy, who's an El Paso resident, was just recently reappointed in February of 2022. So that's an option for the court to consider if they wanted to send letters of support to highlight El Paso women to be on a state commission. And then lastly, a city partnership. So as you know, the city adopted or approved the creation of a commission in May, early May, and they recently, last week, just approved the resolution to establish. They did solidify a name, which is now known as the City of El Paso Women's Rights Commission. That is the name that they voted on a week ago. This is an option for us to explore a potential joint partnership with the city in a similar capacity. Denver does this already, they're joint city-county. I have been in contact with city staff about this idea, should the court consider, but regardless of the decision you make today, if we do form our own commission, the city absolutely expressed an interest to partner and collaborate no matter what option you select this afternoon. And so before I close for discussion and thoughts and comments from the public, I do just want to thank Eileen Flores from the County Administration Department. She was vital in quite a bit of the research that was shared with you all this afternoon, and I'm so grateful to have had her. I also want to thank Dr. Beth Murfish with the City of Houston, who provided some information, and she serves as the chair of the City of Houston's Women's Commission, and Ms. Tess Trewin, who is from this joint city Denver County Women's Commission and was able to share some time with me, as well as the many local women who I had phone calls with and spoke with to gain insight about their local women's association. So I hope that we've shared quite a bit of information with you. I'm here to take any questions and engage in any further discussion as you may need.
No, just, we did meet with some of the individuals who will be speaking, but that was a lot of work, and that was one of the goals that we had, was not to rush in to form a, a women's commission and not really understand it. So I think that first phase was very well done, and now we have a better sense of what needs to happen or what are the steps going forward. I know you're going to have any individual speaking. I know Dr. Acosta's on the line. If Dr. Acosta, why don't we start with you?
Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. There you are.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. And thank you for the great work from the county. I think that when we met, it was absolutely exceptional, and the research that was done was just absolutely incredible. So I'd like to thank the Commissioners Court and the County Judge. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As you know, YWCA's mission is to eliminate racism, empower women, and promote peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. And we're here to support the Women's Commission by the County of El Paso. So I know there were several options given. I believe that the commission, the El Paso County Women's Commission, is probably the best choice that would allow you to have staffing for that position, and that would be independent. For those of you that are not aware, conversations about this commission started about 3 years ago when YWCA conducted an economic status of women study in El Paso. We presented our findings to the community in 2019. Women in our community identified housing, healthcare, food insecurity, sexual assault, and childcare as either the top needs or top barriers to their success. 60% of women in El Paso make less than $24,000 a year, reported running out of money between paychecks. 11% of women say they can't afford childcare, including those with household incomes of up to $50,000 a year. Our study found that only 30% of El Pasoans have insurance through their employer, compared to 53% of Texans and 56% of Americans. Only 15% of women who participated in our study believe that education beyond high school is attainable. And 62% believe they will need to leave El Paso to advance their careers. This wage disparity between men, there's a wage disparity between men and women in our community that is approximately $9,600. That is more than 1 year of tuition at UTEP, 3 years at El Paso Community College. It is 10 months of rent and more than a year's worth of childcare. Addressing this gap in our community may help women attend higher education, find higher paying employment, and support their families. As you all know, women are often the sandwich generation, where they are not only taking care of their children, they're also taking care of their parents. In our focus groups, women discuss being raped or sexually harassed and assault. They brought these issues up unprompted as reasons they quit their job or stopped going to school, things that economically hindered them and their families. At the end of our presentation in 2019, we introduced the idea of a women's commission to go deeper into this work and to develop solutions, just as has been presented today. The commission will go beyond just one issue. It will carefully investigate and identify the key things women in El Paso need to help them succeed, and it will go further to create and implement solutions. Because we live in a world where we have not achieved gender parity, this Women's Commission is imperative in the El Paso community, so I strongly urge you to continue to support the establishment of the Women's Commission, and you go with option number 1. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Acosta. Melissa, are you going to have anyone else speak today?
I don't have any other speakers. I don't know if there's other speakers that signed up.
Okay. Yes, please.
Forgive me, Judge. Ms. Dora Oaxaca would like to speak before we take the public comment.
That's what I was hoping.
Hi.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, nearly a month ago, we brought this to you, and you afforded us the time to put it on the agenda. As Dr. Acosta spoke, this is a very needed commission. She the YWCA had a study done. You know, there's been several of us out there that have also pushed for these efforts 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So I just want to touch base a little bit more on what was presented here to you today, and to bring more enlightenment, enhancement on the research that was done. The local Paso associations that are here are all nonprofit. So these are membership-driven. These are dues-driven memberships as well. They don't represent a commission like the one that we would like for you all to create, which is under the hospice of the county government. The other is the word Women's Commission, which was said was outdated. I personally don't feel that I'm outdated. My name is a woman. I'm a woman, I'm sorry. And I don't feel outdated. I think that there is a lot to talk about. I do understand there's many issues. And just this weekend was a very bleak and dark weekend for many women, not only here in this nation, but across, you know, globally. And with that, I have to ask you, I have to petition the court to please consider option number 1. That would be creating your own commission under your own rules, and which helps partner with the city. Because if you take on a partnership and decide to do a joint venture, then we would have to consider legislative action, and that can take longer. I think that, I believe that the time is now. You know, we heard that there was a decrease in commissions across the nation. I believe there's going to be an increase in women's commission, in women's organizations, in women's association. But it all starts with you. So I literally beg you to consider this. And I think it's a win-win situation too, because if you create a liaison, not only for this commission, but for your other commissions, is going to bring lots of value to your commissions and to your members. Another one, other point that I want to make is that there was a concern that there was difficulty recruiting commission members. I think there's so many women out there ready to serve in this commission. I don't think you're going to be short in getting women to send you their interest to serve in this commission.
Agree.
So with that, I just ask for all consideration for this item to move forward. Thank you.
Dora, and thank you for the time you spent and meeting with us at my office and the work you've done with Melissa. And it's been really good trying to get as much feedback as possible.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, your staff, Ms. Carrillo. I think there's other women here. There's many women out there that wanted to stay. We lost many of them because of this long agenda day, but there's quality speakers here today that are supportive of this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Cesar, for the...
Yes, sir. We have Sylvia Herrera signed up to speak next.
Let's see, do we have...
Just want to remind speakers that it's a 5-minute time limit. You are being timed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm sure you guys have recognized me from the last few weeks that we've been coming. I'm going to just read what I've written down so that I stay on track. County commissioners and judge, as you all know, myself and many others have been coming up here the last few weeks ever since we heard the presentation that was given on May 16th, 2022 on behalf of a women's commission. Last week, the last speaker during the public meeting, Ms. Dora, I don't want to pronounce her last name wrong, came up and she made some false statements and a false recap using rhetoric in order to downplay the seriousness of which is in fact germane to this so-called initiative that they presented on May 16th. I would like to take this time to respectfully and integrally recap, respond, ask some questions, and raise some concerns to some of those statements and details that were made by her last week and also by Xochitl Rodriguez on May 16th, and to what they have been presenting to you all, not specifically today, but to their purpose and the why. So my response to this is that although she politely thanked us for speaking up on what she called our belief system, and that it was not germane to this issue at hand, and I want to clarify the fact that what we are speaking about is clearly not about our belief system. The topic of the murdering of the unborn children, the abiding and abetting and partaking of this evil, sinful, and lawless, unjust act is not only germane, it is unequivocally and undeniably the most germane topic that needs to be addressed. Xochitl Rodriguez claimed that this was to be an initiative for safe, legal, and private access to comprehensive and complete reproductive health care, which includes abortion, and she welcomes steps towards the creation of a commission that will help ensure all of our rights are affirmed by our local government entities. I kindly and respectfully remind the council that since abortion is not merely a socio-economic or administrative issue, but rather it is an ultimate immoral issue, therefore God cannot be separated from the discussion of abortion, since God himself is the transcendent moral lawgiver that supersedes any human institution. Without an absolute moral lawgiver, there cannot be absolutes on good and evil, which would open the ways for relativism and subjectivism, which would not have an objective basis for what is right and what is wrong. Therefore, God is the indispensable, and touching the subject of abortion, the true meaning of separation of church and state does not mean separating God from government. Government without God is impossible. For government relies on laws, and laws must ultimately rely on a fixed, transcendent, and absolute moral code. Abortion is the intentional killing of an unborn child. No one has the right to murder. Murder is a crime because it violates the unborn's right to the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as stated in the Declaration of Independence. What about the unborn rights? I remind you, she stated all of our rights. Without the right to life, all of the rights are meaningless. You cannot have the right to anything if you don't exist to have and to use that right. The county hospital, UMC, already has many resources and programs available to us that are already in place and funded, such as clinical services for reproductive health and family planning to include screening and treatment for sexually transmitted infections, pregnancy testing and counseling, natural family planning referrals, life planning and birth control, method counseling, emergency contraceptive, reproductive health education, personal care, and so forth. There's so many. Since mostly everything they spoke of is already in place, is their intention then to use this funding in order to better and assist their programs which are already established and in place? Let me ask you a real question. They speak of the fact that the presentation was based on supported by research data and facts. So where are the research data and facts for the opposing positions or views? If they are there to give counsel to you all as the commissioners and to you, Judge, and they speak of being integral and equality, then my suggestion to them is to present all integral views and data, research, and facts with the pros and cons so that you all can have and make a more efficient, wise decision that enables you not to have a bias, partial, or influenced. I have so much more to say, but for lack of time, I thank you for your time.
No, we thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Carlos Montijo.
Hello again, commissioners, judge. So our church is here again to speak to you because We are concerned, and we do love you, we love our county, and we love our nation. I believe a reckoning is coming, that judgment is coming and is already here. For those who do not believe the gospel of faith alone in Christ alone, for forgiveness of sins are condemned already according to Christ in John 3. We are a Democrat county in a Republican state that has banned abortion. That is a recipe for serious friction. Our nation is becoming increasingly polarized on abortion. Laws may change, but hearts still need to be changed. The only solution to our local and national divide is the gospel, the power of God unto salvation, because only God can heal this nation. So we're praying for you and for our county to repent, including the murder of abortion, and that we would instead become a sanctuary city for the unborn, a safe haven for the unborn. And we will support you every step of the way if you do the right thing. We're here for you, and I think we need to promote healthy dialogue and discussion amongst ourselves. But we must repent of our sin for the murder of abortion, and only Christ can grant us the forgiveness that we so desperately need. The ladies promoting this Women's Commission have been disingenuous about their intentions, like Sister Sylvia already stated. It is my understanding that Planned Parenthood was formally invited to speak to you all and has been involved with this Women's Commission all along. Xochitl Rodriguez, the philanthropy officer at Planned Parenthood, I'm quoting an article from the El Paso Times. She spoke in both the City Council and to you, the Commissioner's Court, said that legal and private access to abortion is a right. So I urge everyone who supports Planned Parenthood and abortion to visit lifedynamics.com and childpredators.com. I've mentioned this before, that they have published numerous reports with sources about how women are raped inside abortion clinics, how the abortion industry sells and traffics aborted baby parts, how child rapists take underage girls to get abortions in Planned Parenthood clinics, and the clinics refuse to report it as statutory rape, which is required. And every single one of the former Planned Parenthood clinics in El Paso failed to do this when they were tested. And how the abortion industry overwhelmingly targets minority neighborhoods as well. Please think twice about making alliances with corrupt organizations like Planned Parenthood. We will continue to pray that their evil would be exposed and that they would also repent. I also think the Women's Commission is going to chase problems that either don't exist or are seriously misrepresented due to misguided convictions. I already shared information from Warren Farrell's book, Why Men Earn More, and also the Red Pill documentary, how men are seriously disadvantaged compared to women in a lot of these cases. For a local example, just look up the gender demographics of both UTEP and EPCC students and faculty. In all cases, there's more women. 56% of the students, I believe, in UTEP are women. The minorities are the men in all of those cases, both in the students and the faculty. So the concerns don't seem to add up. And that's just one of many examples, and I'm more concerned that Planned Parenthood and others will use this Women's Commission to promote abortion as a smokescreen. So why am I here sharing my beliefs? Because when the Supreme Court of the United States unconstitutionally ruled that abortion is a right, they imposed their beliefs on our nation and on all the 60+ million dead unborn children whose blood is on their hands. We need to turn from this wickedness and to the way, the truth, and the life, because only God can save us from this mess. And like I've said before, we're also here to help. Like I said, we're here to support you to do the right thing. And we also want to offer help and support to those who are struggling with the concept of an unplanned pregnancy or abortion to contact us at thorncrownministries.com, because we know and believe that God will richly provide for all of those who trust in Him. And we believe that God can and will provide. So that is our concern, that is our prayer for you all. And we will keep monitoring the situation with this commission, because the whole goal in the City Council meeting was very clear. In the agenda and the background information was all about Roe v. Wade being overturned. And so that is our concern, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Michael Apodaca online.
Just a second. She's been trying to come up, so you can come up and then we'll continue the, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Terry Chavira. I am wanting to speak about about the need for a Women's Commission, because I believe very truly that it is desperately needed, and that is due to my experience in working with the citizens of El Paso. County. I have dedicated the last 33 years of my life in working with women and issues having to do with crimes against women and other issues against women. I wanted to say that over and over again, what I have experienced and seen and what women have spoken to me about is the need for assistance for women's issues. And I believe that the commission could address those issues. The diversity just among the women here in El Paso, having from women that have children, women that don't have children, women that are married, women that are unmarried, women that are single, and taking care of children. There's so many issues having to deal with women and resources here in El Paso County. The need is extensive. Currently, the organization I work with addresses some of those needs, but we have clients every day seeking assistance for whether it's medical issues, whether it's health issues, whether it's food, assistance with childcare. All of these issues need to be addressed constantly, education. And when Sylvia spoke about the difference in pay, the harassment, things like that, we deal with those every day. And like I said, I have dealt with hundreds, and I have experience with maybe thousands of women who personally have expressed to me the need for help in the county of El Paso with just women's issues. And like, I'm not speaking about opinion. This is with factual information that has come to me with my work experience as in law enforcement for 26 years and the last 8 years that I have dedicated to assisting women with issues having to do with domestic and sexual violence. So I would really express to you that this is something that is a need in El Paso County. It's not a political issue. It's in the diversity of the women that are here in El Paso, and they are asking for your help and constantly come out to services, anything that is offered for help to try to get their children help and their medical needs met, as far as in help for their children and even being fed for their children. So again, I would like to express that you consider this commission and let you know that I have experienced and felt that there's an extreme need for this, especially at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar. We'll continue.
Yes, sir. Next, we have Mr. Michael Apodaca online.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Sure. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Commissioners and Judge. I just want to be very brief because I do want to just echo the same words that Dr. Acosta and the immediate past speaker talked about about the Women's Commission. I do strongly believe that this is a commission that is well needed in our community to focus on numerous issues that are affecting women in the El Paso region, from education to jobs, to healthcare, et cetera. And it's just not one issue. And I know the previous two speakers brought up one issue in particular. And just to think, if they had enough energy to be passionate about this one issue, think about the passion that could be done to look at dismantling systems on poverty, healthcare, wages, family leave, everything that is needed that could advance women forward in our community. So, commissioners and Judge, I hope that, I believe that you all are smart enough to do the right choice. This is a commission that is well needed in our community. And, I do thank you for your time. And I hope that you will go with option one, creating a women's commission on its own for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Marilyn Ortiz.
Hi, Ms. Ortiz.
Judge, County Commissioners, a brief prayer from Psalm 119, verse 18. Open my eyes that I may behold wondrous things out of your law. Proverbs 31 is titled, The Words of King Lemuel that his mother taught him. It is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, or for rulers to take strong drink, lest they forget what has been decreed and pervert the rights of the afflicted. Open your mouth for the mute, for the rights of all who are destitute. Open your mouth, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and needy. Notice in verse 1, the king's mom asking, "What are you doing?" She addresses him as my son and the son of my womb. A son is a male child, so she speaks to him as the male child of her womb. She then reminds him of his responsibility to be sober in judgment and to be a mouth for the mute, to judge righteously and to defend the poor and needy. Babes in the womb have 0 possessions, are the most needy of all of us. They are desperately depending on being safe in their mother's womb. Again, the king's mother has exhorted her son to open his mouth and to judge righteously. In John chapter 5, Jesus went to Jerusalem during a feast of the Jews. At a pool of water called Bethesda, Jesus healed a man who had been an invalid for 38 years. This was on the Sabbath. Jesus said to him point blank, John 5, verse 8, "Get up, take your bed, and walk." In John 5:17, he says, "The Father is working now, and I am working." The Jews were seeking to kill him. They took great offense from this for 2 reasons: because he was breaking the Sabbath by healing a man on the Sabbath, and because he was referring to God as his own Father. At another feast, the Feast of Weeks, I think it was the Feast of Weeks, could have been the Feast of Bread, when he confronts his accusers that none of them keep the law, they accuse Jesus of having a demon. Say, "Who is seeking to kill you?" If on the Sabbath, Jesus' response was this: if on the Sabbath a man receives circumcision so that the law of Moses, God's given law, that's my words, God's given law through Moses, may not be broken, are you angry with me because on the Sabbath I made a man's whole body well? Do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment. That means do not judge hypocritically, but judge with discernment. And that's your job now, to realize that. Sure, there were people who were terribly disappointed at Roe versus Wade being overturned, but there were many more people rejoicing that Roe versus Wade, wrongly decided, was finally overturned after 50 years of terrible, terrible crimes against humanity. Abortion is murder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Malloy Calendine.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Tuve la oportunidad de participar y de ayudar en las clínicas de aborto cuando empezó la pandemia, cuando todo el mundo estaba cerrando los negocios, las escuelas, las iglesias, porque había este peligro de este gran virus. Irónicamente, las clínicas de aborto estaban abiertas y de martes a viernes se hacían abortos. Tuve esa oportunidad de servir ahí, tratar de ayudar a esas mujeres, convencerlas de que no aborten a sus hijos. Y también experimenté tiempo con esas mujeres, esas muchachitas, la mayoría muy jóvenes. Y el dolor que ellas pasan después de un aborto, nadie lo sabe, ustedes no lo saben, pero yo lo he experimentado ahí en esas clínicas. Porque después de que tienen un aborto, lo lamentan, se arrepienten y es un trauma que dura toda su vida. Y eso no lo están viendo las señoritas que están queriendo formar esta comisión que incluye el aborto, que lo quieren promover. Y seamos honestos, esto no ayuda en nada a la mujer, para nada. Sea hispana, sea americana, sea de cualquier nacionalidad, esto no ayuda. El aborto es la muerte. Y toda la sangre que se está derramando de esas vidas inocentes, están clamando desde la tierra a Dios. Y todos los que están participando y que no defienden a esas vidas inocentes, también están participando. Yo nada más quiero que consideren eso y que tengan un poquito de temor de Dios, porque todos ustedes están jugando a Dios, de que ustedes están decidiendo quién vive y quién muere, cuando ustedes deberían de promover el cuidado de las familias, de los bebés, promover la vida, no la muerte. Eso es todo lo que tengo que decir.
Le agradecemos su tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Next, we have Mr. James Perry.
Welcome, Mr. Perry.
Hello, Judge, County Commissioners, all the cowboys that I've worked with in Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, El Paso, California. They're all against abortion, and I'm glad that the state of Texas passed this new law, and I'm very sorry that New Mexico don't wake up and follow the rest of us. And thank God they don't perform surgery on cats, because I've got a cat that I adopted in the neighborhood, and he's a little old kitten, and I adopted him. So all the cowboys that I know and all the guys I rodeo with is against abortion, and I'm glad the governor signed a deal and the Supreme Court made the right decision.
Thank you, James, for your time.
Next, we have Emma Acosta.
Emma.
Good afternoon again,
afternoon.
Judge and Commissioners. I know it's been a long day for you. Again, my name's Emma Acosta, former city representative and current chair of the Eastside Democrats of El Paso. I'm also a board member of the League of Women Voters and a council president for the League of United Latin American Citizens, or LULAC. I'm here today in support of the creation of a Women's Rights Commission. Judge and Commissioners, from the data that I have become available to, we know that nearly 1/3 of female-headed households, family households, live in poverty. 22.6% of women in El Paso County live in poverty. Women still earn much less than men on the dollar, with increased disparity of women of color. The El Paso Law Enforcement Departments, both city and county, report several hundred domestic violence calls for assistance every year. By many accounts, many of these issues and more are exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis, in which women are disproportionately affected in the health, domestic violence, jobs, and homeschooling of children, to name a few. Many women have to leave the workforce because of lack of affordable childcare facilities. Many are still struggling with getting back into the workforce as they face an increase in childcare and high gasoline prices, grocery prices, etc. There are many issues that affect women disproportionately than men. The Women's Rights Commission would enable women to bring up issues they face and find solutions for these issues. The overturn of Roe versus Wade has increased the issue of women having children and having to face difficulty in raising that child, and no one has talked about that. We talk about pro-life, and we want these children to be born, yes. But these women face the issue of supporting that child. Many are single women, many are teenage women, teenage girls for that matter, that are having children. They have to face the responsibility of caring for that child, of making sure that that child has food, a roof over their head, health care, clothing, and an education. These are issues that affect women on a daily basis, not something that we make up. It's something that we face on a daily basis. Along with that, there are issues of violence, whether it's domestic violence or public violence, wherever they may live. And something that we just heard right now about, the Center for Family Violence It is something that is real. It's not something that we make up. It's something that's very, very real. And I want you to know, I am a survivor. I'm a survivor of that. But you know what? I had very good support. I had my mother who told me, you have to go back to school, you have to get an education, and that's how you're going to get out of that. And that's what I did. But I had that support. Many do not. We find many teenage girls get thrown out of their homes, or they don't know where to go, and yet they have a child to take care of. This is what our responsibility is for. This is what the Women's Commission will do. Come up with issues and say, these are the steps that we need to take to address these issues, to make sure that these children that are being born are adequately taken care of. Earlier, we heard from someone else saying, 1 in 7 children is abused. That is uncalled for. And it happens because many times the mother or the father, they just don't know where to turn. We're having them, have children and more children and more children, but they don't have the resources. But we need to provide those resources. We need to find solutions to these issues. So I believe that we need to create this Women's Commission for those reasons. There is still disparity in the workforce. Women are still earning less than men. And I know that there's a majority of men here, but that's the reality. And I think studies have shown that. So I think we need to create, and you need to create the commission, the
30 seconds.
The county commission. Is it time?
30 seconds.
Oh, thank you. To educate and advise the public and the Commissioners Court about issues affecting the well-being of women and girls in the county, advise and assist with program development that benefits the social and economic conditions, develop policy recommendations, serve as a central hub for resources and information, support and enhance collaboration and partnerships among leaders, organizations working to serve women in multiple fields, offer referrals for women who need assistance in issues such as sexual harassment, child support, child care, abuse, etc. Organize and co-sponsor public hearings, free forums, and conferences throughout El Paso that address issues related to women and children. I believe that the county should create their own commission, and so I support option number 1, because I think that your county is much more bigger than just the city, and I think you would do well to make sure that we reach women in the rural areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta. Thank you.
That completes all our speakers, Judge.
Melissa, you want to come up? I think where we're at this time is, my understanding, Melissa, is that, I think we very interested in forming the Women's Commission, and it's just a matter of, I would like to propose that if we do that, but it's that we still need to have a lot of things being addressed and brought back to us, like who do we appoint, what's the process, what is it that we need to do to make sure that take advantage of the benchmarks that you've made. And so I see it as a two-step, and I don't know if everyone here sees it like that the first step is do we agree that we need a commission, and then assign you, Melissa, to really get all the other details ready for us and bring it back to the court. But I don't know if that's where everybody's at.
I had a couple of questions.
Yes, Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
I'm happy to of course defer to the women in the room when we're talking about the commission, but when we're talking about the creation of the commission. But I've also been asked the question by other women who are my constituents, why do we need to do two different commissions? Why are we not looking to have one that's joint city and county? Do they have different purposes? Or are they going to serve the same purpose? And are we going to be duplicating any type of efforts or services if if the city's creating one and we're creating one? I heard Emma Costa say something to the effect of needing to make sure that we expand to the county, but if it's a joint one, then I just want that to be very clear for the people who have brought this up with me.
Can I start that off? Because we had that discussion that it would take legislation to do that, and so the idea would be, Commissioner Stout, to
What
work on-
legislation, Judge?
Huh?
What legislation?
Well, supposedly, it has to be separate at this time until,
So I can't speak to the details. I actually spoke with Ms. Tracy Jerome of the city this last week to discuss that, but apparently on their end, they do have to work on proclamations that need to be changed to incorporate a joint city-county type commission. They're not opposed to that. It would be something that we could definitely look into, but they, of course, are waiting to see what direction the court takes today. From what I understand, and Erica, correct me if I'm wrong if you know, I believe that there's something they need to do on their end in order to allow a county into their types of commissions.
But they would have to go to the state legislature to have a law changed?
I don't think it's a state
believe it's-
legislature issue. I could be wrong. I know, Dora, you mentioned a state legislative issue, but because this is not a statutory commission, there's a lot of local control. So like, we have one other non-statutory commission here at the county, and that's our Veterans Advisory Commission. And so we have a lot of control on what it looks like. With this one, we would have a lot of control on what it looks like. The city did pass a proclamation, and that proclamation is similar to your resolutions. And so they would have to go back and amend that proclamation if they're willing to do a joint commission.
okay.
I don't know if
refer
there's a
back
specific
to
statutory.
Dora, because that's where I had, had gotten confused with the legislation.
I think, and we talked about it, and so in the past, they've tried to do joint commissions, but let's go back to the Veterans Advisory Committee that you have. So they have one and you have one, and you all align your purpose, your focus. I think that working like independently, but then having a partnership on a quarterly basis, I think we can take, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, the same format and process that you have for your Veterans Commission can be adopted here. I don't see any, as a woman, Commissioner, I don't know which women are asking about that, because even Dr. Acosta was very supportive of both commissions at this time, and then aligning into similar purposes. The city does not extend to the colonias, to the rural parts of the county. I think that's very important to Commissioner Holguin. That's very important to some of us that grew up in those areas as well, because the city would be focused in what is within the city. And you all have a lot more to cover. I know there's also an interest with women representatives in Ciudad Juarez that want to be able to partner and be able to work on some issues in the future. So I think independently, it gives you a lot of strength, a lot of leadway, a lot more to cover, and then having to move forward and working with Mr. Rome, who's going to be the head of the staff, of the city staff, to look into the formation of the commission. The commission was also resolution-based. It was not proclamation-based. And they're going to be appointing their members to this commission, men or women. There's not a gender here. But in this case, I think if you do the same, going back to how your Veterans Advisory Board works, it could definitely work to your benefit and to the region's benefit, because you're the county. So with that, I really ask that you really consider informing your own commission to have more control, and definitely to be able to appoint your members as well.
And thank you for that clarification, because I was sort of mixing it with the veterans, because I know the veterans we tried, but there was other things we had to do, and so I thought it was something similar, so I apologize, I didn't mean to.
There are pros and cons, and I think the court's aware, there are pros and cons of a joint commission. I mean, obviously it is efficient and can be saving, but like, for example, when you want your legislative agenda reviewed by the commission, it's a lot easier if you have your own commission and they respect your time frame to have it reviewed, versus if it's a city commission that we have seats on, or depending on the oversight of where the commission is housed, we may not have as much control. And I use the legislative agenda as an example, because that's one of the recommendations, is let them look at legislative items to see if there's any potential negative consequences or things that could make it more beneficial to women or more equitable. And you would have more control over your own commission. You could ask them to have a meeting. You could have staff set that up quickly and turn it around. Also, the reporting back to you. When we've done some joint things with the city, sometimes the reporting back to us is slightly delayed. They report to the city first and then report to us. And so, I mean, and I'm not trying to detract from what the city's work is, but it's basically they're going to present to their first governing body and then to us. And then also there was something else about if you had your own, you also have control over all the members of who's on it. Versus if it's a joint one, you may not have control over, you would not have control over all the seats.
Right.
So those are just some of the pros and cons quickly.
Right. And I'm not advocating for the joint over the original, but I just wanted to understand the why, because some of my constituents asked, but I just also want to make sure that it's not we're not just looking at trying to serve women that are outside in the county. It's countywide, right? So even though the city has its commission, we're going to be working, and the goals of this commission is also encompasses all the county, right? That's what I want to make sure. And I also wanted to ask, are we planning on, or I don't know, ask or suggest that we talk about just making sure that it's reflective of of all of the community and education, socioeconomic levels when we're talking about this, and then are we also planning on including transgender women in this conversation, and whether this commission is going to be serving that population as well?
So Commissioner, some of the research, and of course, if the court chose to form its own, and when it provides guidance to the staff to come back with policies and bylaws and guidelines, these would be some of the things that I think would come from that. But some of the research that we've seen advocates for a diverse women's commission, which may include residents who are 16 or 18 years of age. Just depends on what the culture of that community is. But broadly representative of the community at large with regard to race, ethnicity, age, socioeconomic status, LGBTQ+ status, religious affiliation, and economic sector. The goal is to diversify to ensure strong representation of what the women within this community look like.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. As a preliminary matter, I also support option one because I do think that the needs faced by the county are very different than perhaps what the priorities of a city commission would be. But I do have a question about the budget or the figure that was included. So is that, and I don't know if we can maybe bring that slide up. Does that amount, there it is. So are we talking about hiring a new position that would be a board liaison to all of our boards or just for this one specific board? And how is that different from what we have now with the different boards that we have and that we've created?
Okay, I don't think it would be to all boards, right? I don't think we need a liaison for all of our boards, but Melissa and I talked about this a little bit. We talked about it could be a position that we combine with one of the new positions that's being requested in the budget this coming cycle. So it would be additional duties that we morph the job a little bit to include both doing this and other duties. But I imagine if you want to have a really effective women's commission, the first couple years are going to take quite a bit of time to establish procedures, whatever goals or policies that you want them to be looking at. I know that I served as a liaison to a new board the county created. And I was like an attorney who tracked my time religiously, and 25% of my time the first 2 years was committed to that board. And so and that may be extreme, but that was for the Ethics Commission. But I imagine that this is going to take at least a good part of a part-time employee. And in the concept of trying to be mindful of the cost, it's something we could add to a position being requested in the upcoming budget.
And do we have a position that's being requested that might fit?
We had one planned for 2024 fiscal year, but not for this year, but we'd have to look at adjusting that.
And what position was that?
It was a position to help Caesar and Jessica. And so they would, in addition to being a court recorder liaison management level, supervisor level position, they'd also be assigned to be a liaison to this board.
Okay, thank you.
You know, the best prototype that I've seen that I can understand better is our commission for the redistricting. You remember we had Ramon, and Ramon was pretty much created, and I think it was one of the very successful. I mean, we got a lot of kudos for what they did, and it seems something similar to that, to have them go out, make recommendations, come back, let us know what things we need to be working on, and that would include, for example, Commissioner Stout and Commissioner Robinson have, not as much out in the county, but then we'll take that into consideration. And so I see it as sort of a huge advocacy for us to be successful in doing everything, whatever the scope is with women, and what do we need to do to break those barriers and bring it back. But I sort of saw that commission as sort of functioning like that, where they're able to bring things back to us, and we make, what do we need to be working on to be more successful as Commissioners Court on women's issues. Go ahead.
I just want to your point, Commissioner Holguin, I think that budgeting for a liaison is a return of investment, because you've seen the data, you've seen the research. So to your point, Judge, this money is going to tenfold back into the community by knowing the gaps, by knowing how to close them, by this commission coming to you with recommendations on how to do better with 51% of the population that is women. This is definitely a plus for you all to increase that return of investment, or to get back that return of investment by economic reasons. So if we're successful out in the workforce, if we're earning more pay, if we get equal pay, that means we have more of a disposable income as well.
If we get
So
you
to
the
your
right
point,
childcare. If you
yes,
get the right
and the
childcare and you get
childcare.
to
So
work,
when you're
it's-
looking at spending money on a commission like this, to me, it's common sense that you're going to get far more in return in the long run. Thank you.
Yeah, it has to be well budgeted, in my opinion. We have to look at it from that perspective. If we're committed to do this, then when budget comes around, we need to make sure that that's one of the items that we discuss during budget.
And
So, Melissa.
So,
and on the operations too, we just like some other things, once we create them, we need a little bit of flexibility. Like we created communications, and we had no idea the amount of software a really effective communications office needs, right? So we estimated a budget, and then we learned, well, we really should have these software, this software and this software. And so this would be to get us started, but we would always come back and tell the court what else if there was anything else we needed.
Well, I mean, I'd like to make that motion to form the commission, but with you coming back and letting us know what are all the things that we need to do, take the benchmark into consideration, and then, continue to move forward. But I think the first step is that we agree as a court that we need the commission to begin with. And just for some of the public, I apologize we can't address the public comments directly, But we'll make sure that the scope is on both sides. I mean, if there's issues on both sides, and we need to look at both sides, and the commission will need to look at the both sides of everything, and take everyone into consideration. So it's not a smoking screen, I can tell you, for anything else or for anything specific. I think we have variety from the study of Dr. Acosta in 2019. You know, as I told her, I was embarrassed at that time because I thought we were so much far ahead in myself having, you know, 3 daughters and 4 sisters and 9 granddaughters. I felt a little vulnerable because I didn't realize that there was still that many challenges. So I think it opened our eyes to a lot of different things. So I would like to make a motion to form the commission based on the recommendations going forward from Melissa, who can help us in administration.
And Judge, that's option 1?
Option 1 is what I'm agreeing on.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners.
7-inning stretch. Where's Ruby? She's stretching somewhere.
I probably need to do it. Can we take maybe a
Judge, would you like to?
Yeah, because I need to go to the, oh, thank you so much.
Thank you for being here the whole day.
Híjole. Thank you.
Thank you, I know.
5-minute break, Cesar.
Monday?
Cesar. 5 minutes, he said.
5 minutes, sir? Sure. Commissioners Court will recess for 5 minutes. It is 5:29 PM.
Thank you.
And then vote, one vote. Okay.
Go ahead.
So Nicole, you're thinking their item, and then what's the next one so that they can leave? Which number is it? Yeah, theirs is 20. Oh, 13 and 20, okay. So we'll do 13 and then 20. Okay, thank you, Caesar.
Go ahead.
Ready? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 5:46 PM. Item number 13 from County Administration, receive a presentation with updates on the county's current drought conditions and the Keach-Byram Drought Index. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the sale, use, and possession of fireworks for the 2022 July 4th holiday period.
Thank you. Who's going to introduce it? Alicia?
Hi, good afternoon, Judge and
Hi, Lisa.
Commissioners. Hi, Elisa Tamayo, Government Affairs Manager. Sorry, I hear my echo. Are you hearing an echo too?
No.
No?
You
Okay,
sound
sorry.
fine.
Awesome. Well, so this is the last presentation before the July 4th holiday, next Monday. But we are already in the fireworks sale season, and I just have some brief updates. If we could go to the next slide, please. So as you all know, you approved an order on June 6th to ban sticks and fins due to the drought conditions. And I don't think back then we were expecting this much rain and beautiful weather that we have seen lately. So we fell under 575 last week, which means that order that you all passed is no longer effective. And so I thought it was important just to give that update to the public and to everybody. Since, now the sticks and pins can be used and sold. Although the Texas Pyrotechnics Association did send a statement last week saying that they will stick to their initial statement about not selling sticks and pins. So the members, the vendors that are members of the Pyrotechnics Association will not be selling the sticks and pins, which is a good thing in case we go up again. But even if we go above that 575 threshold, the order is not effective anymore. So I just thought that update was important for everybody to know. So next steps or what y'all could do next, and I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. So this is the drought as of today. We're still below the 575. Some of our neighboring counties are above, some under, but this is how it's looking like for El Paso County. We could go to the next slide, please. We are in a moderate fire danger, according to the National Fire Danger Rating System. I know this is non-legally binding, but it's also good for context. If we could go to the next slide, please. And then this index that is released every Thursday, the last one that was released also has El Paso County as being in moderate drought, and this is the U.S. Drought Monitor. We could go to the next slide, please. So, I mean, since the order is not effective or anything, we still wanted to promote a safe 4th of July celebration. And this is just some information for the public to know what the county has going on as long as, for fireworks, the fireworks display. The activities begin at 2 p.m., but the fireworks display will be at 9:20 p.m. and you can watch it from the west side of the lake. At Ascarate Park. There's some information on here, and I don't know if Laura's on here in case anybody has questions, but she's ready to answer questions, and I know there's been a press release that went out as well. So as far as recommendations go, we just recommend keep monitoring the KVDI. If I see anything that we go above the 575 threshold, I know that's not legally binding anymore, but I can definitely let your staff know, Judge, since you're the only one who has the authority at this point to issue any disaster declaration. That's an option that you could do. That goes for 60 hours. Those disaster declarations can last up to 60 hours. And I think if extended, then we need an approval from the governor. But if anybody from the county attorneys is around and can correct me if I'm wrong or answer questions, this is the end of my presentation.
Yeah. Erica, anything you want to add there from a legal perspective?
Yeah. Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Erica Rosales-Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. Judge, you know, we used our, your 418 powers throughout the pandemic, so this is a similar, if, as Alicia mentioned, for the disaster declaration, it's very similar, right? It would be, Judge, you finding that you think it's appropriate to use those powers. That could be something that could be done really at any time, Judge, and we could certainly assist you with that if you would like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were very glad that on their own they eliminated sticks and fins, because that takes away a huge component of it and gives me more flexibility moving forward as well. So, Chief, you want to? I'm glad you wanted to stay here all day and visit with us.
Made me wait on purpose there. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you for having me. Chief Esparza with EST number 2. As you know, we have issued 42 permits for this selling season, and all the fireworks vendors are in agreement not to sell sticks and fins, which is great for our community right now. Luckily, we did receive a lot of rain, so we feel very confident that we will be able to keep it at a very low fire danger for the community.
Mm-hmm. No, we thank you for that. At this time, what's our next step?
There could be no action, Judge, if that's the will of the court.
Just more informative and see how things evolve.
That's right.
Yeah, we've been very supportive to that business, and they've been very responsive. We've asked for certain things that they've agreed to, especially the cleanup component, both from Commissioner Leon, but also Commissioner Holguin, narrowing the time frame of when they're going to clean up. And I think the other thing is for us to do everything else that we can, that they go somewhere else, like to Escárate Park, that we entice them, the people, that we have such a great venue there that would be very helpful for them to participate in a controlled situation without the safety issues that can happen on their own. So, yes. Commander?
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Court. Commander Ryan Urrutia for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. We've placed our personnel to be prepared to respond to all calls for service, bringing in additional personnel for the Montana Vista area, as well as the area near Horizon around the truck stops where their sales will be higher. We've also got personnel allocated for Escárate Park for citizens that choose to go there, to make sure that we maintain security, flow of traffic, and order in those places as well.
Yeah, that's been exceptional, and I don't know, just very proud of how they handled Escárate. When you're walking around, they're interacting with everybody. It's not more of that policing kind of mentality, but trying to interact with everybody that's there. So we thank you for that support. A lot of things I'd be very uncomfortable in doing if it weren't for what you do to make that possible.
Yes, sir. So operational plans will be submitted to the Office of Emergency Management by Wednesday when they're completed. We've got our personnel allocations, and we'll be ready to go.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate it. Okay, so there's no action at this time.
Thank you, Commissioners and Judge.
And we're going to jump to 20.
Item number 13, no action.
Item number 13, no action.
Correct, 13, no action. You want to do item number 20 next, correct, Judge?
That's correct, uh-huh.
Item number 20 from Litigation, Justice, and Law Enforcement. Approve and authorize the transfer of Sheriff's Office salary savings funds in the amount of $880,808 from fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 24 to contribute additional and necessary match funds for salaries and benefits related to the fiscal year 20 Community-Oriented Policing Services Hiring Program. Funds are available in General Fund, Sheriff's Office Patrol, Salary, Full-Time Regular.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commander.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Commander Ryan Urrutia of El Paso County Sheriff's Office Patrol Division. We're requesting this transfer of funds to fill the gap of a mistake that was made when the grant was written and communicated to our legal staff on the amounts that were needed for the school districts to pay. This was identified by the Grants Department last year, and they tried to rectify it, and this was the remedy to rectify the shortage.
For the 3-year period?
For me?
Yes.
This will cover the entire 3-year period.
And we have met with Clint Independent School District. They will pick up for, we're negotiating with them to pick up year 4. So I think we should be good on that, so the amount will lower. Meeting with San Elizario within the next 2 weeks, see if they can meet. Theirs is lower than Clint because we have 14 SROs at Clint. So this will cover the next 2 years. But once they've agreed to cover year 4, so that'll lower the amount. And then once I meet with San Eli, hopefully that'll lower it more.
Perfect. Any questions?
I move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commander.
Going back to item number 14 from County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, we'll start with you all for any updates. Judge?
None here.
Commissioner Leon? Commissioner Stout, no. Commissioner Holguin?
No.
Okay, there's no update, so there will be no action from item 14.
Item number 14, no action. Item number 15, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 152.015, select the members as listed in the backup to the 2022 Salary Grievance Committee.
Aye. Thank you.
But my laptop is dying.
Betsy?
Judge, Commissioners, I believe with the recent statutory change that the individuals already listed, I believe we just need the court to adopt the item.
Yes, so thanks, sorry. Good evening, Judge, Commissioners, Eric Rosales, Miaglion, Assistant County Attorney. So yes, so Judge, if you remember, most years what you do is you have the paper and you read each one and it's pretty tedious, but thankfully, recently the legislature changed it so that what we're using today in the backup that you'll find is the county clerk used a computer to generate a randomized list of names. And so the motion would be to, I'll walk you through the motion, but the clerk's representative has asked if you could just choose, Judge, at random from the list. We don't need every single name. And so if you just want to identify whether you choose the even or the odd number pages, I could read the motion depending on your choice. It's just even or odd number pages from that list.
So
I
I
take
have a
even.
question.
Wow.
I have a question about that, Erica.
Yes, ma'am.
Normally, we take every person, the entire list.
We can do that too.
And that would
If
be
you
our
want the whole
request?
list.
No, come on.
I know.
Sorry, we can do
I'm
that
sorry
too.
to take the fun out
We
of
can
it.
take the whole list as well, yes, ma'am.
Because we sometimes have challenges getting, even using the whole list, we sometimes have challenges getting all people seated for the Salary Grievance Committee.
We actually have a very comprehensive list, which is why we're looking for even or odd. There are close to 800 names on that list.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
we only need even or odd pages.
Okay, well, you get the fun back in.
There you go.
Okay.
Welcome.
Don't look at the names, just hit.
All
If
me
you let me
anyways.
know, then I could read the motion for your consideration, Judge.
Even.
Okay, great. So the motion for your consideration could be to adopt the randomized list, even pages only, enter the list into the minutes of the meeting, and select in the order of the randomized list, even pages only, the number of necessary public members and alternates. That would be your motion.
So moved.
Are we going to have discussion?
Oh, if you'd like to, yes, you can.
Can we go through each name? We're back to.
I mean,
Back
it's
to
6
square
o'clock, we
one.
could, I mean,
Okay.
I'll
Caesar.
second.
We did have a second, right?
Yeah.
we got-
Thank you. Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I just want to say that was a small legislative win, but that was nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember having to count or say every name.
Item number 16, approve an award recommendation for RFP 22-014, alcohol monitoring services for the County of El Paso, resolicitation to the top scoring firms, number one, A Lifesaver of Texas, Interlock Incorporated of Cincinnati, Ohio, and 1A Smart Start LLC of Grapevine, Texas. Purchasing approved on June 8th, 2022, self-paid by the client, no cost to the county.
Good evening, Judge. Good evening, Commissioners. Karen Davison, your county purchasing agent, and we're asking for the court's approval for this award recommendation on the RFP for alcohol monitoring services. We are awarding it to two different vendors, Lifesavers of Texas and Smart Start of Texas. This is a pass-through contract that does go to the clients that are being monitored. And I'm certainly here to answer any questions that you might have or for discussion.
Thank you. So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Item number 17, auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended May 31st, 2022. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthlyreports.htm.
Betsy,
Good
was
evening, Judge,
Victor,
Commissioners. Pettis, Financial Operations Manager with the Auditor's Office.
yeah,
I'm
just a
here to
second.
provide the-
Victor, just a second. Was he the shining star last time or this month?
This quarter.
Oh,
This month,
good.
Judge,
Oh,
this
good.
month.
Okay. Well, thank you. I wanted to congratulate you, and I know it was more of a belated congratulations. So, congratulations.
No, thank you very much. I truly appreciate that honor and recognition.
Thank you.
Thanks to all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to present the county's interim financial report for the month ending May of 22. And this correspondence represents the 8th month in the current fiscal year. Okay, the current slide, the executive financial summary, provides monthly and year-to-date revenue and expenditure totals for all funds and also isolates the general fund. Next slide, please. Okay, this screen provides a snapshot of the condensed financial report. And this screen reflects of what was posted in yesterday's newspaper. So this snapshot provides fund balance, year-to-date budget, and year-to-date expenditure totals for all funds. Next slide, please. Moving on to revenues, this slide provides a revenue summary by fund type through the end of May for all funds and also isolates the general fund. For all funds, the month-to-date revenues total just over $20.2 million, bringing our year-to-date revenue collections to approximately $382 million. Honing in on the general fund, our monthly expenditures were over $12 million, bringing our year-to-date revenue totals for the general fund to just over $283 million. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide provides a general fund revenue by source through the end of May, and it's comparing fiscal year 22 revenues against fiscal year 21 at the same point in time. And our total revenue collection for this fiscal year are just over $283 million. And this equates to an approximate $13 million increase compared to last year at the same point in time. And most of this is attributed to a $5.4 million increase under sales and use tax category, $2 million under property taxes, and $2.6 million under charges for services. Next slide, please. This slide provides the general fund revenues by source and is comparing budget to actual through the end of May. And through the end of May, that represents approximately 67% of the year has expired. So our total general fund revenue collections of 200 that are just over 283 million equates to approximately 86% of the total budgeted revenues. Next slide, please. And this screen provides a graphical depiction of the total general fund revenues, and taxes make up approximately 90% of the total revenue collections at this point in time. And specifically, property taxes account for approximately 81% of this amount. And the next highest category will be the sales and use tax, which makes up approximately 16% of this total amount. Next slide, please. This screen provides a 3-year actual revenue comparison, and it ranges from fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 22. And at this point in time, in fiscal year 20, the county had collected approximately $261 million. Last year, at the same point in time, we were at approximately $270.5 million. For the current fiscal year, we're just over $283 million in revenue collections. Next slide, please. This screen breaks down the sales and use tax components. It breaks down the 4 different categories that we track. It is comparing May of 22 against May of 21. Under accommodation and food services category, the county has experienced an approximate 14% increase. Under the wholesale trade, an approximate 13% increase. And under retail trade and information, an approximate 2% decline. But overall, the county has experienced a 5.16% increase comparing May of 22 to May of 21. And that also brings our year-to-date overage through the end of May to a $6.3 million increase comparing this year to last year. Next slide, please. Moving on to expenditure. This slide provides an expenditure summary by fund type for all funds and also isolates a general fund. For the month of May, for all funds, our expenditures total approximately $36 million, bringing our year-to-date expenditure totals for all funds to approximately $318 million. And honing in on the general fund, our month-to-date expenditures total approximately $25.7 million, bringing our year-to-date expenditures to approximately $201 million. Next slide, please. The screen provides a general fund expenditures by function comparison, our year-to-date actuals against the budget, and our total expenditures at this point in time were approximately $201 million, and this represents approximately 50% of the total budget. Next slide, please. And this screen provides a general fund expenditure comparison comparing fiscal year 22 against fiscal year 21 at the same point in time. And in FY22, our total expenditures are at approximately $201 million. And this represents an approximate $11.4 million increase compared to last year at the same point in time. And the bulk of the increase is attributed under the general government function, a $10.5 million increase. Under public safety, an approximate $4.6 million increase. Then we've also experienced approximate $5.2 million decrease under resources and development that's directly attributed to economic development. Next slide, please. This screen provides a graphical depiction of the total fund expenditures through the end of May. And again, we've expended approximately 50% of the total budget. Public safety accounts for 41% of this amount, general government approximately 31%, and administration of justice approximately 22%. Next slide, please. This screen provides a graphical depiction of the fund balance specifically for the general fund over the years, and honing in on the current fiscal year, FY22. At this point in time, our office is estimating that at the end of the current fiscal year, September 30, 22, the general fund balance will total approximately $91 million. Taking this into account, our office will continue to work with the budget and fiscal policy to identify significant expenditures and impact reserves. And then we'll continue to assess the estimated fund balance to see what impact that has on the fiscal year 23 budget cycle. Next slide, please. Next slide. And that concludes this presentation. Unless anyone has any questions?
Thank you, Victor. Any questions? We need a motion, right?
We would
to
just ask if
accept?
you all could accept
Move to
this
accept.
report.
Second.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. Have a good evening.
Item number 18 from Judiciary and Corrections. Approve and authorize the travel and training request from the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 to attend the 78th Annual JPCA Education Conference in College Station, Texas, from June 27, 2022 through July 1, 2022, pursuant to the Commissioner's Court order on use of county funds by state, county, and precinct officials when they have not sought or secured re-election. Opinion number 250.
Judge, can we hear both items, both 18
Yeah,
and
we can
19
hear
together?
both.
I have the same questions for both, so I'm wondering if that
The
might
only
be a little
thing
bit more.
is, he's already, I mean, is this after the fact? Because today's the 27th, and that's when the...
Judge Chapman's on the call. He's
Oh,
on
okay.
Teams.
Oh.
So I don't
but
know if he's calling in from the location or if he
Okay.
waited for travel.
Oh, okay. Judge Chapman?
Oh,
Could
sorry.
we let Caesar read item number 19?
Oh, yeah, we're going to read both items, Judge, and then we'll start.
Item number 19, approve and authorize the travel and training request from the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 to attend a magistration workshop, Justice of the Peace Core Curriculum Conference in Lubbock, Texas, from July 10th, 2022 through July 13th, 2022, pursuant to the Commissioner's Court order on use of county funds by state, county, and precinct officials when they have not sought or secured re-election. Opinion number 251.
Go ahead,
Good
Judge,
evening.
if you could...
Can you hear me?
we can, Judge, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Judge, Commissioners Court. Courts, we know by now I was not reelected to the position of Justice of the Peace of Precinct 5, but I still have an obligation to the community, and I'm told by the state that I had to do the 20 hours by September the 1st, and which I'm here already now because there was no other alternative. So I'm doing my 20 hours that I do annually after the first year. I'm doing them right now. Just started today. I'm doing them here in College Station, Texas. The other one that Commissioner Holguín had mentioned is the magistration. The magistration just came up this year, and I dealt with Mrs. Patsy Lopez from the county attorney's office, and you know it's mandatory that I attend that magistration. Even though we do not do magistration, it's mandatory for all of the Justice of the Peace. Therefore, I prepared your package to my office where it shows that I had to attend these. Is there any other alternative? Is it virtual or anything like that that I can do? And the answer is no, because it states the 10 hours of training that the Judge Chapman must complete to reach his 20 hours, it must be in-person training from TJCTC. So that was my only alternative. The magistration, same thing. I had to complete those hours, and I'm trying to get on track right now to do them, and at least leave the staff there at JP5 that they have the education to do that as well.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, Commissioner Holguín?
Yes. Good afternoon, Judge Chapman. I just have a couple of questions that I wanted to make sure I understood everything properly. From what I've looked at regarding the required CLE trainings, the 20 hours of annual CLE that's required, it's required per academic year. From my understanding, that's from September 1 of any one given year until August 30th of the following year. So in this case, we're talking about September 1st of 2021 through August 30th of 2022. That's the time period where you have to do your 20 hours of CLE. Is that correct? Is that what you understand as well?
Yes, yes, ma'am. That's about it. August, from the end of August, 1st to September.
Great. So I checked with the county auditor's office, and it appears that you've already attended 2 trainings during this same period. It looks like there was a training that was attended September 27th through September 30th of 2021, and then another training April 24th through the 28th of 2022. And that's according to the county auditor's records. Is that correct? Did you attend those 2 trainings?
Well, I'm not sure. I attended it's a training or a conference in Odessa, and that was, I guess, about a month ago. And which was the other one?
So that one is probably the one that you're thinking of, the April 24th to the 28th. So that's about 2 months ago, and I believe that that actually was in Odessa. The other one was at the very beginning of the academic year for which the 20 hours is required, which is September 27th through September 30th of 2021.
I don't recall that one. Where was that one at?
You know, I don't know if anyone from the auditors is still in the office, so I'm not sure what city that was in, but I'm sure we could get that
Again, I looked
information.
into it with Patsy Lopez from the county attorney's office, and I have not gotten the hours right now. I think they're showing me at 6.5 hours of training from the Texas Justice Court Training Center, and I need to do those hours, so that's the reason I'm here.
And I certainly understand that, Judge. As an attorney, I'm also required to do CLE hours, so believe me, I understand exactly where you're coming from as we try to make sure that we comply with those CLE requirements. I'm just trying to confirm whether or not these 2 trainings that appear to have taken place during the required academic year, I'm trying to understand why those 2 trainings didn't already satisfy the 20-hour CLE
Trying to figure
requirement.
out what the other one was. Again, like I told you, the one that was done in Odessa, basically, I was the president of the association for West Texas Justice of the Peace and Constables Association. So that was a conference just to host there. My hours, like the one here that I'm at right now, I'd set this up a long time ago in order to get those hours completed. On the other one, I just can't remember.
I think it was in Amarillo, actually. Do you remember the training in Amarillo?
Amarillo. No, I went to a training up there, but I'm not quite sure what it was for. I'm quite sure it wasn't for those hours. I would have to go back and look it up.
Victor, were you going to comment?
Yes, good evening, Judge, Commissioners, and Judge Chapman. Yeah, our records reflect that Judge Chapman did attend training in Amarillo during the month of September of 2021 to attend the West Texas JPCA annual conference. Then also in April of this past year, he attended training in Odessa for the West Texas JPCA conference. I do apologize, I don't have in front of me how many hours he was credited. I could go back and track down that information.
Okay. Yeah, see, if that one was for last year, it was not for this year, Commissioner.
No, yes, it's September 1st through August 30th. So September 27th would have fallen within the academic year, Judge.
Right now, I'm falling without the complete hours, and that's the reason I brought it to the Commissioner's attention, is because I found out about this non-reelected policy.
And I guess that's my question, Judge. I certainly understand the 20 hours that are required for CLE from our justices of the peace, but if 2 trainings have already been attended during the required academic year. I'm just wanting to confirm whether or not the 20 hours has actually already been completed before we decide on whether or not we're going to approve 2 additional trainings that do fall outside of the policy that the county has for when an elected official does not secure reelection or seek reelection. So I would want that
Right.
information about whether or not those hours have actually already been completed. Because I do agree, Judge Chapman, you're absolutely correct. We want to make sure that you fulfill your obligation for the 20 hours of CLE. I'm just wondering if the
Right.
training in Odessa in April and the training in Amarillo in September may have already done that.
Well, I was going to see if I can, not good at this, see if I can put up my hours
who
that
can-
I have on the screen so that you can see them. I try to keep up to date with all of them as best I can. But let me see.
No, I was just going to say, Betsy, who can verify that? Because the question is, did the others 2 satisfy the mandatory training, and these 2 were not needed? Who does that?
We can verify that with the TJCTC, yes.
And I'm looking at their website, Judge, and there is an option. It tells you that you can log into your TJCTC profile and choose the download by transcript option, and then that will give you every course.
I'm trying to get to that right now as we're speaking. I'm trying to learn how to share screen and just a bit of. How's that?
While Judge Chapman's doing that, I also wanted to clarify, I do believe Judge Chapman has attended the magistration workshop virtually. That one, the one that is in Lubbock, this on item 19, I believe it says that he's attended it virtually. The 10th through the 13th is actually 2 workshops that are back-to-back. They offer them combined. The first one is core curriculum, which is additional just judicial hours. And then the 12th and the 13th is the magistration training. And you don't have to, you have to register for them separately, and you do not have to attend both. But of course, it's the pleasure of the court.
And one of them, I think, Judge Chapman, according to your letter, you did already attend one of them virtually, correct?
Well, what I did is I tried to get on there and to learn what I could, and I didn't understand it very well. Therefore, I sent a letter to Texas Justice Court Training Center telling them that I would be signing up for the live class. And they received that letter, or I sent it out about the 6th of June so that they would have that in their presence.
And was
It's
that-
not very, it's very challenging because it's not just the magistration, it's something called the, give me one second. Got it right here with me. There's a bail bond part of it, and then there's a PSB, where is it? It's just right here, just a minute. Just 1 minute. This one. Yeah, one is called a PSRS2. I tried to take that as best I could, which is the Bail 2022 implementation of the PSRS, which takes 2 hours. Then I tried the module setting, the module that's setting bails and bond condition, which takes 3 hours, which is the Damian Allen Act. Then the last part is the magistration part, which is from TJCTC, which took 3 hours. So I sit there and I went through these, and I just didn't get anything out of them. So therefore, I sent them a letter stating to them, I did these classes, session online, but I'm still on the waiting list for in-person. And that was on June 1st.
So you attended the magistration workshop virtually, or the core curriculum virtually, or both virtually?
Well, I tried to go through them, Commissioner, as best I could, but like I told you, I did not understand them. So I did not complete them, but I went through them. I got through what I could.
But through both of them?
So that's the reason I was trying to do them in person.
But through both of them, Judge? That's what I'm asking. Both the magistration and the core curriculum you tried to do virtually? Or just one or
Oh,
the
no,
other?
no, the core curriculum, that's totally different. Those are the 20 hours that I'm supposed to get every year. The magistration is very new to us. It just came up all of a sudden. Matter of fact, Ms. Lopez had told me that we did not need to do it, and then she sent us another letter dated June 10th that yes, we do have to do it. So that's the reason I'm going to try to go back in there and to complete it in order to be in compliance.
I don't know about the, I'm sorry, go ahead, Patsy.
Patsy Lopez, Assistant County Attorney. I see some looks of confusion. So the 3 courses that Judge Chapman just described are 8 hours that are required and that are referred to as magistrate training. Those were provided virtually. They continue to be provided virtually. And what Judge Chapman has indicated in the letter to the court is that he has completed that training, the same as what he's completed now, but he doesn't understand it. He didn't understand it very well, and so he'd like to take it again in person. It has been available in person. This was training that was done virtually as well. However, because he has completed that 8-hour training, that is sufficient. It is required for all JPs to take it, even if they are not magistrating, if they're not performing those duties. So Judge Chapman has indicated to the court as well today that he's not performing magistration duties, but he has in fact completed the requirement. I think he's just asking the court to take it in person so that he has a better understanding. The core curriculum, Commissioner Olguin, is the JPCA training that Judge Chapman is at this week. And so that's the first request that he's asked for training. But that is the distinction between those courses. Okay, so we know that during this academic year, for certain, Judge Chapman has at least 8 hours, which is the magistration workshop, Ms. Lopez, that you just described. And now we just need to know how many hours the Odessa April training accomplished, as well as the September Amarillo training, correct? And then we'll have a better picture of the total hours that Judge Chapman has and needs.
So the April training, I was able to find the agenda for the April training, Commissioner. It has 10 hours of training in the agenda. But it would be helpful if Judge Chapman could pull it up. Otherwise, we'd have to contact the organization tomorrow. I'm sure they're an hour ahead of us.
That's correct. And the requirements, just so that the court is aware, I apologize, Patsy Lopez, Assistant County Attorney, for Judge Chapman are 20 hours. That's separate from the 8 hours that were required via SB 6. 10 of those hours need to be in person. So you're correct, Commissioner Olguin. We do need to figure out how many hours have actually been completed. And you are also correct in regard to the fiscal year that they work on. And it does, again, they're due September 1. So anything that would have, any training that would have taken place after September 1st last year, 2021, would account for the current year. And does that include the 8 hours of magistration training, even though it's required by SB 6, or no? It's a separate, that was a separate requirement. But that doesn't count towards the 20 total? It does not, no. Okay. Yeah, that was a distinct training, it was separate, and so it's not included in the regular 20 hours that are required. However, those have been completed is our understanding and per the documentation that Judge Chapman provided to the court.
It's there.
Well, I would still like some more information if we can see the transcript. I think we have a potential of 10 hours that were taken in April, but we still don't have an answer for the September training. I'm not sure how the rest of the court feels about it, but I would feel better seeing the transcript.
I agree with you. Patsy, I guess the only question I have is the courses that he took, whether he understood them or not, did he get credit for those as part of the 20 basic hours?
As it was reported to me and to the court, I understand that Judge Chapman did get credit, and as he explained to the court, that he reached out and let OCA know that he did not understand it and that he
that he wanted to take it again in person, and so they went ahead and put him on a list. However, completion of those courses would have met the requirement. Personally, for Judge Chapman, and whether he, that was reported, I think the transcript, his transcript would be important for us to see. I have not seen Judge Chapman's transcript, but as Judge Chapman has reported to the court and to myself, I understand that he has received credit, but that he would like a better understanding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, right now I'm looking online here and it states that there's been total number of civil education hours required is 10. The total continuing education hours is 20. According to this, I was registered for 8. On the total civil education hours, I've completed 6. According to what I'm reading here, I'm trying to share it with y'all, but I don't. It says that required is 20, and that I'm registered for 30, and I've completed 8.5.
Is there any way that we could, and I know that you're calling in from out of town, so thank you for that, Judge, but I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could get a copy of the transcript so that we can all be looking at the same
From the
thing?
beginning? Well, hold on, let me see.
Just so that we can all be looking at the same
How
document.
can I see it here, and then when I minimize, and I bring you all up, and then I go to share, and then, hold on.
Betsy,
Okay,
what
hold on.
I'd like to recommend is
I
that you
clicked
bring
too
it
many
to
times.
us
Hold on.
already vetted and verified and everything, because otherwise we're not going to understand. But I'd rather not
And-
take a vote now.
Right, and Judge, I mean, I think Judge Chapman has already traveled, so he's already paid for the cost, and I believe it'd be a reimbursement. Victor, do you know, has this been charged on a county? Is it, so it'd be something we could simply look into and bring back for reimbursement?
Yeah, I think it'll,
Correct, so right now, we have not issued any advance or reimbursement. Nothing has been charged against the county via check or credit card.
So it's something we could vet and bring back to the court when we have the complete information.
yeah, I think that would be much better. That way there won't be any question as to what has been, what requirements there are, and if this is over and above. That'll clear up everything for us. You'll take that one on, Betsy?
Absolutely.
Okay. Judge Chapman, we'll get back to you. We'll just get everything cleared up and just to make sure what we need to do. I don't think we'll clear it up now without truly understanding. And I don't know if Victor, you'll help out with that as well from your end?
Yes, Judge. We'll go ahead. We can assist county admin regarding this matter.
Okay. Well, we thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Judge Chapman, for calling in, and we'll get back on you as soon as possible.
Thank you. Hope you all have a great day.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Do we need to make a formal motion to postpone
if
the
you-
item, or
Well,
just?
So you can, the Judge Commissioner is Eric Rosales-Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. You could choose to take no action. You could postpone the items. I think no action, if you're not sure when it'll be posted again, would be fine.
That's fine.
No action? Yeah. Thank you. No action, Caesar.
Item number 18 and 19, no action. Brings us to item number 24, Public Works. Approve and authorize the Public Works, Parks and Recreations Department to work with County Attorney's Office to obtain an access agreement and a letter of intent from property owners in order for the county to apply for a grant with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to conduct a brownfield study for the property adjacent to the sports park. Opinion number 137.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. Again, thank you for this opportunity to work on this project. And I would like to especially thank our Public Works team. Upon my visit to the sports park, my first question was, is that property ours over there? And they said, no, that's not ours. And so to me, I feel like this is a dream come true for us to be working on this project and having this opportunity. And I want to thank our Public Works team. They have been amazing. Everyone in Public Works, the planning and development team, infrastructure, especially Lydia Arias. And so with that, I'd like to get started with the presentation. If we could go to the next slide, please. The sports park was, again, has been in part of the county of El Paso now since 2016, operated and run by the county of El Paso since 2016. And we have done a lot of work on it. They originally invested $9 million on an entry signage to the park, expanded the administration building, built a new clubhouse and full-service restaurant, bigger concession stand. They improved the restrooms, created better walkways and accessibility. We've added new canopies, shaded spectator seats, and improved batting cages to include some of the improvements we have made. Next slide, please. The county strategic plan goals we hope to accomplish is to increase tourism, promote collaboration and engagement by working with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and strengthen our financial health by, again, bringing in more, creating more fields, more play areas, and bringing in more revenue to the county of El Paso. We also hope to fulfill our mission to have great parks for everyone as per our master plan. Next slide, please. The sports park, as per the master plan, our vision for the sports park called for us to investigate potential field expansion as an opportunity to the area left of the sports park on your screen, where there is a brown field. And so it calls for us to conduct background reviews to ensure the site is viable for development and environmental considerations. And that is what we're doing today. Next slide, please. There are two owners that own all of these properties that you see on the left side. And this would give us additional acreage for the sports park. And as you can see, we currently own 45.7 acres. And with that additional, if we were to get that additional properties, if it was viable, it would bring us to 63.4 acres for additional amenities. The next slide, please. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the El Paso County Project Plan would be for us to work on getting access agreements with the intent to purchase the properties from owners to conduct a brownfield assessment. We would like to apply, after that, we would apply for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Brownfield Grant. If awarded, the EPA grant would help us to conduct the brownfield assessment. And based on the outcome, the county could consider to purchase the property. If the county were to purchase the properties, they would also, the grant would also cover design for additional use with community engagement. So they would provide the design and help us to get all the community engagement that we would need to design what the community would want. Next slide, please. Any questions? And the staff recommendation would be for the Public Works, Parks and Recreation Department is requesting authorization to work with the county attorneys to obtain the access agreement and a letter of intent from the property owners to consider the county to apply for a grant with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to conduct a brownfield study of the property adjacent to the sports park.
Kevin?
Good evening, Judge. Kevin McCary, Assistant County Attorney. There's a very brief matter that we need to discuss with you in executive session to ask for direction. So if we could just have a motion to move it into executive session to discuss legal rights and remedies related to this item.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And that would be under 551071?
.071, thank you, Texas Government Code, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, you have an option, we can go into executive session right now just for this item. You always have the option to wait until we go into regular executive session with our other items, whatever you prefer.
Well, we'd have, Veronica would have to be waiting,
Yes, sir.
so.
Sure,
I'd
we can do
rather-
it now, yes, sir.
Yeah, let's do that and then give her.
Commissioners, court will not recess. You just want to take this one, or you want to get them all? This one? Commissioners, court will not recess into executive session to discuss item number 24, to discuss legal rights and remedies pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners, court will reconvene to take official action.
We're so happy it's finally here. This is the Safe Outdoor Act. We've been working on it for many years. All animal shelters, advocates understand that no longer will animals, dogs, canines specifically, be allowed to be contained or housed on a chain. People use chains because they're so inexpensive, but chains belong on trucks, not animals. It's inhumane and it hurts them. So shelter is a necessity that they must have, food and water, and a trolley system of some sort. So we'll help you set that up. This act gives us a little more teeth to go in, gives us stronger law enforcement. The fines are severe. The first citation is $500, the second is $2,000. Your information will go into our database, including your address. We will know that you have been cruel to animals, and we will pull animals and restrict you having one.
Rene Herrera is getting ready to start his shift as an animal welfare officer, a job that he has done for 6 years.
The reason why I do is because animals don't have a voice, and I feel the need to be there to protect them.
But today is not just any day, as the new Safe Outdoor Dogs Act has come into effect in Texas.
Which means that canines cannot be restrained with industrial chains, and also to adequate food, water, and shelter, and shade as well. And to put the dogs inside when it's in extreme weather, which is cold or very hot temperatures.
Rene is responding to the report of a pit bull that could be in an inappropriate space.
Yes, so the lady allowed us to see behind the property to see if the dogs were restrained. They give us a call of the canine not being contained properly. What's up, baby? So he checks out okay. He looks alert and active. That was one of my main concerns.
Although everything is in order, Rene reminds the owner about the new law.
So like I said, ma'am, it is an issue. Your dog's being out loose at large, so you can tie him up, but it cannot be with an industrial chain.
Violations of the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act are considered a Class C misdemeanor, punishable by a fine up to $500.
Hey, this is one of our dogs that we picked up today. He's going to be taken to the shelter because he was straight loose at large for not being restrained.
And although some may complain about this new law, for Rene, the most important thing is the safety of the pets.
Runners, to your mark. Set. Go!
Running in the valley and past the missions, what else could you ask for?
Welcome, runners! Welcome!
At the county, we work so hard to really promote the Mission Trail. We know what an absolute treasure it is, how historic it is, and so many people don't really know what's here in the Mission Valley. So this is a great way to spotlight our historic treasures, our historic buildings.
Yeah, it was a really cool course. It was beautiful. I liked the mountains in the background, and yeah, cool things to look at.
I noticed a few of those signs, and I also actually really appreciated that. That also goes into the scenery of it, I think, is to see all that history, and that's kind of what people really appreciate in marathons. I mean, I'm from DC. The races we run up there, they make an effort to go through the monuments and all that. So it's good to see El Paso trying to do the same thing with their history.
We had people from Germany, England, of course Mexico, and I believe somebody from France, and then from 38 different states come and visit us this year.
There are folks here from all over the country. This is a qualifier for the Boston Marathon. It's a huge event, and I'm just incredibly proud that we're going to get to show off the Mission Valley to all of these folks.
I hope we do it again. I'm sure that we will. You know, based on what we get from feedback we get from the runners, that I'm sure we'll be back down there.
This has been a great experience. El Paso, you rock.
You did it!
We're talking about a problem that existed in the area for over 20 years that had not been addressed. August of last year, we had a tremendous flooding, and it was necessitated having the proper equipment to mitigate the flooding because we had homes and businesses that were flooded out.
The court authorized to purchase these 4 new pieces of equipment for us to combat during stormwater events. We're very excited to have this opportunity. As you can see, these are great vehicles that we have. These trucks are great equipment that we could use. It'll help us reduce some of the flooding and some of the ponding that we have that occurs in the county.
We purchased 4 the vac trucks, which are capable. One truck is capable of sucking up, I believe, 800 gallons of water per minute. That would have been a tremendous asset had we had those then, because the Donovan area was flooded tremendously.
One of the great things of this truck is that basically we're able to do a lot of the work from inside the actual cab. Before we used to have to take the hose off and stand in the middle of the water and suck up the water. With this new equipment, we're able to direct it either via remote or from the cab. We just lower the boom into the ponding area, and we're able to extract the water that way. These pieces of equipment are a great first step that we have, and looking forward for new opportunities in the future.
Stay tuned. We have good things coming to El Paso County, particularly the Northwest region.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 24, approve and authorize the Public Works, Parks and Recreation Department to work with the County Attorney's Office to obtain an access agreement and a letter of intent for property owners in order for the county to apply for a grant with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to conduct a brownfield study for the property adjacent to the sports park. Opinion number 137.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Veronica. Norma, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 25, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the supplemental contract between owner and contractor with Control and Equipment Company to upgrade energy management systems for various county facilities in the amount of $213,187.70. Funding is available in various CIP 22 facilities accounts. Contract number 2022-0393.
Good evening, Judge, County Commissioners, Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance Director. The energy management system upgrade is necessary for all annexes because the current software that's being used is Windows 7, which is outdated version for Java. The ITD department is also phasing the Windows 7 out, and the current EMS system will not function with Windows 10, meaning that we have to update the EM system so we can comply with the county migrations to Windows 10. This upgrade of the EMS system is as a central feature of the continue to control heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, lighting, and energy usage on selected buildings. This includes the MDR, East Side Annex, Medical Examiner's Office, Northeast Annex, Peter Herrera Annex, and Family Use Service Center, Isleta Annex, and the Northeast Annex. Any of your questions?
Any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sully. Are you still in the office?
Yes, I am, Judge.
That was nice of you, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 26, Budget and Finance. Pursuant to Government Code Section 61.001B, set the juror pay at $8 for each day or fraction of a day while a person is in attendance in court as a prospective juror but not selected, and $40 for each day or fraction of a day if selected for jury duty and sworn in to sit on a jury panel during fiscal year 2023.
Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Aaron Grijalva with Budget and Fiscal Policy. So as expressed by the court in prior years, the goal is to grow the partial day amount for prospective jurors when not selected for a jury from $6 to $10 by $1 per year over the span of 4 years. The increase from $6 to $8 was postponed last year due to the pandemic and will have an impact of $78,937 to the district clerk's FY23 budget, which has already been included in our budget projection for next year.
This was based on just past direction from the court. Of course, if you all want to set it at a different rate this year, you may, but we are continuing to move towards the goal that the court had previously set for us.
And it's 7 now?
It's 6, correct,
6.
Aaron?
And
Yes,
our goal, Aaron, was
10
10?
over 4 years.
Over
Yes,
4
sir.
years.
Yeah, over 4 years.
Yeah, so we're chipping away at it, so how do you feel, Commissioner, on the $8?
And it's already been included in the budget projections.
It's in our proposed budget projections, yes, ma'am.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you staying with us, Aaron, on the others?
Item number 27, approve and authorize the transfer of general fund grant match contingency funding in the amount of $115,987 to select county grant program accounts to pay for fiscal year 2022 8% salary increases and applicable increased benefits for eligible grant-funded employees. Funding is available in general fund, general administrative, transfer out, grant match.
So for this particular item, I don't believe the person from our team is online right now.
I can present, Aaron. Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, this is actually a fiscal policy that the court adopted a few years back. You had grant employees where the grant had already been approved for a set amount by the time it had been applied for at a set amount prior to the court administering pay increases. And you would have sometimes individuals in the same job, one grant funded, one general fund funded, but there wouldn't be the funds for the grant person. So the court set a policy that you will treat all grant funded employees equally to other funded employees. So we don't do this at the beginning of the year, we do it towards the end of the year, so we can use any potential grant savings or allowance to match the pay increases that you've given. And at the end of towards the end of the year, they always do this true up. So that's what this is allowing. It's taking funds from various accounts and covering those 8% salary increases and the associated benefit cost increases.
Same budget, it's just shifted. I mean,
It's
just being-
general fund covering those
Okay.
gaps, basically. And we do have the funds currently in the budget to do this.
Okay. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 28, approve and authorize the capital improvement interim request in the amount of $102,304 for the Facilities Department for the purchase and replacement of 7 HVAC units at the Sheriff's Headquarters. Further approve the reallocation of funding from the CIP 22 interim request miscellaneous to CIP 22 Facilities Sheriff's Office Headquarters Maintenance Renovations Repairs.
Enrique again from Budget and Fiscal Policy. So we respectfully request your favorable approval of this item to utilize available CIP funding to replace the 7 HVAC units at the Sheriff's Headquarters. As provided in your backup, the 7 units have exceeded their life expectancy and are needed to maintain a comfortable work environment, especially during the summer months.
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Aaron, for waiting up. Our best to Wally.
Of course, thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Yeah, our best to Wally if you get to talk to.
Wally,
Yes, sir, I'll let him know.
I can share this. Wally has a new grandson.
Oh, really?
And
Wow.
we're so happy that Grayson has joined this world, and Wally can't wait to get back home.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Thank you. Okay, Caesar.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 29A through 29E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene for official action.
We're so happy it's finally here. This is the Safe Outdoor Act. We've been working on it for many years. All animal shelters, advocates understand that no longer will animals, dogs, canines specifically, be allowed to be contained or housed on a chain. People use chains because they're so inexpensive, but chains belong on trucks, not animals. It's inhumane and it hurts them. So shelter is a necessity that they must have, food and water, and a trolley system of some sort. So we'll help you set that up. This act gives us a little more teeth to go in, gives us stronger law enforcement. The fines are severe. The first citation is $500, the second is $2,000. Your information will go into our database, including your address. We will know that you have been cruel to animals, and we will pull animals and restrict you having one.
Rene Herrera is getting ready to start his shift as an animal welfare officer, a job that he has done for 6 years.
The reason why I do this is because animals don't have a voice, and I feel the need to be there to protect them.
But today is not just any day, as the new Safe Outdoor Dogs Act has come into effect in Texas.
Which means that canines cannot be restrained with industrial chains, and also to adequate food, water, and shelter, and shade as well. And to put the dogs inside when it's in extreme weather, which is cold or very hot temperatures.
Rene is responding to the report of a pit bull that could be in an inappropriate space.
Yes, so the lady allowed us to see behind the property to see if the dogs are restrained. They give us a call of the canine not being contained properly. What's up, baby? So he checks out okay. He looks alert and active. That was one of my main concerns.
Although everything is in order, Rene reminds the owner about the new law.
So like I said, ma'am, it is an issue. Your dog's being out loose at large, so you could tie him up, but it cannot be with an industrial chain.
Violations of the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act are considered a Class C misdemeanor, punishable by a fine up to $500.
Hey, this is one of our dogs that we picked up today. He's going to be taken to the shelter because he was straight loose at large for not being restrained.
And although some may complain about this new law, for Rene, the most important thing is the safety of the pets.
Runners, to your mark. Set. Go!
Running in the valley and past the missions, what else could you ask for?
Welcome, runners! Welcome!
At the county, we work so hard to really promote the Mission Trail. We know what an absolute treasure it is, how historic it is, and so many people don't really know what's here in the Mission Valley. So this is a great way to spotlight our historic treasures, our historic buildings.
Yeah, it was a really cool course. It was beautiful. I liked the mountains in the background, and yeah, cool things to look at.
I noticed a few of those signs, and I also actually really appreciated that. That also goes into the scenery of it, I think, is to see all that history, and that's kind of what people really appreciate in marathons. I mean, I'm from DC. The races we run up there, they make an effort to go through the monuments and all that. So it's good to see El Paso trying to do the same thing with their history.
We had people from Germany, England, of course Mexico, and I believe somebody from France, and then from 38 different states come and visit us this year.
There are folks here from all over the country. This is a qualifier for the Boston Marathon. It's a huge event, and I'm just incredibly proud that we're going to get to show off the Mission Valley to all of these folks.
I hope we do it again. I'm sure that we will. You know, based on what we get from feedback we get from the runners, that I'm sure we'll be back down there.
This has been a great experience. El Paso, you rock.
Woo-hoo! You did it!
We're talking about a problem that existed in the area for over 20 years that had not been addressed. August of last year, we had a tremendous flooding, and it was necessitated having the proper equipment to mitigate the flooding because we had homes and businesses that were flooded out.
The court authorized to purchase these 4 new pieces of equipment for us to combat during stormwater events. We're very excited to have this opportunity. As you can see, these are great vehicles that we have. These trucks are great equipment that we could use. It'll help us reduce some of the flooding and some of the ponding that we have that occurs in the county.
We purchased 4 the vac trucks, which are capable. One truck is capable of sucking up, I believe, 800 gallons of water per minute. That would have been a tremendous asset had we had those then, because the Donovan area was flooded tremendously.
One of the great things of this truck is that basically we're able to do a lot of the work from inside the actual cab. Before we used to have to take the hose off and stand in the middle of the water and suck up the water. With this new equipment, we're able to direct it either via remote or from the cab. We just lower the boom into the ponding area, and we're able to extract the water that way. These pieces of equipment are a great first step that we have, and looking forward for new opportunities in the future.
Stay tuned. We have good things coming to El Paso County, particularly the Northwest region.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
We're so happy it's finally here. This is the Safe Outdoor Act. We've been working on it for many years. All animal shelters, advocates understand that no longer will animals, dogs, canines specifically, be allowed to be contained or housed on a chain. People use chains because they're so inexpensive, but chains belong on trucks, not animals. It's inhumane and it hurts them. So shelter is a necessity that they must have, food and water, and a trolley system of some sort. So we'll help you set that up. This act gives us a little more teeth to go in, gives us stronger law enforcement. The fines are severe. The first citation is $500, the second is $2,000. Your information will go into our database, including your address. We will know that you have been cruel to animals, and we will pull animals and restrict you having one.
Rene Herrera is getting ready to start his shift as an animal welfare officer, a job that he has done for 6 years.
The reason why I do this is because animals don't have a voice, and I feel the need to be there to protect them.
But today is not just any day, as the new Safe Outdoor Dogs Act has come into effect in Texas.
Which means that canines cannot be restrained with industrial chains, and also to adequate food, water, and shelter, and shade as well. And to put the dogs inside when this is in extreme weather, which is cold or very hot temperatures.
Rene is responding to the report of a pit bull that could be in an inappropriate space.
Yes, so the lady allowed us to see behind the property to see if the dogs are restrained. They give us a call of the canine not being contained properly. What's up, baby? So he checks out okay. He looks alert and active. That was one of my main concerns.
Although everything is in order, Rene reminds the owner about the new law.
So like I said, ma'am, it is an issue. Your dog's being out loose at large, so you can tie him up, but it cannot be with an industrial chain.
Violations of the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act are considered a Class C misdemeanor, punishable by a fine up to $500.
Okay, this is one of our dogs that we picked up today. He's going to be taken to the shelter because he was straight loose at large for not being restrained.
And although some may complain about this new law, for Rene, the most important thing is the safety of the pets.
Runners, to your mark. Set. Go!
Running in the valley and past the missions, what else could you ask for?
Welcome, runners! Welcome!
At the county, we work so hard to really promote the Mission Trail. We know what an absolute treasure it is, how historic it is, and so many people don't really know what's here in the Mission Valley. So this is a great way to spotlight our historic treasures, our historic buildings.
Yeah, it was a really cool course. It was beautiful. I liked the mountains in the background, and yeah, cool things to look at.
I noticed a few of those signs, and I also actually really appreciated that. That also goes into the scenery of it, I think, is to see all that history, and that's kind of what people really appreciate in marathons. I mean, I'm from DC. The races we run up there, they make an effort to go through the monuments and all that. So it's good to see El Paso trying to do the same thing with their history.
We had people from Germany, England, of course Mexico, and I believe somebody from France. And then from 38 different states come and visit us this year.
There are folks here from all over the country. This is a qualifier for the Boston Marathon. It's a huge event, and I'm just incredibly proud that we're going to get to show off the Mission Valley to all of these folks.
I hope we do it again. I'm sure that we will. You know, based on what we get from feedback we get from the runners, that I'm sure we'll be back down there.
This has been a great experience. El Paso, you rock.
Woo-hoo! You did it!
We're talking about a problem that existed in the area for over 20 years that had not been addressed. August of last year, we had a tremendous flooding, and it was necessitated having the proper equipment to mitigate the flooding because we had homes and businesses that were flooded out.
The court authorized to purchase these 4 new pieces of equipment for us to combat during stormwater events. We're very excited to have this opportunity. As you can see, these are great vehicles that we have. These trucks are great equipment that we could use. It'll help us reduce some of the flooding and some of the ponding that we have that occurs in the county.
We purchased 4 the vac trucks, which are capable. One truck is capable of sucking up, I believe, 800 gallons of water per minute. That would have been a tremendous asset had we had those then, because the Donovan area was flooded tremendously.
One of the great things of this truck is that basically we're able to do a lot of the work from inside the actual cab. Before we used to have to take the hose off and stand in the middle of the water and suck up the water. With this new equipment, we're able to direct it either via remote or from the cab. We just lower the boom into the ponding area, and we're able to extract the water that way. These pieces of equipment are a great first step that we have, and looking forward for new opportunities in the future.
Stay tuned. We have good things coming to El Paso County, particularly the Northwest region.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
We're so happy it's finally here. This is the Safe Outdoor Act. We've been working on it for many years. All animal shelters, advocates understand that no longer will animals, dogs, canines specifically, be allowed to be contained or housed on a chain. People use chains because they're so inexpensive, but chains belong on trucks, not animals. It's inhumane and it hurts them. So shelter is a necessity that they must have, food and water, and a trolley system of some sort. So we'll help you set that up. This act gives us a little more teeth to go in, gives us stronger law enforcement. The fines are severe. The first citation is $500, the second is $2,000. Your information will go into our database, including your address. We will know that you have been cruel to animals, and we will pull animals and restrict you having one.
Rene Herrera is getting ready to start his shift as an animal welfare officer, a job that he has done for 6 years.
The reason why I do this is because animals don't have a voice, and I feel the need to be there to protect them.
But today is not just any day, as the new Safe Outdoor Dogs Act has come into effect in Texas.
Which means that canines cannot be restrained with industrial chains, and also to adequate food, water, and shelter, and shade as well. And to put the dogs inside when this is in extreme weather, which is cold or very hot temperatures.
Renee is responding to the report of a pit bull that could be in an inappropriate space.
Yes, so the lady allowed us to see behind the property to see if the dogs were restrained. They give us a call of the canine not being contained properly. What's up, baby? So he checks out okay. He looks alert and active. That was one of my main concerns.
Although everything is in order, Renee reminds the owner about the new law.
So like I said, ma'am, it is an issue. Your dog's being out loose at large, so you can tie him up, but it cannot be with an industrial chain.
Violations of the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act are considered a Class C misdemeanor, punishable by a fine up to $500.
Hey, this is one of our dogs that we picked up today. He's going to be taken to the shelter because he was straight loose at large for not being restrained.
And although some may complain about this new law, for Renee, the most important thing is the safety of the pets.
Runners, to your mark. Set. Go!
Running in the valley and past the missions, what else could you ask for?
Welcome, runners!
At the county, we work so hard to really promote the Mission Trail. We know what an absolute treasure it is, how historic it is, and so many people don't really know what's here in the Mission Valley. So this is a great way to spotlight our historic treasures, our historic buildings.
Yeah, it was a really cool course. It was beautiful. I liked the mountains in the background, and yeah, cool things to look at.
I noticed a few of those signs, and I also actually really appreciated that. That also goes into the scenery of it, I think, is to see all that history, and that's kind of what people really appreciate in marathons. I mean, I'm from DC. The races we run up there, they make an effort to go through the monuments and all that. So it's good to see El Paso trying to do the same thing with their history.
We had people from Germany, England, of course Mexico, and I believe somebody from France, and then from 38 different states come and visit us this year.
There are folks here from all over the country. This is a qualifier for the Boston Marathon. It's a huge event, and I'm just incredibly proud that we're going to get to show off the Mission Valley to all of these folks.
I hope we do it again. I'm sure that we will. You know, based on what we get from feedback we get from the runners, that I'm sure we'll be back down there.
This has been a great experience. El Paso, you rock.
Woo-hoo! We did it!
We're talking about a problem that existed in the area for over 20 years that had not been addressed. August of last year, we had a tremendous flooding, and it was necessitated having the proper equipment to mitigate the flooding because we had homes and businesses that were flooded out.
The court authorized to purchase these 4 new pieces of equipment for us to combat during stormwater events. We're very excited to have this opportunity. As you can see, these are great vehicles that we have. These trucks are great equipment that we could use. It'll help us reduce some of the flooding and some of the ponding that we have that occurs in the county.
We purchased 4 the vac trucks, which are capable. One truck is capable of sucking up, I believe, 800 gallons of water per minute. That would have been a tremendous asset had we had those then, because the Donovan area was flooded tremendously.
One of the great things of this truck is that basically we're able to do a lot of the work from inside the actual cab. Before we used to have to take the hose off and stand in the middle of the water and suck up the water. With this new equipment, we're able to direct it either via remote or from the cab. We just lower the boom into the ponding area, and we're able to extract the water that way. These pieces of equipment are a great first step that we have, and looking forward for new opportunities in the future.
Stay tuned. We have good things coming to El Paso County, particularly the Northwest region.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become...
That's a good one.
Stand by.
Did you hear? Did you hear? Come
Go
on.
ahead.
Yeah.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 30. Discuss and take appropriate action in pending matter related to EJ, County Attorney's File Number 007822AA.
Joanne?
Good evening, Judge. Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. As per our discussion in executive session, if it's the court's will, the motion would be to approve and authorize the county attorney to retain outside counsel at the rate of $150 an hour for representation in a matter styled EJ, County Attorney File 0078-22-AA, and to have the same agreement signed by the county judge.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 31, and we do have a correction to read in from the Economic Development Department. Item 31 should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign an amendment to a letter of commitment for the University of Texas El Paso Aerospace Center grant application for the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration's 2021 American Rescue Plan Act Build Back Better Regional Challenge. This amendment would revise the letter of commitment to increase the county's commitment of $2,441,600 over a period of 2 years, up to $3,750,000 over a period of 5 years, if the grant is awarded. Funding is available in General Fund Economic Impact Initiative.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
We do have one more request. We do need to ask for a postponement of item number 29D from executive session for 2 weeks. Item 29D is discuss litigation style Miguel V. Ventura versus El Paso County et al., cause number 2021 DCV 1513, County Attorney case number 014521LD, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. If we could have a motion to postpone 2 weeks.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify, there was one motion that we took early in the meeting where we were asked to postpone an item for 1 week. I just want to make it clear, we do not have a meeting next week, so it will be 2 weeks. We'll see that on.
Perfect.
And this concludes all the items on our agenda.
Anybody want to stay longer? You're welcome. Dario, thank you.
Judge, can we revisit the salary grievance?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, everybody have a good evening. Go home and eat fast so you don't eat too late.
This concludes today's meeting at 8:04 p.m.